Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Season 4 premiere of Recency Bias Radio. I am your humble host, Dave Smith, and this is the place where no one is safe from criticism. To all of my returning listeners, thank you for your continued support. I truly appreciate every single last one of you. And to all of my newcomers that have stumbled upon this podcast, maybe on accident, maybe on purpose for the first time, you are going to love the energy because it stays the same, baby. If you would like to see people talk about sports in a way that is completely candid, that is completely honest, that isn't ruled by the umbrella of Disney, if you will, because it seems like Disney controls everything now, then you've come to the place. But before we get into all the hot topics, such as LeBron back to the Lakers, you got Melo to the Rockets, I mean, you got so many things to discuss. I mean, a brawl just broke out in the Staples Center between the Rockets and Lakers. Before I can get into any of that, I want the newcomers to be brought up to speed, ladies and gentlemen. So what better way to do that than for you all to witness a previously on Recency Bias Radio. My whole problem with Jerry Jones is you kneeled with the team when it was a popular thing to do. And then the next week, you threaten your entire team. If they kneel, they won't play. I mean, damn, you're sending more mixed signals than a thought that wants to be a housewife. You feel me? Like, I'm just confused here, coach. Just because someone might make it look easy don't mean it's for you. But I will support you if you're trying something new. Because that's the type of person I am. I try to give back through my action. That's why if you ask anybody, they'll tell you, man, Smitty, real talk, man, I asked him, he put me on game, man, and now I got my shit up and running. Smitty, man, he one of the realest niggas in the game. And that's because I always stay true and I always stay loyal, bro. I don't turn on nobody unless I got a reason to. And that's real shit. You feel me? And there's a lot of motherfuckers that regret turning on me now. Woo, woo. Part of me feels like Trump is doing this shit because he's fear-mongering. He's a chaos theory specialist. And my whole perspective on Trump is he wants to make everyone paranoid. That way we all go at each other. And then the more and more we go at each other, the more we step down to Trump's level, and the more Trump looks like the person who was right all along about all of us. And this is why the media, more often than not, sports media, goes out of their way to always do little special pieces on a black athlete who has nothing but a mother in his house. Because they want to show the black man being emasculated. They want to show him being feminized. They want to show him without a father figure because they want to show that he lacks direction. And they want to also show these white women that, hey, he's for the taking because he don't know no fucking better. He ain't had no brother telling him, putting him on game with that ism. Go ahead and take this nigga's money. Trap this nigga. That's what it's all about. And I dare a motherfucker to debate me on this because I do way too much research on this shit. I have been consistently saying that Kyrie Irving's overrated. So just because Kyrie is traded now, I am not being brand new. A lot of niggas are saying, oh, you guys worship Kyrie when he was on the Cavs. No, I didn't. I called him a defensive liability. I said we should have traded him for Chris Paul at the trade deadline. Go back, check my receipts. Because I have been consistent. Now, I don't know who else you talking about that's on this flip-flop shit, but that ain't me. Shit, one nigga got exposed on Facebook today for being a closet LeBron fan. If you want LeBron to come to your favorite team, you're a fucking fan of him, bro. End of story. Niggas be trying to tell me, how am I a fan just because I would like him on my team? I said, bro, that's how you're a fucking fan. I wouldn't want Stephen Curry on the Cavs. Bradley Beal, great job, my brother. Because Bradley Beal did what someone else should have been did. And see, Draymond is the real leader of that team. I've been saying that since season 1, right? So I've never gone back on that. But what I will say is, the best way to showcase how whack that team is, how overrated that team is, to put some chinks in their armor, is to go after their real leader and show how much of a bitch he is. And Bradley Beal did it. And see, here's the other thing I want to mention. Y'all remember last year? Y'all remember when Russ was talking that shit to KD and his team was down? And they were at they was at the Chesapeake Arena, okay? Remember what KD's response was to Russ when Russ was talking shit? He kept saying, look at the scoreboard, look at the scoreboard, look at the scoreboard. Because he's a lame and he can't trash talk. Remember, last year he couldn't trash talk at all. So he kept saying, look at the scoreboard, right? This time around, Russ has the same energy towards him, but now Russ is up 20. And now KD, He don't have no look at the scoreboard face. Now all of a sudden he want to get tough. Like, nigga, how about you look at the fucking scoreboard and shut the fuck up? And to see a man like LeBron, clearly he knew Kyrie was leaving in the offseason. So LeBron knew he had to work on his shot. So for him to put so much work into his shot and make such a massive leap from one season to the next, but Stephanie can't make a tiny leap and become at least a defender of his own position. That's all we're asking. And people keep coming up with excuses why he doesn't have to do that. It's mind-boggling. LeBron doesn't have to be the fucking GOAT, but he is. I don't understand how anyone can hate LeBron. LeBron goes out of his way to give credit to a black coach like Dwayne Casey by saying he was an assistant coach on the Dallas Mavericks in 2011. He was a huge reason for why I had such problems in that series. Gave him all the credit in the world. That is humility, ladies and gentlemen. Then, when you look at a guy like Steve Kerr, LeBron don't get that nigga no credit because LeBron know the truth. That motherfucker don't coach shit. But see, people want LeBron to lose so bad that they'll allow Golden State to do anything. They're becoming what they hate the most just to see one man fail. Which is why I can't stress this enough. What does this say about your life? I'm like the only guy online that holds Steph accountable. And then people try to flip it on me and be like, Dave, you complain about Steph more than all the LeBron haters complain about him. Which is complete hogwash, by the way. There are millions of LeBron haters. There's not even thousands of Steph haters. The motherfucker has too high of an approval rating. Which is why these niggas get mad at me for calling him out. Because see, when you're calling someone out that no one else is, people get jealous. They get jealous that you were that guy first. You're the trendsetter. Everyone acts like they're a leader in whatever little bubble they're in life. Everyone acts like they're a leader. They're an alpha male. But then the guy who becomes the leader in alpha male, who starts a trend, everyone attacks. So understand, we live in a country, we live in a system that basically makes it that if you're colored and you invent anything, you're a target. I've never seen so many Golden State Warriors fans proud of rigging in my life. These motherfuckers have no honor. I wouldn't trust these niggas with my life if they were my relative. And that's on everything I love. The only way they can review this is if LeBron's in the restricted area. Any basketball novice doesn't understand where the restricted area is located. The restricted area is underneath the circle. The half circle that's right underneath the basket, that's the restricted area. The whole entire paint isn't the restricted area. But for whatever reason, they allowed this to constitute as being enough to look at the replay when LeBron was not in the restricted area when KD ran into him. Meaning the restricted area part is voided, meaning you can't even review it. So these motherfuckers changed the rules of their own laws just to help Golden State. And you know why they're doing it? Because Steph Curry finally had a good fucking game for once, and they want him to be the finals MVP. And I told y'all this shit would happen. I told y'all in episode 6 this shit would happen. No one wanted to listen to me. The whole purpose of these referees giving Cleveland all of those calls in the first 3 quarters is so when they start purposely giving Golden State all the calls in the 4th, by the time you get to the box score when the game is over, it looks like they called the game fair. See, they make sure to give Golden State the call when the pressure is at its highest moment and when people are more likely to feel defeated when something doesn't go their way. This allows them to continuously rig it but make it look and perceived as if it isn't. When Steph was out the game, Golden State got to a good lead. They were up like 8 points. Steph comes in, all of a sudden, Cleveland comes back. Steph is the weak link. Yeah, he gets you points. Yeah, he gets you assists. And by the way, did y'all notice how earlier today, Jeff Van Gundy had an orgasm talking about Steph Curry is the best rebounding point guard he thinks he's ever seen? I said, has this nigga not heard of John Wall? Has this nigga not heard of Rondo? Like, what? You talking about, so because Steph Curry sags off his man and is like 1 step away from the paint anyway, and he gets a rebound that bounces like right to him, that means he's the best rebounder? It's not like he jumping up there and he's like out muscling niggas. He literally is just bouncing to him. And this is the Curry bias, y'all. That's the Curry bias. Mohamed Salah is more of what you would call an inside forward. An inside forward is like a LeBron James. They are looking to drive towards the basket or drive and cut inside towards the net, okay? So the comparison is spot on, ladies and gentlemen. And you know what the Real Madrid did to beat my team, Liverpool? They injured Mohamed Salah on purpose. That's how I felt about Draymond Green trying to rake LeBron's fucking eye out. And you got people out here saying, LeBron is soft. Motherfucker's eye. This dude looked like fucking Kano from Mortal Kombat. And y'all telling me this nigga is soft? What the fuck is wrong with you? When people love you, when people dick ride you, you have a certain approval rating to the point where even if your stats next to someone else's, see, they're proving my point the more they try to shit on Gilbert Arenas' career. See, if you look at these two stats and see that clearly the only thing Steph leads Gilbert Arenas in is assists, basically, and probably three-point field goals made, but when you take into account that Gilbert Arenas played in an era where the three-point shot wasn't the priority. So really, he was a trendsetter, Gilbert Arenas, and people wasn't ready for the trends he was trying to set then. Also take into account, he ran into a buzzsaw known as LeBron James, the greatest of all time. So while everyone says Gilbert Arenas didn't have no ring, Gilbert Arenas never made it to the finals. Yeah, because he had to go against the GOAT, my nigga. That's why. But instead of using that as an excuse or a reason to give LeBron credit and give Gilbert credit, we strip away Gilbert's greatness because we're trying to take away from what? LeBron's greatness. We're trying to limit LeBron's competition because deep down, all of these people subconsciously know Jordan had no competition. Golden State will always be a number 1 or number 2 or number 3 seed in the West. So all of their picks are virtually second-round picks anyway. So no matter how you shake it, it makes no sense to do a trade with Golden State unless they giving you Klay Thompson. If you can get Klay Thompson, okay. But if you ain't getting Klay Thompson and they gonna give you Draymond and Iggy, and notice how earlier I mentioned that Draymond and Iggy, in my opinion, are the two real alpha dogs of the team, the two real leaders of the locker room. So by them putting them up and trading them for AD, that is them once again trying to make it easier for Steph to take that next step. But my thing is, hold up, isn't Steph like 29, 30 years old? Isn't he like 30 years old? Yeah, he's like 29, 30 years old. You mean to tell me you ain't an alpha, you ain't a leader, and you damn near 30, my nigga? You never gonna be a leader. You know, this is about as pathetic as JJ Redick waiting until he turned 30 to get a tattoo. This is why people don't want to debate me on video. They are scared, because that video will last forever of them getting just destroyed. My vernacular is top tier. You're not gonna be able to ascend to this level overnight. But people think, because if they type to me on Facebook and they take 30 minutes to reply and act like, oh, I was busy. Like, no, my nigga, you had to do some research. Why couldn't you just do the research before you decided to troll? I want basketball to stay at its purity. The problem is basketball is in this moment where they're trying to make the game more admissible to white America, and the only way for them to do that is to score more and more points. And the NFL kind of figured that out too. We have to score more points, less defense. People don't care about defense, and that's why you have people saying, I don't care, Steph doesn't have to play defense. But then you have the same person in the same breath saying LeBron could never beat Jordan because Jordan was an all defensive player. So because we have people who heads like this, and 1 minute value defense, 1 minute don't value defense, we're caught in this limbo with people who really don't know what makes someone a great player. They just wait for the media to tell them what makes them a great player. I'm not mad at LeBron for exercising his freedom. I didn't have a problem with him going to Miami. This ain't about that. This is about the LA Lakers representing everything LeBron has represented against. That's what this is about. LeBron has been the anti-LA guy. Now people are saying, oh, well, he wants to build his brand. Build his brand? His brand is already huge. He's global. What the fuck? Now, the only reason why I could see him doing this move is to make Space Jam 2. But at the end of the day, nobody really checking for that shit. But I get it. I get it, man. You want to make your money. And you know the endorsement deal is going to be crazy in LA. But I still don't rock with this shit. I am no longer a fan of LeBron James. Yes, I said it. Let me say it one more time for the people in the back that may not be listening correctly. I am no longer Dave Smith. Recency Bias Radio no longer supports LeBron James. He made the wrong decision here. I'm not a fan of LeBron James anymore for various reasons. But at the end of the day, you do not go to the team where all of these people, 99.9% of Lakers fans hate LeBron. They hate him because they know he's the guy who is better than Magic and Kobe. That's why they hate him. So for these people to welcome him with open arms and then act like the past 15 years didn't exist, it just goes to show that these niggas in real life are the same type of dudes. These are the type of motherfuckers who will wait until you do a favor for them and then they say, oh, I fucks with you. You feel me? These people are fake. And see, they're trying to use this narrative of, oh, I've always just been a huge Lakers fan, so of course I'm going to root for LeBron if he's a Laker. Fuck out of here, nigga. You were rooting for the Warriors in the finals, nigga. You're not a fucking Lakers fan. And that's why I went on Facebook and said, at least say you're a California fan. Because if you pick a specific team, I know you're going to change that team halfway through the season. And that's why it's low-key a blessing in disguise. And I'm not in any way saying this is a good thing, but Boogie going to Golden State exposed all of these niggas all over again. I saw several people, when LeBron was announced to the Lakers, oh, the Lakers winning the title. Boogie gets announced to Golden State, those same niggas get butthurt. But here's the thing, though. You're a Warriors fan and a Lakers fan. You don't have the right to be disappointed by Boogie going to the Warriors. You don't have a right. The same way you don't have a right to all of a sudden act like you're the fucking president of LeBron James's fan club. So I feel like now I am rejuvenated, but at the same time, no, it's sad though. Because it's like you invest all of this time rooting for someone and they pull such a beta male move. I'm just gonna keep it 1,000. LeBron pulled a beta male move, and I know there's a lot of LeBron fans that's like, man, I can't believe it, bro. You really gonna abandon your guy like this when he needs you? He don't need me no more. He got y'all Lakers fans. It's enough of y'all niggas. But see, it was hard to be a Cleveland fan. That's why LeBron needed me then. That's why LeBron needed me in Miami. See, I had his back at the lowest point. Y'all niggas having his back after he has 3 rings already. Okay? That's the only reason why y'all want me to keep supporting LeBron. Let's keep it real. Because y'all want to finally agree with me on some shit and be able to be all happy-go-lucky about some shit. But I don't fuck with y'all team. So why would I be all rah-rah with the rest of y'all niggas? Why would I cheerlead with the rest of y'all niggas if I already know the fact that y'all fake? Know the fact that everyone rooting for the Lakers are Warriors fans. It goes against everything I stand for. So by people even showing any shock in me abandoning, quote-unquote abandoning, I believe I'm just making a sound decision. But at the end of the day, the fact that people are surprised by this once again goes to show y'all ain't listening to my podcast, because y'all would know this was going to happen already. But see, this is why I'm necessary. I hold people accountable, and I read between the lines, and I'm not with this dick riding shit. And hot take, I think the Warriors signed DeMarcus Cousins not only to keep every other team from signing them, but because I think they honestly believe the more talent on their team, the less shots for KD, meaning the more assists for Steph, meaning it's easier for Steph to win a Finals MVP finally. I think Steph is such a pussy. And I'm tired of listening to DeMarcus Cousins lie to y'all. He's telling all these motherfuckers, I didn't get no offers from nobody. Look, man, Mark Stein has already confirmed that this motherfucker got a 2-year, $40 million offer from the Pelicans. He declined that shit just to take a $5.5 million mid-level exception just so he could get a free welfare ring. I don't respect that beta male shit. And the same people saying, don't be mad at DeMarcus Cousins, be mad at the other teams. That's implying the other teams didn't give him a deal. The other teams did offer him money. Stop lying to cover up Golden State. Stop lying. And stop lying to cover up DeMarcus Cousins just because he's now on Golden State. Y'all remember how the media used to shit on this brother? Didn't let him get any benefit of the doubt. All of a sudden he goes to Golden State for the mid-level exception, and all of a sudden now the media has his back. You see the Curry bias at play? This is Curry bias by proxy. See, this is why Recency Bias Radio is needed in this culture. Because I hold people accountable. And you don't gotta like me, but goddammit, I know I'm entertaining. Because the shit I say no one else is gonna say, which makes me necessary, which makes me unique. Some of you niggas might want to try being yourself sometimes. Maybe you could have your own brand. What's good in the hood and what's real in the field? You have just tuned in to the best pop the trunk podcast out of the ill. Recency Bias Radio, where no one is safe from criticism. You know I'm back with a vengeance. For the fourth season, this is the alternative to the curry bias they force feeding. Got hot takes for the whole winter, but I could do with some more heating. Don't make me go to my last resort. Let a hoe tell it. That's 4 seasons. All my haters, my biggest fans. Do y'all meow when y'all copycats? No, I'm killing the game. Tread lightly or you get body bagged. Been sneak dissing them little jabs. You too scared for a boxing match. They duck me like I'm Errol Spence. My debate flow cannot be matched. Been real from the jump and never needed Rachel Nichols. All I needed was a mic and pop culture to make a ripple. I'm the diamond in the rough, role model to younger crystals. My voice keeps growing, I don't need no help from Bristol. Started season 1, I got no listens from you. Why don't you quit while you're ahead was the consensus from you. Season 2, season 3, still distant from you. But now you wanna do collabs? What's in it for you? See, I can tell you ain't been listening to my pod, because if you had been, you know I'm all about consistency, so keep that same energy. You know I'm back with a vengeance. For the 4th season, this is the alternative to the curry bias they force feeding. Got hot takes for the whole winter, but I could do with some more heating. Don't make me go to my last resort. Let a hoe tell it. That's 4 seasons. All my haters, my biggest fans. Do y'all meow when y'all copycats? No, I'm killing the game. Tread lightly or you get body bagged. Been sneak dissing them little jabs. You too scared for a boxing match. They duck me like I'm Errol Spence. My debate flow cannot be matched. It's
that recency bias.
My debate flow cannot be matched. Put my blood into this sport. I'm the Black Van Damme. For my team, I go to war. Got them Pac-Man hands. Had a vision, then I built the brand a la Tech Shram. Now my takes are even hotter on that NBA Jam. You won't even lend a hand, so I know you ain't worth it. I'm dropping hit after hit, like I'm Vontaze Perfect. You know I'm built for the smoke, stoke the flame in the furnace. I never needed liquid courage to get into a skirmish. You know I'm back with a vengeance. For the 4th season, this is the alternative to the curry bias they force feeding. Got hot takes for the whole winter, but I could do with some more heating. Don't make me go to my last resort. Let a hoe tell it. That's 4 seasons. All my haters, my biggest fans. Do y'all meow when y'all copycats? No, I'm killing the game. Tread lightly or you get body bagged. Been sneak dissing them little jabs. You too scared for a boxing match. They duck me like I'm Errol Spence. My debate flow cannot be matched. My debate flow cannot be matched. The 48 laws of power states you should never outshine the master. So while I'm unwilling to self-proclaim myself as some master of podcasting, understand that I do have podcasting Padawans, and through my tutelage they have become Jedi and now have pods of their own. I am proud of each and every one of you. I help them because they supported me. I don't help anyone that's against me. And most importantly, I don't help anyone that's not willing to help themselves. These guys out here, they're not willing to put in the work, they're not willing to put in the research, and that really is the moral of the story here. They debate me without doing their research. So of course they're not gonna do enough research when they go podcast. Come on, man, this ain't rocket science. So at the end of the day, you guys spent 3 years hoping for me to fail. Throughout those 24 some odd months, 36 some odd months, I didn't fail. Now all of a sudden, you see where the tide is turning. So now as a true bandwagon fan like you are in sports as it is, now you're trying to be a bandwagon fan with my podcast. But you didn't know that I noticed that you've been sneak dissing me. That's the one miscue, actually that's one of many miscues that you happen to make. So it's safe to say over the past 3 years, all of that hatred towards me, you LeGret it, don't you? This is Recency Bias Radio, the season 4 premiere, baby, and it's about to get poppin'. It's showtime. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to season 4 of Recency Bias Radio. I am your humble host, Dave Smith, Pretty Boy Smitty, Protocol Paul, Pearl Game, Ultra, Smith Dog Trill, all of the above on that ISET test and that ACT. You know what it is. And it's the 4th year, baby. They said we wouldn't make it past 1. Then they said you can't do it again. Then they said you can't three-peat. Now they just tired of saying shit. Now the same niggas who said I couldn't do it 1 year asking me how to do it a year for themselves. I mean, I can't make this up, coach. I cannot make this up. The people who said I would fail are now coming to me for pointers on how to succeed. It's very funny. It's very funny. It's very ironic. It's very ironic. But welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Season 4, Episode 1 of Recency Bias Radio. This will be a 2-hour special entitled LeGret. You know why I call it LeGret? Because that nigga should regret the decision he made. We gonna get into the NBA in the second hour. But trust me, I got a lot to say about the LA Lakers. Them niggas is trash. Them niggas is Huffington Post, coach. They are Huffington. I tried to tell y'all last season, LeBron James should have never went there, okay? But like I said, we gonna get into that a little bit later. We gonna bury that lead. Let's start off with some NFL, some MMA, and some boxing talk. Because I don't really get into the MMA and boxing, and there's been a lot of great fights lately. You know, you got the Khabib McGregor thing. We're going to discuss that. We're going to discuss a lot of stuff in the NFL, a lot of double standards racially in the NFL. We're going to discuss a lot of stuff. And where I would like to start off at, let's just be simple. Ryan Fitzpatrick. I was one of the few people who thought it was so racist. And when I say it's racist, I mean, in my opinion, it's so disrespectful to have such a small sample size of 2 good games and then give a guy a nickname. You know, they only do that for white quarterbacks. You ever notice that? They never give a black quarterback a nickname after 2 games. Oh, he's got to prove it over a 16-game schedule. That's what they say about our guys. The white guy, he could be a serial backup. If he plays well for 2 games, they act like it's Christmas. Because he's a white guy. They even let this motherfucker dress up like Conor McGregor, and no one said anything bad about it. Now, let me ask y'all this question. Had Cam Newton, after winning the Super Bowl, if he had dressed up like MC Hammer, all right, do you think motherfuckers would have let him slide just because his team won? Let's keep it all the way a buck now, all right? Hell no. They would have went in on Cam. And that's my biggest problem. The double standard. The white quarterback, he gets coddled. The black quarterback is told, you gotta do more. You don't do enough. A white quarterback scrambles for 3 yards. Everyone is shocked because they expect the white guy to be unathletic. Black guy scrambles for 5 and they say he could have got 10 because he's black. All right? Or they focus on the fact, well, what can his arm do though? We've seen enough of his legs. White guy, like a white guy, he could be like Doug Flutie or some shit. Decent arm, but better legs. They'll act like he's a legend though. They won't act like he's a bum. And see, that's my problem, coach. That's my problem in a nutshell. And hey, y'all can all get the smoke tonight. You feel it, dig me? I'm taking shots everywhere, baby. It's the return of Recency Bias Radio. I've been gone for a few months. I've had time to recharge. I feel great. All right? I've never felt better, if I'm being completely honest with you. I've never felt this comfortable in front of a microphone. Facts. You feel it, dig me? But yeah, so this motherfucker Fitzmagic, as they were calling him, all right? Fitzmagic, huh? That shit died off real soon when that Chicago Bears game came up, didn't it? That shit died off real soon. But it was so racist to me. These motherfuckers is getting blown out by 40 points, and they still won't put Jameis in the game. All right? Now, if you fast forward to present day, Jameis is balling now. He just beat the Cleveland Browns. And, you know, they're putting Baker Mayfield up into that stratosphere of Dick Riderdom. You know, I'm going to come up with a new word this season, Dick Riderdom. You know, unprecedented levels of dick riding. They're treating this guy, Baker Mayfield, like he's the savior of Cleveland just because LeBron left. It's so fucking stupid. All right? It's so stupid. You know, so when a white quarterback is in charge of Cleveland, we care again. But when it was, what's that boy's name that went to, DeShone Kizer? When he was the quarterback, no one cared about the Browns. And he was actually a solid quarterback in college. So it just goes to show the hypocrisy and the bias of how the media covers shit. This is one of the reasons why I don't like this Luka Doncic guy as much as everyone else does. Because I see the microaggressions behind how he is being pushed. He's being pushed because he's a Caucasoid man. Now, from a skill perspective, he's got talent. But the way they go out of their way to shit on everyone else in the draft class, but they let Luka pass because he's got a EuroLeague MVP. This nigga's playing against a whole bunch of 70s on 2K, and we're gonna act like he deserves some props for it? What the fuck? You feel what I'm saying? Man, I'm finna go in. But let's say that for the basketball portion. But yeah, man, at the end of the day, I'm just not feeling this. I'm not feeling the bias, and I'm not feeling how Jameis, who clearly has more talent than Fitzpatrick, there was actual media pundits that were acting like the Buccaneers should keep playing Fitzpatrick because he's hot. And the people in the locker room want to follow him. How do you know that shit? Like, they were speaking on Deshaun Jackson as if anyone knows what's going through Deshaun Jackson's brain. Like, there was white pundits speaking on Deshaun Jackson like, he clearly prefers Fitzpatrick. You can tell he's loving the game more with Fitzpatrick. Like, what? How can you determine all of that shit based off some film? You know? Oh, he's clearly enjoying the game more. Like, what? Okay? And it's funny to see that guy on his little high horse get blown the fuck out by the Chicago Bears, who don't blow anyone out, which made him look even worse, by the way. Then they finally put Jameis in the game, and ever since that moment, Jameis has never been subbed back out for Fitzpatrick. Jameis can have all the problems in the world. He could be accused of sexual assault in an Uber car, allegedly. He could be, or was it a Lyft? I can't remember, but he can be accused of all the worst shit in the world, and I'm not condoning none of that, but at the end of the day, since when did football fans care about the players of their favorite team being great citizens? Since when have we give a fuck about that? Ben Roethlisberger got off on raping a bitch in a bar, allegedly. Okay? He got away with that shit. No one in the media talks about that. But Big Ben has the nerve during a game to tell someone, I think it was Vontaze Burfict actually, call back to the song, but Vontaze Burfict, I think he knocked the shit out of Smith-Schuster, and he told Ben, you're next, and Ben's crying like, I got a family to go back to. Motherfucker, you out here raping bitches out of wedlock. You the last motherfucker who should be talking about your wedding, your marriage. And see, I seem to be the only motherfucker that's willing to hold him to task for that. It's like people forgot. But then the Me Too movement, they coming after Kobe now. So it just goes to show, just like with Harvey Weinstein, just like with Bill Cosby, there is a racial element to this where you look like even more of a predator if you're black and accused of being a predator, because they look at us as sexual deviants because they know on average we have bigger you-know-whats, okay? And because of that, along with the fact that weed was made illegal because white women wanted to smoke and get dick down. They don't want to get into that, but that's why it was really made illegal once upon a time. Because white girls, they was loving it around us. Like, let's just call a spade there. So, yeah, I'm just not feeling the way the media is picking and choosing who to hold grudges towards based off of their past transgressions. Jameis Winston stole some fucking crab legs. Boo-hoo. All right? Now, the stuff that happened that may have or may have not happened in that Uber car, now that's a bad look for the brother. I'll admit that. But at the end of the day, though, he's your best chance of winning games. And if you're a head coach, you can't waste no seasons, because you'll get your ass fired. You know? So that's just what it really is. So at the end of the day, that Fitzmagic shit, I just wanted to open up with that because I thought it was complete bullshit. I mean, the guy was down 35-3. Terry Bradshaw was on Fox NFL talking that hot shit, saying Jameis can't come in now because it will send a bad message to the team. What the fuck? See how white quarterbacks defend white quarterbacks? How does that send a bad message to your team when you're already down 32 and you're lacking morale? You're not making any fucking sense, Bradshaw. And mind you, Terry Bradshaw's the same motherfucker who keeps sending little subtle shots towards who? The Steelers head coach, Mike Tomlin. What is Mike Tomlin? A black man. And what is Jameis Winston? A black man. Now, I'm not saying Terry Bradshaw's a racist, but he seems to only have hot takes towards black people. See, man, ooh, I was prepared for this premiere, bruh. People gonna get that smoke tonight, all right? They gonna get that smoke tonight. It's nothing you can do about it, all right? All right? Just take it, coach. Just take it. You know what I mean? But yeah, so I'm not feeling none of this horse shit, okay? This hogwash, all right? You know, and keep in mind, you know, he called Mike Tomlin a cheerleader. He wouldn't even respect the man enough to call him the head coach. He said, oh, he's just a cheerleader to me. So what does that mean? Are you saying he has no expertise in football? He doesn't know X's and O's? You know, and why does Mike Tomlin get shitted on for inheriting a team that won the Super Bowl and winning another Super Bowl with said team? But no one shits on Barry Switzer from the Dallas Cowboys from doing the same thing. Like, no, with Jimmy Johnson's players, like no one talks about this shit, y'all. And you know why they don't? Because one is a white man inheriting a great situation, the other one's a black man inheriting a great situation from a white man. And they want Bill Cowher to get all the credit. They don't want none of it to go to Mike Tomlin. And that's what's really real. That's what's really real. And it's sad, man. It's really sad how hard they work to take from niggas. But then you got a situation in the NBA that is a dichotomy, right? You got Steve Kerr taking what Mark Jackson built And yet no one gives Mark Jackson any credit. They give Steve Kerr all the credit. Even though I'd argue the team is so damn stacked now, he doesn't even have to stand the fuck up during games. They coach themselves. And you can tell now by how bad Luke Walton is as a head coach with the Lakers that clearly he didn't have to coach them niggas either when they was like, what, 23-0 that one season. You see what I'm saying? I think that was the season they went 73-9. But that's my point, y'all. That's my point in a nutshell. It is a double standard from the head coach to the quarterback, all right? Period, you know? And I dare someone to debate me on this. Like, real talk. I say that all the time, but I dare you, bro. I dare you, all right? And then you got this Patrick Mahomes kid, who I actually like. I have nothing bad to say about the kid. I think his voice is a little out there. You know, that motherfucker, I don't know. He sounds like he dips tobacco in the off season. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, coach. All right? I'm just saying. And can we please let go of that damn frohawk haircut? Odell Beckham, man, you got all these motherfuckers out here rocking your shit. Like, hot take alert. Odell Beckham Jr. is the Neymar Jr. of the NFL. This is a take I came up with on my own, and I think it's spot on. It's a 1-to-1 ratio. If you know your soccer and if you know your football americano, as my Latino brothers would call it, if you know your football, basically, then you would know that Odell Beckham is Neymar. He's really flamboyant, kind of, you know, all the young players want to be like him, you know. He kind of got a lot of success really fast early in his career, and now he has to live up to it. And he has his moments where he you know, is really selfish. It's really a 1-to-1. If you don't know anything about Neymar Jr., I would just suggest that you look up Neymar Jr. Neymar dos Santos Jr. Look him up on YouTube, watch some of his highlights, and you'll be like, okay, I see what you're saying. Like, they both have, like, unique footwork. It's real different, okay? It's real different. But that's just something I wanted to throw out there real quick. But to get back to Patrick Mahomes, though, I like this young brother. But see, the part about this brother that is giving me pause with wanting to support him is when I see people in the media go out of their way to say he's the Steph Curry of the NFL. Oh my God. Huh? The Steph Curry of the NFL? First off, Steph is one of the softest niggas in the world. That's not a compliment to an NFL player. Like facts. Steph plays no D. Facts. That's not a compliment. All right? And I can't help but notice that you're just comparing him to Steph because they're both light-skinned. They literally have nothing else in common with each other outside of the fact that both of their dads were pro athletes. What else do they really have in common? You know? And see, I don't hate on Mahomes the same way I would hate on a Stephanie because Mahomes still had to prove it amongst men in football. Right? It's not a situation where, oh, my dad was one of the greatest shooters of all time, so I can just shoot all fucking day. No, he's got to sit in that damn pocket and get hit. All right? Now, did he probably have some type of a cheat code on life? Some type of hidden advantage? Yes. Did he underachieve, which led him to Texas Tech? Probably. But at the end of the day, though, I respect Mahomes because as soon as he got his opportunity, he didn't have no ankle problems. He didn't have no ankle problems, all this dumb shit. He went out there and he balled the fuck out, and he exposed Alex Smith for being a damn game manager. All right, that's just what it really is. So I fucks with that, Pat Mahomes. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, if it wasn't for Dak Prescott, I would be very jealous of Mahomes. No, let me stop. Mahomes is better than Dak Prescott. I ain't gonna bullshit y'all with that, all right? I'm trying my best to be as unbiased in this premiere as possible. And we gonna get into the Dak shit. Don't worry. I got some shit to say. And we just traded for Amari Cooper, too. So you know I'm gonna talk that hot shit, baby. Just chill out with me, baby. Oh, man. But yeah, I just don't appreciate how they're already labeling him the Steph Curry of the NFL. It feels like all of these Chiefs games that are on national television, it feels like they've been kind of worked around to be on national television after they realized Patrick Mahomes was this, like, popular of a player. Because I can't see them putting the Chiefs on all of these different Sunday night footballs unless they knew something we didn't, or they changed the schedule around. Maybe switch the time to 8:30, that was at 8:30, maybe to 4:30 or 3:30. I don't know, but something's fishy about that, but the scheduling. But all in all, the Patrick Mahomes kid, very, very impressive. Of course, Tyreek Hill, I mean, he's a monster. A total monster. I mean, now they got brother homeboy that was just on the LA Rams. I forgot his name, but he used to play on the Bills too. Sammy Watkins, they got him. You know, and of course they have an elite tight end, probably the best tight end in the game. And of course you know about the running back Kendall. So I forgot his name. It's Kendall some shit like that. I don't really remember. I don't follow the Chiefs, ladies and gentlemen. But I just wanted to give Patrick Mahomes a little shout out here because I've seen the guy play. Raw talent, really good. I mean, I heard he could throw a 100-yard pass flat-footed. That's what I heard. Now you know they start creating some like fake-ass news and some fake-ass legends about people when they want to dick ride them, which is giving me a little bit pause about this kid. But I still respect the kid's skill set, and I think he's very talented. So that's all I really had to say about Pat Mahomes. To be continued on that shit. Next thing I wanted to talk about, the Dallas Cowboys cutting Dez Bryant. Now, this is a huge topic for me. Not only because I'm a huge Cowboys fan, but I've been a huge Dez Bryant supporter. Hell, I'm the guy who came up with the nickname. When there was a Calvin Johnson balling out in Detroit named Megatron, I was the guy who came up with the nickname the Decepticon for Dez Bryant because I felt like he was the dark version of Calvin Johnson in a lot of ways. You throw it up there, he gonna go get that bitch, you know? But he didn't have the same type of height and length as Calvin Johnson, so it made his plays look more spectacular in my opinion. We had to cut Dez Bryant, man. I was talking about this a little bit towards the end of season 3. I was talking about how we gotta let him go. He's too much of a distraction. In the locker room, he's such an alpha male. Sometimes being an alpha male can be a bad thing because if you're not producing but you're still an alpha male, like, unless you're the quarterback and they'll be like, oh, it's a bad game. You know, if you're not producing and you're not the quarterback and you're still giving out orders, people gonna stop listening to you the same way. You know what I'm saying? And that's the truth. And that's what it really is. Dez Bryant got stale. He got stale. And even though it's really sad to see the man go, I told my brother on the podcast last season. Y'all heard the podcast. And if you haven't, go to SoundCloud and check it out. I believe it was the No One's Safe Part 1 and Part 2 with my older brother Drew, where we discussed Black Panther and a few other things. So check that out if you haven't already. But I was definitely explaining to him why Dez Bryant needed to go. There was multiple reasons why Dez Bryant needed to go. It wasn't just because of the friction. It was because him and Dak weren't getting along. On top of that, you're paying this guy $16 million a year, and he's not even hauling in 70 catches. It's like, come on, man. This man's stealing money. I mean, the last thing we want to do is have a Chandler Parsons playing wideout. I mean, I'm just being real, okay? I'm just being real, all right? That man's stealing money off white privilege, but that's neither here nor there. I'm not on basketball. No, but for real, though, like, that motherfucker's stealing money, boy. Niggas be like, white privilege doesn't exist. It's a figment of your imagination. See Chandler Parsons, all right? That's what I would say to you, all right? But cutting Dez Bryant was necessary. I mean, if you were to tell me we cut Dez Bryant and we have wide receiver by committee, and before the bye we're 3-4, and then you tell me during the bye we trade a first-round pick for Amari Cooper. Now, this is where a lot of people go, oh, Dave, y'all made a mistake. And I gotta keep it all the way a buck. A lot of the niggas telling me that my team made a mistake are niggas that don't know shit about my team. It's like, bro, how are you gonna tell us we made a wrong decision? You know what I'm saying? Amari Cooper better than every receiver on your damn team. Like, you the last nigga to say that's a bad decision. You know, that's like, I bet you back in the day people thought it was dumb for the Patriots to trade for Randy Moss. Oh, he's over the hill. All right. Then that motherfucker ended up almost going 19-0. All right. So, you know, everybody, and see, here's the other side of the coin. If we don't trade for a wide receiver, everyone just clowns us all season. People been clowning my team for the past 7 weeks because we don't have no wide receivers. Clowning Dak, he can't throw, which is a lie. That's a figment of your imagination. But people say, oh, y'all don't have no wide receivers. Y'all trash. Oh, they just stacking the box on y'all. Y'all trash. All right, we actually go and get a good, proven receiver that is young. Amari Cooper is 24. Dak Prescott's 25. Zeke Elliott is 23. That's our triplets, baby. And all three of them can grow within the same title window. So this is great. This is great. And people are always talking, but it was a first, though. That's a little too rich, bro. We were going to draft a wide receiver in the first round anyway, my dude. That's what y'all not understanding. And there's only 2 good receivers in next year's draft. So we would have had to trade up to even get that. Meaning what? We're probably using another pick on top of our first to get to that pick. So no matter how you shake it, this was the right decision. Because now we get to see how great Dak is with a good receiver. Because Dez was not a #1 receiver last year. I keep trying to tell people that when Dez was a #1 receiver, we was the best team in the NFC. Those are facts. But Dez got hurt. He injured his foot. Then I think he injured his hand. And then, I mean, and before you know it, he was just an old body, kind of like Tony Romo. You know, and then you got people talking about, oh, you guys need to bring Romo back out of retirement. Leave that nigga at CBS. All right? Like, I got a feeling a lot of these people saying this stuff, they just want the Cowboys to be in turmoil because they know it's good TV. But it's funny to me. These same people love to see the Cowboys in turmoil, but they have the nerve to root for the Lakers. Now, I know a Lakers fan can look at me and go, how do you hate the Lakers but root for the Cowboys? So, dilly-dally, shilly-shally, my nigga. But at the same time, though, the Lakers rig games. The Cowboys ain't won in 20 years because we don't rig shit. So, I think we have more respect from the hardcore fan than the Lakers do. I mean, come on, man. And I'm going to get into that fight, by the way, too, with the Lakers and Rockets. I mean, there's so many things to discuss in tonight's episode. I mean, there's so many things, man. Like, real talk, there's so many things. But yeah, so at the end of the day, I mean, if you were to tell me before this season started, we would get rid of Dez Bryant and get Amari Cooper, I wouldn't give a fuck what it costs. That's an upgrade. And you see, no one else is signing Dez. And see, we almost picked Dez back up before we traded for Amari. But this thirsty-ass motherfucker, and I hate to say this about Dez because I truly rock with Dez, man. I have great memories of Dez showing out, you know, as a Cowboys fan. But at the same time, though, Dez, when we were going to bring you in for a workout, you just couldn't keep your mouth shut. You had to tell the world the Cowboys were reinterested into you. And that was the problem. You can't keep your mouth shut. By you not doing that, you prove to all of us you're still the same person and you haven't learned shit. Getting cut was supposed to humble you. And don't get the game twisted. Don't assume that Dez Bryant is like on some Boogie Cousin shit, or allegedly. Because, you know, Boogie tried to make it seem like, oh, no one gave me no offers. Then we found out, no, the Pelicans did give your bitch ass an offer, but you wanted to get a welfare ring. Well, in Dez Bryant's case, he got offers from other teams too. More specifically, teams from the AFC North. He got an offer from the Ravens. He turned that down. Then he actually went in to work out with the Browns, but he couldn't keep his mouth shut with them. But he ended up being on their All or Nothing show for a little bit. But obviously, he didn't make no impression on them either. And they said, fuck it, we'll just stay with our young core. And that's what the Cowboys is doing too. We're trying to get younger. We're not trying to get older. We don't need a veteran presence in our locker room. We've been winning games with young guys for the past 5 years. All right? We've had one bad season in the last 5 years. Wait, hold on. Let me take that back. We've had one bad season in the last 4 years. Let me take that back. Think about that. One bad season in 4 years. Because people still talk about Dak Prescott like last year was a bad season. No. We had a first place schedule and we went 9-7. I got Eagles fans fresh off a Super Bowl making excuses about a first place schedule. Well, welcome to our world as a Cowboys fan. All we do is get hunted by other teams because they know every game we play is on national TV. Y'all finally get a sniff of a championship, your first one ever, by the way, and you can't take the heat of having a first place schedule? See, this that beta male shit. And this is why I laugh at you Eagles fans. Because if I would have used that excuse come with a 9-7 record, y'all would be like, oh man, you using excuses. And that's because of what? You hold my team to a higher standard than yours. Those are the facts. The same way y'all niggas hold LeBron to a higher standard than Kobe. But that's neither here nor there. Woo, I'm bringing the smoke. I'm bringing that smoke tonight. I'm trying to tell y'all, bruh. But yeah, so at the end of the day, I am happy with the Amari Cooper signing. He finally made it in. Today was his first practice. That's good. And see, I got another problem with you Bears fans. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to go ahead and let it rip now. Because there's people trying to tell me as a Cowboys fan that the Raiders fleeced me. There's Raiders fans saying this, and you got to take this into context. The Bears, that's a legendary franchise, okay? That's part of NFL history. That's part of NFL lore. Cowboys, same way. Raiders, same way. These three franchises are football royalty, okay? So when we trash talk with each other, understand it is the pinnacle of trash talk. The only other team you can add to this trash talk list is maybe Green Bay and Pittsburgh. If it ain't those 5 teams, you can suck a dick. Because those 5 teams are the only teams that's really popping in these streets. And I'll say that to start off with. Because you Patriots fans, I'm going to be real with y'all. We still don't respect that franchise. None of the real franchises respect that franchise. We know as soon as Belichick and Brady go, y'all won't win ever again. we already know that shit. So that's why we kind of look at y'all as, y'all had y'all reign, woo, woo. And y'all may have gotten 5 Super Bowls as fast as y'all did. But let's be honest, though. this level of dominance and you only got 5 Super Bowls from it? And let's be real, if the Falcons just finish and close the deal and run the fucking ball like we would have done if we were up 25, that's only 4 Super Bowls. If the Seahawks run the ball once, that's only 3 Super Bowls. If the Eagles well, actually, the Eagles won that Super Bowl, so you can scratch the Eagles. But you get my point, ladies and gentlemen. My point is, the Patriots, their legacy is very fluky. Tom Brady's legacy is very fluky. All right, if they would have went 19-0, then maybe they could be in that illustrious group of 5 and maybe make it 6. But nah, man, you're not leapfrogging the Raiders franchise, the Packers franchise, the Bears franchise, the Cowboys franchise, or the Steelers franchise. You're not leapfrogging any of those teams, coach. Shit. And to be honest with you, nah, I ain't gonna say that. Y'all did leapfrog the Ravens. Y'all leapfrog the Ravens. I ain't gonna do that to y'all. But that's my point entirely, all right? Y'all got some winning to do. And shit, there's more NFC East teams like the Redskins and Giants that might have more prestige when it's all said and done than the Patriots too. But that's neither here nor there. But anyway, why am I mentioning this? Because I love all of the banter and back and forth and debates between fans of big teams, because you get to see the passion and the hardcore fans go at it. See, the majority of debates you see on social media are casuals. That's why now, these days, I don't even entertain these casuals the same way. If they talk out of line, I just send these motherfuckers to the Shadow Realm, give them a Thanos snap, and I'm like Pegasus with the Millennium Eye. I'm gone. Yu-Gi boy, you feel me? They're gone, coach. Put them to sleep, coach. But anyway, the reason why I'm bringing this all up is because Raiders fans and Bears fans are trying to convince me, and Redskins fans, matter of fact, any NFC East fan that isn't a Cowboys fan, most people around the league are trying to convince me that the Amari Cooper trade was too rich. They're saying that we got fleeced. Now, listen to this. Here's my take on this, ladies and gentlemen. If anything, the Bears got fleeced. Now, hear me out on this. The Bears gave up 2 first-round picks, a 3rd-round pick, and a 6th-round pick for a guy that can't even score touchdowns. All right? Meanwhile, the Cowboys have a better defense and don't need Khalil Mack. Think about that. The Bears gave up all of that and still have a worse defense than we do. All right? Just let that sink in. Now, also let it sink in that the Bears are 3-3 after giving up 2 first-round picks to cover up their biggest weakness, the pass rush. My Cowboys are 3-4, and we haven't had wide receivers. We haven't had a number 1 wide receiver on the team this entire season, and our record is almost the exact same as the Bears. And I'd argue we've played just as difficult of teams as the Bears. The Bears really choked that game against Miami, if we're being honest, and Miami's not that good of a team. So the Bears, I mean, they shot themselves in the foot there, because we knew they were losing to the Patriots at home. You see what I'm saying? So I think the Bears got fleeced. I don't think the Cowboys got fleeced. Like, really break this down. The Cowboys gave up 1 first-round pick, but the first-round pick we was probably going to use on a wide receiver anyway. Plus, you got to go all in with Dak Prescott while he's still on a rookie 4th-round pick contract. That way you can see if he's the guy. Now, do I believe he's the guy? Yes, because he has leadership intangibles you can't teach a man. You can't teach him. Jared Goff, yeah, his team might be undefeated, but that nigga ain't no leader. That nigga a beta male. I'm just being honest with y'all. You feel it, dig me? I'd rather have Josh Rosen than Jared Goff, all right? Because at least that's a motherfucker who knows he's the shit. I want a quarterback that got some swagger behind him, coach. That's what I want. You know what I'm saying? Dak has that swagger. That's why he getting all of these sponsor deals. Well, anyway, truth be told, Bears fans, y'all really got fleeced. Now, do I think the Khalil Mack trade made y'all relevant? Yes. Do I think y'all had to make that deal to allow Mitchell Trubisky to grow and not look like a bust? Yes. Because let's be honest here. Mitchell Trubisky is very overrated. That nigga's trash to me. I'm going to be real with y'all. Everybody shits on Dak Prescott, but we should be looking at Mitchell Trubisky. Yeah, people like, oh, but hold up, Dave. He dropped like 50 on the Buccaneers. Dak Prescott dropped 40 on the Jaguars. So are we really going to act like, the Buccaneers have a more impressive defense than the Jaguars now? Just to defend the Chicago Bears? Come on, man. And don't give me the whole, oh, well, the Jaguars were struggling. It don't matter. They ain't had no injuries, though. We just knocked their doors off. We blew their doors off, all right? And that was without Amari Cooper. And that's my point. And see, I've been watching this YouTuber. His name is Vash. You know why I rock with this brother? He's a Cowboys fan, and he brought up a great point. He said if the Cowboys just averaged 24 points a game for the first 6 games of this season, first 7 games of this season, do y'all realize we would be 6-0-1? That's how dominant our defense is, y'all. We hold people to under 24 points. Do you know how difficult that shit is? And trust me, our running game contributes to that as well. And that's why we need a #1 receiver to take an extra man out of the box, to allow Zeke to continue to eat. And if they don't want to take an extra man out of that box, then we're going to throw that bitch over the top and you're going to get your ass shitted on by Amari Cooper. And then you also got to take into account Tavon Austin is hurt. When he comes back, do you see all this speed on the field we're going to have? We got Zeke Elliott, that's track star speed. Tavon Austin, track star speed. Amari Cooper, track star speed. Cole Beasley, slot, track star speed. You got Michael Gallup, track star speed. All of a sudden, our team is fast as shit, and it's starting to look a lot like how the Seahawks built their team when they were really dominant under Russell Wilson. See, people forget, when Russell Wilson won his Super Bowl, he wasn't this great quarterback. He wasn't. He was a game manager. That's why they forced the ball through that quick slant to that one wide receiver in the Super Bowl and lost to the Patriots, because they wanted to change the narrative of Russell Wilson being a game manager so they could win back-to-back Super Bowls, and then people go, oh man, this guy's the truth. But they jagged it and choked it, all right? But that's essentially my point, ladies and gentlemen. You can't come to me as a Cowboys fan and tell me the same pick we would have used on a wide receiver anyway, we got fleeced with. Look, we're trying to make the playoffs. If we're 3-4 without Amari, we're going to be at least, what, 9-7 with him? Let's just do quick math real quick, all right? I think we'll go 5-3 with Amari Cooper, at least, right? So that pick isn't going to be very high in the draft anyway. We're not giving them some top 10 pick, all right? And the Bears, they're not giving them, well, let me not speak too soon. That could fuck around and be a top 15 pick. We don't know. Because Mitchell Trubisky, I'm just not sold on him. If it wasn't for Tariq Cohen, Mitchell Trubisky would be garbage this season. Do you know how much stat padding Tariq Cohen gives Mitchell Trubisky, y'all? He gives this man the ball, and he dodges like 4 tackles in the open field and gets 20 yards out of it. But then on Trubisky's stat sheet, it looks like he completed a 20-yard pass. That motherfucker ain't throwing it deep like that. You feel me? That's my point, y'all. That's my point. When it's a white quarterback, we subconsciously give that guy a break for things we don't give the black man a break for. That's what pisses me off the most, and that's why I had to speak on it. So, y'all want to keep talking about who got fleeced? Bears fans, y'all need to be honest with yourselves. Cowboys fans, if you want to talk about who got fleeced, y'all got fleeced because y'all gave up 2 first-round picks for a pass rusher. Y'all gave up 2 first-round picks and a 3rd for a pass rusher. We gave up 1 for a wide receiver, and we really needed a wideout in order for our team to keep functioning the way it needs to. Y'all jumped the gun because y'all are trying to overly invest while you're not paying your quarterback a lot of money. But isn't that exactly what the Cowboys are doing? So how did we get fleeced when you don't even look at yourself as being fleeced if we're both doing it for the same reasons? See my point? Because when it's a black quarterback and you get a wide receiver, people look at it as a waste because they already assume that black man can't throw. And that's what I want us as black folks and black fans of football to get over. Let's stop feeding into this bullshit, this agenda. The next thing I want to talk about is Dak Prescott, of course. Because I feel like Carson Wentz, I spoke on this a little bit last season. The double standard between Dak Prescott and Carson Wentz. Carson Wentz, I know that he's coming off of an ACL injury. I'm not trying to downplay that. But I can't help but notice that Nick Foles won a Super Bowl and Carson Wentz didn't play in that Super Bowl. I can't help but notice that Carson Wentz is finding it very difficult to score over 20 points a game. And if you really look at the records right now, we're tied with the Eagles at 3-4. But they're the first place team. And well, they're the team with the first place schedule. They're the defending champs. They're expected to be better than this. But Eagles fans, they're looking at it as the glass is half full because they're tied with us. So they still have the mindset of a dwarf, the mindset of a small club, the mindset of a small team. Because they keep comparing themselves to us when we haven't won in 20 years. You keep throwing in our face that we haven't won in 20 years, but then when you fail, you act like it's okay because we're failing. Well, make up your fucking mind. Are we the symbol of greatness in this league or not? Because you treat us like we are when we're both failing together. And, excuse me, and that's my point. Like, they're so herky-jerky, man. And see, and it's impossible to debate an Eagles fan. Because when you debate with an Eagles fan and you bring up the facts, Carson Wentz has, well, until Jay Ajayi got hurt, he had 4 good running backs, he had 6 good wide receivers, and he had 2 elite tight ends. Yes, 2 elite tight ends. Look it up. They drafted one in this draft that the Cowboys were actually looking for to replace Jason Witten. These pricks drafted him even though they didn't need him, okay? So, hey, if you're mad your team don't have no depth, blame your fucking coaching staff for drafting a tight end you didn't need. That's not our fault. That's not our fault, okay? And look at the past few drafts. Y'all traded how many first-round picks for Carson Wentz? And that's why you didn't get Amari Cooper, because you didn't have a first-round pick. So when the Cowboys anteed up, yo ass came in looking short. And that's what's really real. Y'all wanted Amari, and that's the funniest thing. Eagles wanted Amari. They fans saying, oh, we overpaid for him. Nigga, you wanted him for a second-round pick, though. And if y'all would have had a first, y'all would have spent it, too. Stop lying to yourself. All right? Y'all are desperate right now. Redskins, they also wanted Amari. They just got done beating us by 3 points. But they were willing to give a second-round pick just to make sure we didn't have a number 1 wide receiver. That shows you how good Amari is in a nutshell. And I got Redskins fans telling me Amari ain't worth it. Like, bro, chill. Amari would walk into your team. He would walk in, all right? It's that simple. It's that simple, bro. But yeah, so to get back to Dak and Wentz, you know, Wentz has far better talent around him. He has a better O-line this season, by far. 2 good tight ends. We don't have 1 good tight end. He has 5 good wide receivers. We might have 1 good one with Cole Beasley and 1 and maybe a half of a good one with Michael Gallup, but he's just a baby, okay? So, but now that we got Amari, all right, so now you can say maybe we have 3 good receivers. Eagles still have better receivers than us. The one thing we have over y'all is a running back. We have a better running back than y'all. But y'all claim your quarterback is so good, and if this is a quarterback's league, why can't your team average over 20 points, my nigga? Shut your dumb ass up. You don't have the answers, and that's why you're pissed. Your defense is supposed to be what your team is about, and they getting shitted on. Y'all let Marcus Mariota clutch you. You the last motherfuckers that should talk about my Cowboys. We would never lose to the Titans. Never. On everything I love, we would never lose to them bums. Y'all let Delaney Walker look like Antonio Gates out there. You got Corey Davis out here looking like T.O. Like, come on, bro. Them motherfuckers shitted on y'all. Like, let's just call a spade a spade. And then y'all just lost to Carolina. Y'all was up 17-0 to Carolina and took an L. And shout outs to my brother. Shout outs to my brother Eric Reed, who was kneeling with Colin Kaepernick. I appreciate Eric Reed, because this brother, he is the epitome of somebody who is down. Someone who's a day one homie. Someone who got your back. Like, everyone's giving Brandon Ingram credit for throwing a punch at CP3. Oh, he stay ready. He ain't got to get ready. I get that, but Eric Reed was ready on a whole nother tip. All right? He was ready for all the bullshit. He was ready for all the smoke because he kneeled during that anthem. And he don't get enough credit for that. But shout outs to you, Panthers. Shout outs to y'all because y'all signed him. So y'all earned a lot more respect from me. I always kind of liked y'all team because of Cam Newton, but when he started cooning a little bit against Kaepernick, but it is interesting how Cam has changed his tune. You know, last year he said Colin Kaepernick is going to go down as a legend. Now all of a sudden they signed Eric Reed. You know what I'm saying? So it does seem like Cam is starting to reawaken himself, and he's out of that damn funk where he was cooning, running through the fucking woods, you know what I'm saying, sweating and shit. Like, that shit looked runaway slavish, Cam. I really don't get why you agreed to that, but Eric Reed ended up getting into a dispute, actually, with Malcolm Jenkins. Now, to provide some type of clarity and some type of transparency, ladies and gentlemen, this is how it went down in the stories that I've read, articles that I've read. Colin Kaepernick and Eric Reed were really the front and center, the faces of the start of this protest. Now, from what I understand, during the whole collusion lawsuit situation where Eric Reed was being kept out of the league and Kaepernick was being kept out of the league, for whatever reason, NFL owners and the wigs at the NFL decided that they were going to anoint and handpick Malcolm Jenkins as the face of kneeling. But Malcolm Jenkins, he didn't even have his facts together. He didn't speak up for the cause as eloquently as Brother Kaepernick did. And frankly, let's call a spade a spade. It felt very convenient that they gave the poster boy of this movement to the guy who's the defending Super Bowl champ. It felt like they kind of wanted the story to have a good spin on it. And I think that's the problem Eric Reed has with him. Because my thing is, if you know deep down in your heart of heart, you don't really contribute to this movement, then you should have the integrity to come out and say, hey, I'm not the face of this movement. I have not contributed to this movement half as much as my predecessors or even my contemporaries. You know, I feel like if that brother Malcolm Jenkins would have done that, Eric Reed wouldn't have no problem with him. My brother Kaepernick wouldn't have no problem with him. But see, that's my problem. When you start getting some success, niggas love to act like they're responsible for some of it. And it's like, bro, what did you help me create? I'm a creator. What did you help me put together? Oh, but remember that day we was having a session, bro, and I gave you that idea when we were passing it to the left that night. Like, shut your dumb ass up, all right? Because if you really had all these ideas, you would have did it already. Those are the facts. Those are the facts, man. But in terms of Malcolm Jenkins, I'm just not feeling dude, mainly because he an Eagles player. Like, if he go anywhere else, maybe I can hear him out. But yeah, he bitch made just because he on the Eagles. But yeah, I'm just not a fan of someone who's willing to take credit for something that they're not really responsible for. I just think that's so slimy and dirty, all right? And to get back to the Dak versus Wentz conversation, you know, everyone makes a big deal out of Dak not throwing for 200 yards. Since when is 200 yards the meter for who's good and who isn't? Since when has that become the barometer? I don't remember that. It seems like for black quarterbacks, we create new hurdles for them to have to jump over. We move the goalpost, no pun intended, for black quarterbacks. You know, who cares if Wentz throws over 200 yards if his team can't fucking score 20 points? You know, we're not discussing that part. It should be about if the team scores points or not. Because we just blew the fuck out of the Jacksonville Jaguars and everyone got quiet for a week. All of a sudden, Dak comes back from a concussion, brings us back down 10. With less than 5 minutes left, Dak puts us in a position to still go to OT. Made big plays on both drives, and people still blame him. That's that black quarterback shit. A black quarterback will get blamed despite the fact of all his heroics. A white quarterback, though, they will focus on the fact that, but Peyton Manning almost brought them back. He almost did it. That's the hypocrisy, y'all. That's the hypocrisy. And look, at the end of the day, there's no excuse for Carson Wentz's struggles. I'm hearing these, oh, he's coming back from injury. You must not have ever played sports before. That's what people love to say to me. Because they know they can't talk to me on a fast level. So then they try to come at me and say, oh, you didn't play football on the level I did. Nigga, you only played college at an HBCU. No disrespect, but that ain't D1. So stop acting like you are this amazing player. And you only got to play football at that level because God gifted you to be like 6'5", 300 pounds. All right? You didn't work for that size. I'm going to be completely honest with you. All right? So because you played O-line for HBCU, that doesn't mean you know more about a quarterback than I do. See that? Now, if we were discussing O-linemen, okay, you can have that shit, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about a quarterback playing bad. But see, that's how Eagles fans are. More specifically, that's how butthurt niggas get that know they can't hold a conversation with you. And that's why I opened up this podcast with that song, and I went out of my way to give y'all 20 minutes of a previously on Recency Bias Radio. Because I know for a fact, the majority of people that will be listening to this premiere didn't hear much of my previous few seasons. I feel like that 20 minutes encapsulates everything I've always been about, but in a fast way. I mean, I basically gave y'all a fast forward through season 3. I be looking out for my peoples, all right? But that's because I don't want people to feel like because they weren't there from the start that I don't value them as a listener. I still value you, all right? Now, if you a motherfucker who's hating me from the start, then I don't. But if you someone that just didn't know, out of sight, out of mind type stuff, man, I welcome you with open arms. Welcome to RBR, all right? But yeah, so in terms of Dak Prescott, I think people need to just chill, all right? We need to just chill. This man has never had a season under 500. Think about that. Has there ever been a more criticized player who has never finished below 500 in NFL history? Think about that. They were calling Fitzpatrick Fitzmagic off 2 games, and this nigga has never been a starting quarterback, really. Dak Prescott was the offensive rookie of the year, all right? Then the next year, when everyone says people got you figured out, he went 9-7 when Zeke missed 6 games. Carson Wentz is coming to a team that already won a Super Bowl with more talent around him than the year before. He can barely scratch 20 points a game, and he has the same exact record as Dak right now. But y'all claim it's a quarterback's league, and he's so much better than Dak. Don't give me the ACL excuse. We are in week 7 now. If he's still hurt, he don't need to be playing. And let's be real, everyone's hurt. It's week fucking 7. So stop caping for the white boy. You feel me? Because if he was black, you would be harder on him. And see, that's that subconscious self-hate I talk about all the time. We're so much harder on people that look like us, that play a position that's known for intellectuals. We're so much harder. We're so much harder. You got Josh Gordon on the New England Patriots now. I think that was one hell of a pickup for them. I wanted the Cowboys to get him, but I understand why we didn't get him. Our locker room is really... Look, man, last thing you want is Randy Gregory becoming best friends with Josh Gordon and these niggas start blazing up. That's the last thing we need, coach. That's the last thing we need. So I understand. I understand why we didn't pick him up. It was a sound decision by the front office. 100%. It was a sound decision. All right. And they're saying, oh, but you could have got him for a 4th round pick. Yeah, but the risk ain't worth the reward, my G. And did you see him playing for New England? He's lost a lot of his speed. Josh Gordon used to be a burner. He not that fast no more. He's more of a possession red zone threat now. But he used to be like a all-around balanced killer. And it seems like he's not that guy no more. Now, maybe he doesn't have a full grasp of the playbook, so maybe he's like overthinking it, and that's why his speed isn't there yet. Because they say once you start learning the playbook 100%, now you can just rely on your full athleticism and gifts. Because now you don't have to overthink anything. You're doing it subconsciously. But yeah, so kudos to Josh Gordon. I'm glad he got another opportunity. The LA Rams seem very, very good, but I'm not scared of them at all. I think if my Dallas Cowboys play against them with their terrible rush defense, mark my words, I think my Cowboys win that game. And I know there's going to be a whole bunch of people like, oh, you didn't see this coming. I'm calling it now, nigga. I'm calling it now. So when we do win, no excuses, coach. And that's going to be with Amari Cooper, by the way. And I know I only know that we're going to play them because we already played the Seahawks this season, which makes me believe we've got a 49ers game coming. We probably got LA Rams game coming, and we probably also have a game with what's the other team in that division? Arizona Cardinals. That's the name of the team. I'm over here looking up in the sky trying to remember what the other team is. But yeah, so at the end of the day, man, I believe in Dak Prescott. I'm well documented in saying I believe in him. Now, do I agree with some of the coon shit he be saying? Hell no. But he's my quarterback, damn it. I can't abandon him. Not while he's my quarterback. Now, if he stays on that coon shit when he ain't no cowboy, I'm going to say fuck the dude. You know what I'm saying? But for now, I'm going to show him my support, all right? You know, and I just want to throw this out there. And I know people going to be like, oh, Dave, you a little soft when it come to Dak. I'm just going to say this. He's a black quarterback playing for America's team. Y'all know how they treat black quarterbacks. Hell, I've been documented speaking on a double standard for the past 20 minutes, right? So you know damn well if Dak Prescott would have said anything that was pro-Kaepernick, pro-kneeling, y'all know they would still be talking about him to this day about that and not the 200 yards. So let's be real. Dak Prescott has said all the right things, and that's why all they can focus on is him throwing. Because other than that, he's done nothing wrong. And the media looks for something wrong in a black quarterback. I mean, that's just what it is, man. But yeah, so it is what it is. But, you know, it's funny, like, styles make fights and whatnot, but, you know, the Patriots lost to the Lions, the Cowboys beat the Lions, and then niggas acted like, oh, our win against the Lions didn't mean nothing. And it's like, bro, y'all are so fucking fickle. We beat the man who beat the man. Like, that should mean something. And because I just said that, I want to like to segue to boxing and MMA. The Canelo versus Triple G2 fight. Despicable. Just like the first fight. Now, I get it. This fight around, Triple G got tagged up a lot more and his face looked a lot worse. But boxing isn't about how your face looks post-fight. Boxing is about who scores the most points. Points is determined by punches landed. Not punches thrown, punches landed. Triple G landed the most punches that counted for points. Most of Canelo's punches, while they did look more impactful, more dynamic, he didn't connect on as many punches. All right? And then there's people that say, oh, well, Triple G said he wanted to do a Mexican fight, and then he ran away. Maybe he was baiting him into that. That way he could fight a different fight. You know, that's gamesmanship. Like, why are we acting like a boxer, or any fighter for that matter, has to be held to everything that they say before a fight? You know, I can't help but notice that Triple G, I mean, not Triple G, but Canelo looks like a white man even though he's Mexican, and that adds to all of the marketing with him. Because, you know, any brown Mexican, let's call a spade a spade. Any brown Mexican doesn't get pushed like this. They don't get fights rigged for them like this. You know what I'm saying? Margarito used to fight with fucking stone fist. This nigga used to fight with plaster in his damn glove, and he even got exposed. So they weren't covering up for these Mexican dudes like that before, but they ain't got that many left that's popping now. You know? And there's a lot of boxers that I really like. I've been really getting into boxing lately because the welterweight division is really good. It's really good. I mean, it's always good, but you got Errol Spence, who I mentioned in the song. You got one-time Keith Thurman, who's my favorite boxer, but it kind of looks like he might retire early. You got Sean Porter, who just got done winning a belt against Danny Garcia, who's also another great fighter, Danny Swift Garcia. You got Terrence Crawford, who's with ESPN and Top Dog. I mean, not Top Dog. Is it Top Dog? No, I'm thinking of TDE. I'm tripping. Top Rank, my fault. But yeah, so you got Terrence Crawford. It's a lot of good boxers. You got Mikey Garcia. You got Lomachenko. You got a lot of great boxers right now in the welterweight division. In my true opinion, I think boxing is going to have a resurgence now. I think it's coming quickly. I think MMA, especially post Khabib and McGregor, and I'm going to discuss that Khabib and McGregor next after I get done discussing what I want to discuss. But yeah, I think the Deontay Wilder-Tyson Fury fight, without a doubt, is going to help bring boxing back. I think Tyson Fury is going to lose, but I think he's witty enough of a boxer to make it interesting. Anthony Joshua, you're a fucking coward. I'm just going to call a spade, bro. You're a coward, bro. I can just sense energy on people. Whenever a direct question is asked about Deontay Wilder to Anthony Joshua, he looked like he don't want to smoke, boy. He looked like some of y'all niggas do when it's time to debate me. On the real, though. Like it's levels to this shit. Anthony Joshua, enjoy that money, enjoy that A side, but if you ain't fighting no real A, then you ain't no real A yourself. Deontay Wilder, this man took down King Kong. He's fighting against Fury now, the Gypsy King. He beats them two. Honestly, he's the A side now, Joshua. Because he beat someone even you were too scared to fight. Alright? You out here fighting 40-year-old men. Now, I know King Kong was 40 plus, but no one wanted to fight him, though, because they thought he was doping. So, as you can see, I've really been doing my research on boxing. But yeah, I mean, boxing is going to have a resurgence real soon. But see, this Triple G Canelo shit puts a stain on it. And by the way, I don't know if y'all know this, but Adrian Broner is supposed to fight Pacquiao next. That should be interesting as well. Not because I think the fight will be good or nothing, but Broner is basically a poor man's Floyd. So I think Floyd is kind of sending Broner to do this because he knows he can beat Broner easily. And I think Floyd, at the end of the day, he just wanted, you know, some people say Floyd's a cherry picker. A cherry picker in boxing is someone that waits for you to fight someone really good and then fight you right after that person, right after you got some chinks in your armor, and then they want some smoke. And honestly, that's how a lot of niggas are with me. You know, there'll be debates on Facebook and Twitter. It'd be me and one person, and I'll be destroying them. Then all of a sudden, their little boyfriend or girlfriend comes in and they start hitting likes on only the shit they say, but they don't want to talk yet. Then when I bring them in and I bring the smoke to their face, now all of a sudden they want to play victim, you know. Or in other cases, I don't have to bring the smoke to them. They bring the smoke to me, but only in I'ma tag my mans. That way both of us can be in this conversation versus you, 2-on-1 type shit. And see, I'll take on 2 people. But at the end of the day, defeating 2 people at once, I just do it to test myself. And I know deep down, mentally and psychologically, if you need an extra person against me, you've already lost. I mean, those are the facts, all right? But yeah, so to get back to boxing though, you know, I really hope it gets back because honestly, UFC fights are hard for me to enjoy because all I want to watch is them stand up and box. So now I go back to the boxing. I go, wow, man, now that I'm older, I truly appreciate the technique a lot more. I've been playing a lot of Fight Night Champion, you know, the whole 9. And I'm really appreciating boxing a lot more. I hope they bring back Fight Night, by the way. I think that would be a good idea. I'm tired of seeing niggas like Mike Tyson on UFC. Come on, man, this nigga can't wrestle. But but yeah, but that Canelo Triple G fight was so rigged. For y'all to call the first fight a draw, then to call the second fight that should have been a draw at best, you give that to Canelo. It just goes to show Canelo can't lose. And I think they like the fact that he's only lost to Floyd because it almost helps his legend more. The only person that beat me is undefeated. So he can never lose a second time, because if he loses a second time, it almost diminishes his only loss, right? His only other loss, I mean, right? And they don't want that. And you know Oscar De La Hoya represents him, and Oscar De La Hoya, this nigga, man. I mean, this dude used to cross-dress and wear fucking fishnet, you know, he the last motherfucker that needs to come at Floyd. But of course, what do dudes do when they can't really fry you or roast you on your level? They bring up, they start saying, oh, if I was a woman, you'd beat my ass. You know, they start talking about all the skeletons in your closet. Nigga, you might be in the closet for real, though. You were in fishnet in a skirt in the bathtub looking fucked up. All right? I don't give a fuck if it's Halloween or not, coach. I don't want to see that. And all you white folks thinking blackface is a good idea, you need your ass beat. I saw Megyn Kelly on Twitter say some dumb shit like, oh, blackface shouldn't be such a big deal. Now, mind you, this is the same white woman that said it's appalling for Santa Claus to not be a white man. She said that. Now, all of a sudden, you're saying blackface isn't offensive? How would you know, bitch? So if a black person were to rock a Nazi costume, you really mean to tell me, oh, that's fair game? Come on, B. Like, I'm not trying to get too far into the politics realm, but I'm just keeping it all the way a buck. And the reason why I'm mentioning politics is because Khabib and McGregor was 100% political, bruh. The reason why the media covers Khabib the way they do is because he's 2 things America hates. Think about it. Russian and Muslim. He is the perfect mixture. He's the perfect storm to get all of the conservative America to hate him, especially right-wing America. They'll hate him, all right? And Khabib beat the brakes off McGregor's ass. You talk all that hot shit, you disrespect this man's family, you destroyed this man's tour bus. And mind you, that wasn't just his tour bus, that was the UFC's tour bus. Like, Rose Namajunas was on that bus. They said she's like shell-shocked, she has PTSD. Like, there's a class action lawsuit against McGregor right now because of that dumb shit he pulled. You know, and it's funny because Khabib ran out and beat his homie's ass, then Khabib's homies beat Conor's ass after Khabib beat his ass. And see, this is why I want to mention this. See, if Khabib would have lost to McGregor, then his people jumped him, all right, I'll agree. That's soft. That's beta male. That's bitch made, right? But he beat the brakes off your bitch ass and thought so little of you that he picked a fight after a fight with your mans who was 100% healthy, who doesn't have no gloves on, by the way. So he was willing to fight a guy with no gloves. He got bare knuckles versus him with gloves. He was willing to scrap that way. That's how little he thought of your team. Real talk. And that's how focused and tunnel vision that man was towards revenge. And did y'all see the soundbite of Conor telling Khabib, oh, it's just business. It's just business. That sounds like a motherfucker that's defeated, don't it? You know, that remind me of cats that I expose on Facebook and then they hit me up in DMs and be like, nah, bruh, the reason why I said that was cause woo, woo, woo. See, I want that same energy from you. You know, when I don't get that same energy, I know something real off with you. You know what I'm saying? And why are you so thirsty for attention that you can't be the same person in your Facebook post that you are in your DMs? See, there's a flaw in your character, my G, and there's a flaw in Conor's character. And for all of these people in the media to defend this guy further shows how white supremacy works. White privilege works. Conor can destroy a fucking tour bus, okay? He can come at a man's religion. He could come at a man's family. He could come at a man's nation. And all of that is fair game. But if you beat his ass, then jump him, oh, that's uncalled for. Are you serious? Are you serious? All the bullshit, all the trash talk that comes out of Conor's mouth. And what pisses me off is we all know if Conor would have won that fight, he would have been talking that hot shit. He would have been in people's faces. Hell, I've seen Conor after a win jump over the octagon and confront someone. But because it didn't end up in a fight, Conor isn't looked at as a bad person. You know, Conor is allowed to swing his dick around, his proverbial dick around, wherever he wants. I remember the build-up to the Mayweather-McGregor fight. I remember McGregor was saying some of the most low-key racist, matter of fact, it wasn't even low-key, it was just racist shit. And if you want to chalk that off as business, chalk it off as business. But you gotta also be ready for that energy. And see, that's the thing, bro. This dude wants to talk about how, oh, my family was shunned by the king, the McGregors, we were mistreated. What about black folks that you shit on during all your marketing? You know, you don't think black people have been shunned from a country quicker than you, Conor, than your family, Conor? What about the black people that were enslaved, Conor? At least y'all were excommunicated and allowed to keep your families. Your mothers wasn't raped to hell and back. You know, we could get really deep with this conversation here. But he acts as if his family's history is somehow more important than other people's families. But then in the same breath, he has the gall, the unmitigated gall to disrespect Muslims because he knows the majority of his fans are what? Caucasoid. You know, I fuck with the true Geordie the long way, but the one thing that makes the true Geordie very unbiased is Conor McGregor. He dick rides that guy. He gargles his sack every chance he gets. I'm watching a YouTube video right after the fight, and he's making excuses for him. Oh, it was just so sad to see Conor. Oh, but let's give Conor credit, though, because he stopped so many sprawls and takedowns. Oh, so now we're doing these little, we're basically doing these symbolized victories all over again, huh? You know, we're giving him credit even though he was supposed to win. It's interesting. Once you get your ass beat and you're white, everyone changes the narrative like you were never expected to win. But wait, the hot shit he was talking before the match, you would have thought he expected himself to win. This dude is walking out to the ring doing some type of stroll, completely full of himself, and everyone loves it. Yeah, do that walk, man. This motherfucker was just as overhyped as Ronda Rousey. And you know what those two have in common? They're both Caucasoid. They're both white people. When has a black person ever been hyped as hard as Ronda Rousey or Conor McGregor at the UFC? I'll wait, because there hasn't been one. Hell, Anderson Silva was hated, and he was such a great fighter, but people were so tired of him because he was too good. See, when you're black and you're too good, people hate you. Look at Serena Williams, for instance. Look at Tiger Woods, for instance. These people hold up the sport and keep it relevant to the average casual fan, and yet people still grow tired of their dominance, just like people have grown tired of LeBron's dominance. You feel me? When you're a black man and you're not cooning out here in these streets, people get tired of you because you're too perfect. Shut up and dribble type shit. But to get back to Conor, though, my problem with Conor McGregor and all of his fans is you guys are showing your white privilege the more you defend this punk. And I'm going to straight up call him a punk. Because if you're going to talk all that shit, I expect you to be about that shit. He wasn't about that shit. All right? He wasn't. And he got his ass laid the fuck out. All right? That dude fought you at your game. He stood up with your bitch ass and still slept your ass. You feel it, dig me? He wanted it to be a long, drawn-out fight. And during that fight, Conor was cheating. He was grabbing the dude's shorts. He was grabbing the dude's gloves. He was grabbing the cage with his toes. He was doing everything in his power to try to stick around in the fight, because if he didn't do all that shit, ladies and gentlemen, Khabib would have destroyed that man. He would have tried to kill that motherfucker, all right? And shame on the referee, who was a black man, that allowed this white dude to get away with breaking the fucking rules just because he's Conor. That's what I'm talking about. The special treatment. Do y'all really think if John Bones Jones, do y'all really think if he was in trouble against an Alexander Gustafsson, which seems to be the light heavyweight bout, by the way, for the title, it appears that Daniel Cormier's belt will be vacated. I don't really see him coming back down to 205 at all. He'll probably stay at heavyweight. He's about to fight Derek Lewis. But yeah, so they're saying it's going to be Alexander Gustafsson versus John Bones Jones, probably in January. I'm not sure when, but it's going to be for the vacated light heavyweight championship. Do y'all really mean to tell me if John Bones Jones was involved in that situation, that same referee would have let him get away with that bullshit? No, because like I said before with Dak Prescott, we are harder on our own, and that is a mental problem. That is a psychological problem. And until we get over that hurdle, see, we got to accept the fact that it is a hurdle first. Motherfuckers don't even want to address the elephant in the room because they're cowards. See, that's the hypocrisy, y'all. But then go and look at how hard they are on John Bones Jones. They're hard on him because they know he's the best fighter in UFC history, but he can't lay off the cocaine. And you can bet money that there's some white guy that's like, man, if I had his ability. You feel me? I mean, that's how a lot of these racists are. Oh, if I had your body. You know, that's why they hate us, right? But in terms of the whole Khabib and Conor McGregor thing, I feel like I'm the Khabib of this debate shit on social media. No one really wants to be seen losing to me. So people just decide to ignore me and duck me. That's why I said in the song, I'm Errol Spence, bro. Nobody wants these problems. Nobody. Because they know I do my research. They know I put in the time, right? So I bring up stuff people ain't even prepared to talk about. And then I recenter the argument back to where it needs to go, because oftentimes when I'm debating people, they always look for what? To change the subject. They always want to bring in something else, bring in another person. And there's always some beta male willing to cheerlead because he's too much of a pussy to go at me himself. So it's usually a 2-on-1 debate. That's really the most fair debate y'all can have with me, 2-on-1. 1-on-1, y'all know it's a problem for you. I'm Thanos in this bitch. What can I say? But yeah, so that's my problem with the media. The way they just defended McGregor, you know? And see, I'm a Cowboys fan, so I'll be honest with you. McGregor being at that Jaguars game was pretty lit. I thought the boys was playing well with McGregor in the stadium and whatnot. So that was cool. Hell, even Jeff Heath did some good. And that motherfucker be tripping, coach. He's basically the Chris Conte of the Cowboys, to all you Bears fans that might be listening. That's my way of explaining his style. But he's one of those safeties that finds a way to fuck up every game, but he makes a decent play every game. And for whatever reason, he continues to start and it confuses the fan base. That's basically Jeff Heath. You know what I'm saying? Basically. But yeah, so Conor got what was coming to him. And frankly, Conor is ducking a lot of huge fights right now. He only went after Khabib because he know Khabib ain't known for beating nobody's ass, right? So he thought, oh, okay, I could just sleep him like I did Aldo. Didn't work out for you. And see, Tony Ferguson's lying in wait right now, McGregor. Why ain't you talking about Tony Ferguson? Instead, McGregor wants a rematch with Khabib. You feel me? You already got destroyed by Khabib, bro. That was an onslaught. We don't want to see that shit again. We want to see you get destroyed by somebody else, coach. But see, he don't want them problems. And see, if it's my opinion on it, I'd rather see Khabib go against GSP or go against Kevin Lee. Because both of those guys can stand up and strike, but they also are just, well, maybe not just as good as wrestlers as Khabib, but they're high-level wrestlers. So they can at least fight against Khabib's onslaught better than Conor could. Conor is a natural-born striker, right? And because he's a natural-born striker, yeah, you can go to a 6-week camp and learn how to defend a takedown, but it's not subconsciously implanted into your brain to defend that takedown. And that gasses you the fuck out, having to remember coaching when it's not already in you to begin with. Khabib, he been wrestling bears, my G. He can take away your legs like that. So, yeah. But yeah, I really do feel like I am the Khabib of this Facebook shit when it comes to debates. Nobody really trying to see me. And everybody who has gone up against me, look at my track record. They all have taken TKOLs. I mean, I'm being honest. I mean, I had a guy try to tell me, that tried to tell me I'm a troll because all I do is post stuff to get reactions out of people. So you know what I did to his dumb ass? I said, nigga, you the last nigga that could talk that shit about me when you steal statuses from other people's pages. I said, nigga, you out here clout chasing and you ain't even original doing it. Ooh, damn. I took that nigga's soul like Shang Tsung when I said that. Then all of a sudden, the guy who thought he knew everything about my page, he gets defensive and he goes, damn, man, what you been, stalking my page or something? Oh, so when I bring up yo flaws and yo character on Facebook, that's off limits. You acting like Conor McGregor fans in this bitch, bruh. But see, that's what I'm saying. When niggas come at me, they don't know how much I know about them already. Because I don't talk about these niggas. I only stick to what? The subject matter of my posts. So that's why when people think they can catch me lacking and try to snake me on something they think I'm not an expert in, all of a sudden, damn, he knows a lot about this shit too? It frustrates them, bruh. Because a lot of these motherfuckers, they want these symbolized wins over me. But I never give anyone an easy win. I've never given anyone a win. But that's my point, you know? But that's why the smoke is just different with me. You know, I've debated with women, but debating with women is much more tricky because when a woman is losing to a guy in a debate, she wants to always change the subject to you being sexist. That's what they do. It's happened to me before and I had to block someone for it. I'm not going to get into details on that, but it's been well documented. And I'm definitely not going to let, just because she flew off on a handle on me, I'm not going to let that affect my relationship with her brother. Her brother is still my guy. I fucks with him the long way. That's my homie over there. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I've never been the type of person to make someone guilty by association. Never. That's never been my thing. Because you shouldn't be held accountable for for a mistake someone else made. You know? The same way I wouldn't want anyone that learned from me under my podcasting tree, I wouldn't want any of them to be held accountable for anything that I say on my platform. Even though we're connected, we're not connected. You see where I'm going at with this? But yeah, so at the end of the day, man, I just want people to keep that same energy. I mean, I've had guys who I know for a fact are simps in real life. They get on Facebook and then they start calling women bitches and hoes. And I'm looking at them like, bro, this ain't your character. I know who you are in real life. I met your family, bro. Why are you doing this just to do it? You know what I'm saying? People can say whatever they want about me, but whenever I say something, I stand on that. You know what I'm saying? People can say, oh, you trolling with this one. No. Everything I say on Facebook, I believe. But enough of that talk. Let's get back to sports because we got a good fight coming up this weekend. We got Derek Lewis going up against Daniel Cormier for the heavyweight championship, the UFC heavyweight championship. I think that's going to be a great fight, ladies and gentlemen. You know, he's infamously known now as the guy who said his balls were hot, so he took off his shorts after he won that fight against Volkov. I think that's going to be a really good ticket. It's going to happen in New York, so it's going to be a cracking crowd. You know how New York crowds get. They get real lit, and they're really fun. I think it's going to be a real good fight, definitely. But yeah, so UFC's popping, but I think boxing is on the rise, like I said previously. I think boxing is going to make a comeback very soon, and once they make their comeback, UFC is in real trouble. Because they're already talking like this little Khabib Conor thing from a security standpoint with such... And see, hold on, let me mention this, because I thought this was bullshit too. You mean to tell me, Dana White, you couldn't put the belt around Khabib because you were scared they would throw shit? That just goes to show that your audience and fan base is racist. How... You gonna throw some shit into the stands because Khabib beat someone's ass who disrespected his religion? Then he went outside to fight one guy who contributed to disrespecting his religion and was talking shit while he was fighting. And let's be real, that dude was only talking shit because he thought Khabib ain't have it in him to go ahead and cash that check to see what's popping, okay? But for you, Dana White, to say you can't put the belt on him, shame on you. You make him walk out of there and they're throwing shit at him. It's looking like the Malice in the Palace or some shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, Dana White, what the fuck is this shit? Okay? But see, Conor McGregor is Dana's baby. And see, shout-outs to Khabib for pulling a power move on Dana White's bitch ass. Yeah, I said it. Shout-outs to you for pulling a power move on his bitch ass. Khabib said, you know what? They still haven't paid me for that fight. But you know what? I'm not someone who is motivated by money. So you could keep your fucking money. And you know what? I think that was a power move. Because once Khabib starts kind of leveraging a bit, talking about, hey, I'll go to boxing and fight Floyd and make some money my damn self like Conor did. Now all of a sudden Dana White's like, oh, we got it all figured out now. Oh, don't talk no crazy shit. And see, you know why that is, y'all. It's because Dana knows he ain't really getting a lot of money off of those boxing matches. Somebody else is. Whether that be Mayweather Promotions getting the majority of that money, whether that be, well, I guess Dana would count as the promotion. Well, no, he counted as Conor's promoter. But I don't think he would count as Khabib's. If Khabib said, fuck you, you ain't gave me my money, I'm not going to let you promote me for boxing. So yeah, I think Dana White was scared that he would get no money off of that Khabib windfall. And that's why he came correct and said, hey, you're going to get your money. All right? And now Khabib is now talking like, all right, he's finna fight this guy or that guy, you know? And see, kudos to Khabib. You know, you're the champion. You have all of the leverage. Don't let these people convince you you don't. And see, I mentioned this before, but see, this goes back to what I said, man. Khabib is a Muslim Russian. One of those is a bad thing for you in America. But to be both? Come on, man. They could have thrown some shit up in that damn octagon. He would have never ran out and did it in the first place, right? Because that's how butthurt white fans get when their great white hope gets his ass whipped. Let's be real. White folks are the biggest sore losers in the history of sports. Really. They're the biggest sore losers in the history of sports. Remember that Oregon game way back when? Remember that white guy was showboating and what's homeboy's name? He just won a title with the Eagles, but now he plays for the Detroit Lions. LeGret Blount. Remember that white boy was celebrating and showboating in LeGret Blount's face? Lack of sportsmanship there. So LeGret Blount slept his bitch ass. You feel what I'm saying? It's something. When a white dude loses a match that he was expected to win, he throws temper tantrums like Steph Curry. When a white dude wins a match he wasn't expected to win, then he gets extra gassed up and don't know how to act like he's been there before. This happens consistently. No one ever puts that person to task, though. And that's why I treat Steph Curry like he's an honorary white boy, because that's how the media coddles him, bro. That's how they coddle him, dog. Steph Curry just dropped 50 points, all right? In 3 quarters. Oh, kudos to you, my nigga. But as early as the next morning, you got Jalen Rose and Mike Greenberg discussing if he can drop 100 in a game. Like, this is unprecedented levels of dick riding. But see, this is what they do for the people that are unthreatening and that look like your son's college roommate. Remember that bullshit? I was shocked they didn't bake this nigga another cake. Like, I'm dead ass serious, bro. They just be nut hugging this dude, bro. Nut hugging. And it drives me nuts, bro. It drives me nuts, man. Like, we really gonna act like it's this impressive when he plays no defense in an era where as soon as the ball hits the damn basket, you know, I mean, not when the ball hits the damn basket. I think they changed the rule on the shot clock resetting when it hits the rim. So it doesn't go back to 24, it goes to 14 now, which now puts everybody back, like no one settles back down and resets no more. They try to score immediately, which leads to more possessions, more pace of play, right? So it helps people like Steph Curry get more points and pad their stats. And then that's when the LeBron haters say, oh, but LeBron, he benefited from that too, Dave. LeBron came into the league in a different era entirely and was still dominant in that one. Steph Curry has only been dominant in this era because he could never play in the other one, because when he first got drafted and was part of the other one, he had injury problems because he was too fucking soft. For real. I mean, that's the truth. That's the truth, coach. So I ain't trying to hear nothing else, you know, and that's what's really real. So that's what's really, but it's time to move on over to basketball. Let's get it popping. I told people, I said, I know LeBron James better than the average human being because I am one of his biggest fans, his biggest supporters. This podcast started because I felt like not enough people gave LeBron the credit he truly deserved, and also not enough people held Steph Curry to task for the bullshit he pulls. That's how this all came together, all right? So it's very, very interesting to see how this season will go because I am no longer a fan of LeBron James. Now, LeBron James, the man, the humanitarian, the social activist, I will always be a fan of that man. I'm talking about just simply the basketball player. I can acknowledge he is the GOAT without rooting for him ever again. And it's really that simple. But let's start breaking down the NBA, the Lakers, all this shit. Because I feel like this is what you're here to listen to. I mean, it's what you're here for, right? Like, let's just talk that hot shit, baby. You know, I wanted to weed out the fake from the reals. That's why I let this thing sit at the end. Because I'm going to see who really rocking with me if they still here. But, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I tried to tell y'all, didn't I? I tried to tell y'all he would regret this decision. He would regret this decision. And to get back to where I left off at, I saw this as a dumb move for multiple reasons. Number one, you could have went to Philly. You could have went to my favorite team now, Portland. Portland is now my favorite team. You could have went to Houston. Definitely you could have went to Houston, and they could have still made the same deal for Melo if you would have went to Houston before Melo did. Because really, when you break it down, Melo got traded to Atlanta Hawks by the OKC Thunder because the OKC Thunder, they wanted Dennis Schroeder. Then he got amnestied by the Atlanta Hawks, so he got released. So he's really on like a veteran minimum contract right now with the Rockets, meaning LeBron could have signed with Houston on a little bit of a discount, granted, and it would have been before Clint Capella signed his deal, so they would have had a little bit more cap room. All right, so he could have signed with Houston. And here's my thing. I think if LeBron signs with Houston, maybe Trevor Ariza rethinks going to the Phoenix Suns. Maybe Luke Richard and Bamute, maybe he doesn't decide to go back to the Clippers. You know, you never know, okay? That's how these pieces fall in place sometimes. You never know. And see, I'm not the biggest Houston Rockets fan in the world, but at the end of the day, would I rather see them win the championship over the Golden State Warriors? Hell yeah. Fuck Golden State. I made a song called Fuck Golden State. You feel what I'm saying? I don't rock with these bums. You feel it, dig me? And that's why I throw so much shots at them during my rants. But that's neither here nor there. Shout outs to the YouTube crowd, by the way. This is the first ever Recency Bias Radio podcast that's on YouTube. I just want to give y'all a quick shout out. Y'all still rocking with me. But before I get into the Lakers, there's a few things I want to discuss, y'all. Starting off with KD, aka Adam Banks. Now, I'm gonna get into explaining what Adam Banks means a little bit later. So that's a little red herring right there if you want to understand why I call him Adam Banks. I'm gonna unleash that into the YouTube ethos really soon. But did you guys see the recent social media post where KD got his ring? This is ring night. And by the way, Golden State, you guys are some fucking tryhards over there. Did you guys see how they have rings that are like changeable? Like they're like reversible rings? It's like back in the day when I was a kid, I used to think reversible jackets were cool. Then I got old enough to realize neither side looked nice because it has to be reversible. Therefore, it's pretty corny of an idea. You know, sometimes ideas seem good in practice until they're finally put into practice, and then you go, wow, what were we thinking? That's that ring. Then they go, oh, well, we did it because we won back-to-back titles. Oh, you could have won a back-to-back title in 2016 if Draymond would have kept his head on straight. But, you know, LeBron had to gas his ass. But at the end of the day, though, I think it's very corny to have rings that are reversible. It's like, there's motherfuckers out here starving across the world, and you got enough money to make a ring reversible? Now, what if someone accidentally, you know, pulls that shit out to show it to someone and someone grabs the other half and runs with it, alright? What if he can't find that nigga? You feel me? That dude can sell that shit on the black market for a hell of money. And it's cause your dumb ass didn't create a ring that was a one piece, one size fits all type shit. You made that thing reversible cause you wanted to do what y'all normally do on the court, Golden State. Showboat. That's a showboater's ring. And that's a welfare ring anyway. So I don't know why y'all had to buck the system and make yours so much more special than all the other rings, as if yours carries more weight than other rings. LeBron James's 2016 ring still carries more weight. But that's neither here nor there. Because Adam Banks' little brother, which I'll call Banks Jr. for the sake of this podcast, Banks Jr. goes on social media and he implies that KD is looking to get one more of these rings before they leave, quote unquote. Now, a lot of people are really speculating what he meant by "before we leave." Now, for the people that don't know, Golden State are building their new arena. They've been building it for a few years now, and they expect it to be ready by next season. So most people expect KD to want to re-up at least for one more season to play in the new building. Now, there are other people who believe KD is definitely gone. This is a clear sign by his younger brother that he will be going and relocating to another city, to another team very soon. But you could take it either way, and that's why I think the post itself was very cynical. And I think to an extent, KD knows that he's under the microscope, and he might be using his brother through proxy to troll everyone here. Now, KD is notoriously known as a motherfucker that don't want the smoke directly, so he creates all of these fake accounts so he can defend himself in third person. Very weird shit. But because that's the mindset of Adam Banks, then you know his little brother, who has to have more of a Napoleon mindset because he is in no way, shape, or form more athletically gifted as KD is. I know he has to feel like, damn, God didn't bless me with shit, but he gave my brother everything. So this is what happens. You know, his brother's talking that hot shit. Now, here's the thing. Do I think KD is leaving? Yes, because I think even he knows. And I think even he is tired of having to fight everyone every turn. Look, the Golden State fan base may support you, but me and you both know that their fan base is fickle. Their fan base just started existing in what, 2009? Like, let's just be real, okay? Whatever was the year that Dirk Nowitzki was a #1 seed and he lost to the Golden State Warriors, that We Believe team, that was the first year of these Warriors fans. That was the first year. These niggas don't remember Chris Mullin, Tim Hardaway. They don't remember Chris Webber. They don't remember, I'm trying to think who else was on that team. They don't remember these guys, all right? That's basically my point. They don't remember these guys. All right, all they know is the present Golden State team. So when niggas say, hey, I'm a Golden State Warriors fan, I want people to understand this is a new generation of fandom. People root for players. They don't root for teams. Wherever the player go, that person's fandom is gonna follow. That doesn't make them necessarily a bandwagon in this day and age, because the player is the one with all the power in this day and age. So it only dictates that they should be able to have enough clout and power to take fans along with them to other teams. I don't see why this is such a hard concept to grasp. I said this to a guy on Twitter, and he thought he was exposing me for being a casual fan, when in reality, I was just someone who was years and years ahead of his way of thinking. His way of thinking was prehistoric bedrock type shit. You feel me? I'm on that Jetson shit. I'm waiting on you to catch up to my levitation. You feel it, dig me? Well, anyway, I was trying to explain to him, look, man, people are fans of players now. They're not fans of teams anymore. That whole, oh, I'm from Massachusetts, so I'm a Boston fan. Yeah, that works for you because Boston teams seem to always win shit. See, it's easy for you to constantly root for your team because you're spoiled with success. But what about these people that grow up in these small markets? Who do they root for? You feel what I'm saying? The majority of motherfuckers from Minnesota ain't rooting for the Timberwolves. They're rooting for the Bulls. The majority of motherfuckers from Wisconsin, they ain't rooting for the Bucks. They rooting for the Bulls. They're rooting for the nearest team to them that has been successful. Either that or the team they see the most often that has been successful, which is why you have niggas from Chicago repping the Patriots, and you look at them like, nigga, what? And I guess someone could look at me repping the Cowboys and think the same thing. Difference is, I've been a Cowboys fan since I was a kid, and I've never wavered. And that team hasn't won a Super Bowl since I was a kid. So you know for a fact that I really love the team. Whereas these Patriots fans, would they be a fan if it wasn't for the Tuck rule? I doubt it. Would these niggas be a fan of Golden State if it wasn't for moving screens and phantom foul calls? I doubt it. And that's my point. Now, to get back to Adam Banks, I definitely think he is relocating. All signs point to either he's going to the Clippers or the Knicks. Some people say he's probably going to the Knicks with Kyrie Irving. I really don't care where Kevin Durant goes, but I definitely think Kevin Durant isn't dumb enough to go to a team with Porzingis on it when he's already a 7-footer that needs the ball. I mean, first off, your pace is going to be terrible on that team. Your defense is going to be terrible too. Because KD can talk all this shit about how he deserves Defensive Player of the Year votes, but at the end of the day, Your defense is predicated on you actually being on the most stacked team and everyone feeling like they have to match you for points. So naturally, everyone is taking bad shots for their team, which could be decent to decent to good shots for your team, because your team is a bunch of beta male jump shooters. So all these other teams are playing your kind of play style, and they're fitting right in your hands. So just because you get a few blocks here and there, your wingspan is 7'6". You should be able to block some shit, KD. Where was this at in OKC, though? You was soft in OKC. So stop all this bullshit talking that hot shit about, oh, I've always been the same guy. You ain't always been this same guy, because when you was at OKC, you ain't had a heart to come at people on social media. When you was at OKC, you ain't even had the heart to come at Westbrook sideways. You knew who the alpha dog was. And see, you like it on Golden State because Steph don't bring that same energy. He bring that beta male, I'm willing to submit energy. That's what Steph brings to the arena, all right? Klay Thompson, same thing. Both of them are sons of NBA athletes. They've been rich their whole life. To them, this ain't shit. You feel it, dig me? I bet you they ain't had to spend none of their fucking money that they've made because they've always had money, all right? Draymond, there are rumors going around that he is Magic Johnson's son out of wedlock. Now, that's just a rumor, so I'll say allegedly, but it would make a lot more sense now why all of a sudden LeBron is so nice to this nigga, and he's on the Lakers, and he works under Magic Johnson. A lot of things is kind of fitting in place. If you ask me, this is up there with the Jimmy Butler being Michael Jordan's son. I'm starting to buy it. I'm starting to buy it, 100%. Because what would make Draymond Green go to Michigan State? Other than the fact that his dad went there. I mean, I know what you're thinking. Oh, he's from Michigan, Dave. Niggas love playing for Tom Izzo. All right, bro. That sound hot, but I don't know, bro. I don't know. But my point is, KD, tell your little brother to shut the hell up because he is putting more pressure on you. If y'all don't win the title this year and you leave, they're gonna hate you, KD. Now, let's be real. You got the title in the bag because you created a league that isn't competitive. You didn't want a league that was competitive. All y'all niggas got together because y'all knew none of y'all could check LeBron James. See, and I ain't gotta be a LeBron fan anymore to keep it a buck. Okay? Y'all read the tea leaves, okay? Y'all saw one guy on the other side and said, we can't beat him unless we all come together like Voltron. That's what y'all decided. So now you gotta deal with the fact that your ring is solely based off LeBron. It ain't even based off of y'all liking each other. These niggas don't even rock with each other. Like, real talk. Like, before all this shit went down, DeMarcus Cousins hated KD. KD hated DeMarcus Cousins. Draymond hated DeMarcus Cousins. DeMarcus Cousins hated Draymond. You see what I'm saying? Like, there was no friendly relationship between these people. But see, when people see, oh, I could get a free ring, and that'll change the way people perceive me. Once people see that, they change up. And that's exactly what Draymond and KD did. But see, at least KD knows he'll get a Supermax after this. Draymond, I still stand by the fact that you won't get no damn Supermax. But that's neither here nor there. But Draymond, you a dumbass. But next thing I want to discuss, ladies and gentlemen, the Cleveland Cavaliers fired Tyronn Lue. And I'm just perplexed by why they would fire him now. Your team is fucking trash. But see, the thing that pisses me off, and see, this is something no one else is going to speak on. Do any of y'all find it very suspicious that two Cleveland organizations happen to fire two black head coaches on the same day? Anybody notice that? Hugh Jackson was fired by the Cleveland Browns the exact same day Tyronn Lue was fired by the Cleveland Cavaliers. And here's my thing. How you gonna fire your head coach when your best player, Kevin Love, is injured for the next month? Were you just saving Tyronn Lue the headache? Were you looking out for him? I don't know the motivation for that. Are you trying to tank so you don't want a good coach with some lineage? See, it's so hard to understand Dan Gilbert. He's just a weird guy. He's a weird guy. And he's paying a lot of head coaches a lot of money because he keeps firing them prematurely. Hell, he fired David Griffin prematurely for Kobe Altman. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so that's my problem. You fire Tyronn Lue. See, I get why you fire him. I expect Tyronn Lue to probably wind up back with the Lakers organization somehow, some way, whether that be an assistant coach, whether that be some type of a liaison. I'm not sure, but I definitely expect him to work his way back towards LA. But the Hugh Jackson situation, even though we're done with football, I have to link this to the whole Tyronn Lue thing because it just happened. And this pisses me off for multiple reasons. Number one, you got a rookie quarterback with enough leverage and power who doesn't have an above 500 record, mind you. But it's interesting how, because this goes back to the double standard we spoke on earlier, ladies and gentlemen, when I was talking about white quarterbacks, black quarterbacks. This goes to white head coaches and black head coaches. You know, John Gruden comes out of retirement. He only won one Super Bowl, and that Super Bowl that he did win, he didn't have to build the team at all. And the team that he left, he met in the Super Bowl, proving he wasn't that good of a coach because the same team made it to the Super Bowl. All right, that's neither here nor there, though. Now he takes over a team. He blows the team completely up. He has a 10-year deal, so he knows he's promised a lot of time, and he can keep using excuses for why the team is bad because he's blowing it up to hell and back. This is the Chip Kelly all over again when he did it with the Eagles, and he set that franchise back a few years. Well, where am I going with this? At the end of the day, I don't like the fact that their rookie quarterback, and let me get this guy's name right, because I keep doing this guy's name incorrectly. Hold up. Cleveland Browns quarterback. What's this man's name? Baker Mayfield. Okay, Baker Mayfield. This is the true epitome of white privilege. This guy has not played more than 8 games in the National Football League yet. And he already has the type of power to get a head coach fired. Now, let me ask y'all this question. If the head coach was a white man, do you think he would have had the balls to come out and say what he said? And let me provide some transparency. Basically, Hugh Jackson, because the team was struggling, he said, you know what, I'm going to take over the offensive play calling. All right? It's his job. He's the head coach. Whatever that offensive coordinator does, it's going to get Hugh Jackson fired, and it's going to get the whole staff fired, okay? Because they go with him. That's usually how these regimes work. People bring in everyone they want to work in the little facilities of their choosing. All right, so Hugh Jackson basically says, hey, I'm about to take over the offense. He gets 1 game to take over the offense. They lose, and they fire him. And what's even more disrespectful is they fire him while all of these sport TV shows like First Take are live. So they find out live that a black man is fired, and then they send Stephen A to coon it on out to explain why this man needed to be let go. And please believe, Stephen A does a great job of shitting on black head coaches. Like Marvin Lewis from the Bengals, for instance. He makes it his personal goal to shit on that man. Now, Stephen A might shit on a white head coach here and there, like that one coach that was 8-8 with the LA Rams over and over and over again. He'll shit on that guy because that's low-hanging fruit. But he never shits on anyone with any type of clout because Stephen A is scared. He's scared to piss off any white person, let alone a white woman. He's already got humbled on that note, all right? But yeah, man, but Baker Mayfield, man, somebody needs to humble this kid, man. Someone needs to humble him. All right, so now you got your head coach fired, Baker. All right, you do know that if your team continues to play badly on offense now, they can't blame the black man. You got rid of your only scapegoat here, Baker. You know, but it's interesting, though. People have so much faith in this white boy. So much that he took the job of Tyrod Taylor, who at the time, let me remind y'all, had an above 500 record. Wait, no, let me take that back. That's wrong. That's wrong. Let me take that back. They didn't have above. They won their first game with Baker Mayfield playing. I remember now. But my point is, though, they were playing better with Tyrod Taylor. It wasn't Tyrod Taylor's fault that they lost the first 2 games of the season. It was their kicker's fault. But isn't it interesting? Your kicker plays like dog shit. Somehow that leads to you being benched as the black man, right? Your white quarterback who takes the black man's spot plays like dog shit, and somehow that turns into the head coach, who's also a black man, being sacked, as they would say in soccer, or fired, or let go, or terminated. So that's 2 straight cases with just this one Cleveland Browns organization this year, where they chose a white person over a black person twice. And the same white person was involved in both situations. Both isolated incidents weren't that isolated because they had the same common denominator, which was the fucking quarterback. All right? So now I ain't got no reason to root for this kid. Because honestly, Tyrod Taylor, he deserves to be starting. This motherfucker should be sitting. Okay, he should be sitting this entire season. Aaron Rodgers sat for a whole season. But I don't want to get too deeply into football. But my point is, at the end of the day, there's a clear double standard here. Baker Mayfield can speak out against his head coach, and people act like, oh, nothing's wrong with that. I mean, at the end of the day, Hugh Jackson was in charge of the offensive play calling, and they went 0-16. As if his team had any talent when he went 0-16. This motherfucker had trash bag quarterbacks, bruh. Like, he had Deshaun Kaiser, who's now with the Packers. And he had like two other guys, and I can't even remember their fucking name. You see what I'm saying? And I think he also had Brock Osweiler for a little while. They even took on his contract, thinking they could rejuvenate his career. So understand, they had no talent, which led to Baker Mayfield in the first place. So how are you going to use that history as something against this man? It just goes to show. It just goes to show. They will bring up every receipt in the world to hate on a black man. And would you look at it? Jameis Winston is now being benched by Dirk Cutter now. Now all of a sudden, Fitzpatrick can play quarterback again. See that shit, y'all? See that shit? They won't allow Jameis Winston, who hasn't played a single game in preseason. He didn't get to play a single game in the regular season for a few games. They won't even let this man play himself out of his slump. They won't even let him, because technically the first 4 games of this season should have been treated as Jameis Winston's preseason. But they're already so tired of this dude, even though he got a win, by the way, a week ago. He actually won a game a week ago, and I think he won it over the Cleveland Browns, which is pretty ironic. But at the end of the day, he got a win just a week ago, and literally 2 weeks later, he's already benched. See how they treat you? But then you gonna throw Fitzpatrick back out there like you didn't already bench him? Like, this is terrible coaching. You keep sitting and starting. No one has any confidence in your quarterback room because you keep benching niggas. But see, that's the thing. They'll bench a black man in a heartbeat. Just bring in the white guy. We might lose by 30 like we did to the Bears. But you know what? Deshaun Jackson likes playing the game again. And then a report comes out that Deshaun Jackson is injured or he's angry or something. I forgot what report it was. Hold on, let me look it up real fast, because I told y'all I would start looking up stuff live to get my shit correct. Now they're saying Deshaun Jackson is now requesting a trade from the Buccaneers. Literally a day. No, not even a day after. Now they're saying Deshaun Jackson is requesting a trade literally the same exact day that they benched Jameis. Think about that. But remember what I said earlier in this podcast. Terry Bradshaw claimed that Deshaun Jackson was enjoying football again because of Ryan Fitzpatrick. You see that shit? Obviously, I was right and he was wrong. And to get to another motherfucker who's wrong all the damn time, Jason Whitlock, or as we've coined his nickname, Coonlock, because he's got that cooning on lock, boy. That nigga be buck dancing. And boy, he had his tap dancing shoes out when he was on that Roland Martin show. Have any of y'all seen that? Man, this dude is so much of a damn coon. Fox Sports had to hire Marcellus Wiley just to save this nigga's show. I ain't making this shit up, coach. Really look at the ratings. Look at the views ever since Marcellus Wiley has joined that show. They have skyrocketed. And it's because we finally have someone that is an intellectual speaking on black issues. An intellectual who actually played sports speaking on sports. Jason Whitlock, he ain't an intellectual. He ain't a former pro athlete. And this nigga's a coon. So he's in three different ways he's detrimental to our culture, in my opinion, because all of his opinions are based off what massa tells him to do. You feel a dig, man? But anyway, had to give the southern drawl to explain how much of a coon this man Whitlock has been. But anyway, so he jumps on the Roland Martin show. Now, mind you, to provide some history into Jason Whitlock's hot takes over the years, Jason Whitlock was the guy who said Colin Kaepernick was a hypocrite for kneeling during the anthem because Colin Kaepernick admitted to not voting. Now here's my thing. Just because this brother doesn't vote doesn't mean he doesn't have the right to protest. And it definitely doesn't mean his protest is somehow negated because of his decision to not vote. The whole purpose of a vote is to have the choice to do or not to do. That was the part of the freedom, right? Okay, but you would think someone like Jason Whitlock, who feels so strongly about Kaepernick not being the right guy to deliver the message because he doesn't vote, you would think he's the guy who's pro-politics. Wrong. this dumbass gets on Roland Martin's show, and Roland Martin is basically a political platform. So let me go ahead and, to the people that don't know who Roland Martin is, he has a political platform. He has a YouTube channel. He has a TV show, I believe, that was on TV One. It may or may not be now, but he tried to set up brother Dr. Umar Johnson for failure, and Dr. Umar Johnson's talked that hot shit, and he really talked circles around his coon ass. I'm talking about Roland Martin's coon ass, and all these other people. I mean, they got Roland Martin showing up to debate Megyn Kelly on why blackface matters. First off, these white folks know blackface is disrespectful. The last thing we need is a fucking coon walking up to explain to them why it's important not to do. The fuck? They did this on purpose to get us to tune in. Don't fall for the bait. And that's why they fired her ass. But that's neither here nor there. Alright? Now to get back to Whitlock and Roland Martin. Alright? Roland Martin's the guy who invited Dr. Umar Johnson, who is known in our community to be a very conscious brother, who spits that ism, who tells it like it is, and who always tries to get us back into our Pan-Africanist mindset. What does that mean? He wants us to be prideful in who we are and try to figure out a way to have our own shit. That's what Pan-Africanism really is, simplified, okay? Well, anyway, Roland Martin set that brother up, and he tried to basically ambush him on his show. So I'm only saying this to you to provide some context to the type of person Roland Martin is. Jason Coonlock, or Whitlock, probably knew Roland Martin is known to set people up for failure. So Whitlock goes into this debate with such a defeatist mentality. It was almost like he didn't want to debate anything. He went from being the guy on Speak for Yourself that said Colin Kaepernick was a hypocrite to saying Colin Kaepernick is somehow a mini Malcolm X. What? When did this different in energy change? When did this happen? Okay? Now he's comparing him to Malcolm X all of a sudden. Now all of a sudden, he tells Roland Martin, I don't believe in politics. Hold up. You said Colin Kaepernick wasn't the right person to deliver the message of kneeling because he didn't vote, and now you're telling us you don't vote either? What kind of dumb shit is this? So not only are you a fucking coon, but you're the biggest hypocrite trying to point out who's a hypocrite. I can't make this shit up. I can't make this shit up. And see, I go out of my way to remember what people say about people. I might not have a photographic memory, but I like to call myself an audiographic memory. What I mean by that is when I hear something, I remember what mouth it came out of, and I hold people to task for it. And that's why my hot takes, they may seem a little reckless, but they're well thought out, baby. But in Whitlock's case, okay, you jump on Roland Martin's show, you're comparing Kaepernick to Malcolm X all of a sudden, you're saying you don't believe in voting, and then he says the #1 thing that coons say. We need to start replacing politics with a deeper and more understanding relationship with God. It's all about our relationship with God. You know, oh, you're talking about the westernized God with a white Jesus, Coonlock? Or are you talking about the God from Africa? See, let's get into specifics here. Because see, when people just say God, people naturally in this country think Christianity first. See, he didn't get into specifics with Roland Martin because he didn't want to have to reveal his cards. So he was just talking in generalities, if you will, trying to play it safe. And Roland Martin kept poking a bear, trying to figure out, wait, hold on, so you mean to tell me you think a better relationship with God is the only thing we need to do to solve our systemic problem in this country? And then that's when Whitlock says, oh, well, yes, because, well, when we were growing up, our relationship with God got us through hard times. And I feel like this generation that's growing up, they don't believe in God anymore, and they keep falling into the trap of politics, and it's like, Whitlock, you do realize everything you do on your show that is cooning is a form of politics? Oh, see, I was the right nigga to call him out on this. Oh, see, when you go out of your way to coon for your white bosses and your little wig execs and shit like that, Whitlock, that's a political move on your part to make sure what? That you keep that job, right? That's to make sure what? You get your contract renewed, right? See, politics is everywhere. It just depends on what you deem worthy of politicalness, of policy, of what is bipartisan and what isn't. See, me, I've always been a believer, and I don't like to discuss politics too often because it's so divisive, but shit, I talk about race, and that's more divisive than anything else. So I'll discuss politics, religion, the whole nine on my platforms. And at the end of the day, I've been a strong believer in, if you are black in this country and a Christian, you are a damn fool. I've always been a believer of that. And trust me, I've grown up in a Christian household. We went to a Baptist church, and they forced me to be baptized. And I was refusing to do that shit when I was a kid, okay? Because I knew something just wasn't right. You mean to tell me I gotta let some random white guy touch me and dunk me in water to purify my soul? Do y'all see how stupid this shit sounds? What do they put in the water? Huh? You see what I'm saying? Y'all believe this dumb shit? But I'm not gonna get too deep into that because I'm gonna alienate some folks. But my point is, guys like Whitlock, the biggest coons on earth, they believe what Massa told them in slavery times. And what Massa said was, don't read or write, don't learn how to do that, but we will let you read this Bible. And you know what the Bible taught all the black folks? It taught us to forgive. That's what it taught us. It taught us to be obedient, submissive. That's what it taught us. It taught us never to get revenge. It taught us never to get even, okay? It taught us to turn the other cheek. It taught us to allow these motherfuckers to rape our mothers and sisters and act like it never happened. That's what the fuck Christianity taught us as black people. So when I hear Whitlock's coon ass jump on this man's platform, Roland Martin, and then say, oh, we need to take a break from politics and focus more on God. I never hear Whitlock talking about God. Whitlock, you ain't even married, my nigga. You don't even have a civil union. You can't even get a woman to be around you, all right? So that's my point in a nutshell, man. Whitlock is running interference. He don't want to say nothing that'll jeopardize the little coon bubble he's in. Because right now he's being fed well. You can tell by his size. He's being fed well. He's buying brand new suits. You know, he is definitely getting his reparation pay for all the cooning he's doing. All right. So I'm only saying this to say at the end of the day, man, look, man, take what Whitlock says with a grain of salt. And Roland Martin, he's always been full of shit. Now, I haven't seen the conversation between him and Megyn Kelly because I'm not going to give them my view. Because I know Roland Martin ain't shit, and I know Megyn Kelly ain't shit. Megyn Kelly is a Fox News political analyst. So you know the majority of the shit she says is straight shock value based. Okay? Roland Martin ain't that different. Alright? And Tariq Nasheed, who I'm a devout follower of because I truly believe in a lot of the stuff the brother talks about, he don't fuck with Roland Martin either because he know that nigga be buck dancing. So at the end of the day, Whitlock, man, look, if you want to act like politics is something black people need to stay away from to get better in this country, you're an idiot. Because honestly, that's the one thing we're not doing is politics. We don't have any black super PACs, Whitlock. That's what we don't have. And you know why we don't have that? Because you keep shitting on the athletes with money in our community that could come together and make a change. You keep shitting on them for being socially conscious. Every single fucking time. You nitpick at what they could be doing better instead of putting focus towards what they're doing right. You're part of the fucking problem. And they'll never put their money together because they'll wind up like Irv Gotti, Suge Knight, Irv Gotti's brother, I forgot his brother's name, but they'll wind up like the Gotti brothers, Suge Knight, and who was the fourth person? And Jay Prince. They'll wind up like those four brothers. Those four brothers tried to come together, put their money together, and create a black distribution company for music. The feds came in and shut all that shit down. You don't believe it? Do your research on it. That's what happens when black people try to come together and become a political power. They shut us down. Look at Black Wall Street. Shut us down. Okay? So don't tell me that black people need to avoid politics entirely. Because you was the nigga saying Kaepernick needs to vote, right? Okay then. So clearly, you're habitually line stepping when it's convenient for you to do so. So here's my word of advice for you, Whitlock. Why don't you shut the fuck up and analyze a game? Since everyone else wants to tell the athletes to shut the fuck up and dribble, how about you shut the fuck up and watch the game? Jalen Rose, hating on LeBron. Have y'all noticed ever since LeBron James opened up that school, have y'all noticed that Jalen Rose has made it his personal goal to dislike this brother and hate on him every step of his Lakers career? Now don't get it twisted. I don't fuck with the Lakers either, but I peep game on energy changes. Jalen Rose used to be, first off, you would think Jalen Rose would be a huge fan of LeBron. Why? Because LeBron plays similar to Jalen. Granted, he's a more athletic, smarter player than Jalen ever was, but they're like the same height. They both play point, all right? And they both are misunderstood in more ways than one. But it feels like ever since Jalen got with that chick, what's that chick name? That first take chick, man. I forgot her name. Molly Curum. Ever since he got with her and now he's married to her, so respectively his wife, all right? Ever since he got with her, dog, like, I feel like this dude has been kind of off his square a bit, a tad, all right? At least when the minute he went public with her, he kind of been off his square. And you can tell ESPN is pimping him the fuck out because he's now with her. So they kind of feel like, oh, we can get you to do Get Up. We can make you sleep for 2 hours, then have to do Get Up right after doing a fucking NBA on ESPN special at the Staples Center, which, let's be real, okay? If you're doing a Staples Center late night game, all right, that might be a 9 o'clock game in the Staples, but on the East, that's like 11 o'clock game, all right? Then you're asking Jalen to fly probably back to the East Coast, right? To do Get Up with Mike Greenberg. That man ain't getting more than two hours of sleep. That should start like at 4 a.m. You feel it, dig me? So they pimping this boy out, all right? And see, what I want to bring home is Jalen Rose has always been the guy who had his own school. The Jalen Rose Leadership Academy. That's always been the thing he held his hat on, all right? Now you got LeBron coming through with a bigger, better school, a school that helps the parents of the children get to school. Like, I ain't never heard of no shit like that. Or I think it helps the parents of the school get jobs. I can't remember which one it is, but I mean, when you read the details of that LeBron I Promise school, it's incredible. It's incredible. Like, for an athlete to be able to pull that off and still be playing, it's incredible. And then you got the Shop Show. Incredible. LeBron, I'm not gonna knock that. That show is what we've needed. We just didn't know it yet, my brother. I salute you for that show. That's a great show. And to think, that started like, what, on Uninterrupted or some shit? And all of a sudden, HBO says, hey, man, here's some money. Can you come on our shit? Because I'm gonna tell you, that Bill Simmons shit bombed at Any Given Wednesday shit. And we need some new sports shit. Because it's only so long niggas can fuck with real sports with Brian Gumble. Niggas ain't fucking with that. Hey, I'm just being real here, coach. No shots, no shots. But yeah, so it seemed like Jalen Rose, ever since LeBron opened up that I Promise school, Jalen Rose has been taking like little shots at him, left and right, left and right, left and right. And I just don't get it, Jalen, man. Like let the nigga be, bro. Like, that's just something I'm noticing. So if you haven't noticed it yet, pay attention to Jalen Rose whenever he discusses LeBron from this point further. You're gonna peep game on the subtle shade he sends his way. The next thing I would like to discuss, ladies and gentlemen, Jabari Parker to the Chicago Bulls. You know, I was very excited about this signing because I think it's great for some people to come back home, to get that love back. And I think in Milwaukee, he just wasn't a good fit because Giannis is better at the 4. And he just keeps growing, so why wouldn't he play the 4? And at the end of the day, Jabari, I'm starting to see it now with the Bulls. He's not really a 3, but you're paying him $20 million a year, so you're paying him like a starter. And if Lauri Markkanen is your talisman, as they call it in soccer, which is essentially your cornerstone player, if he's your cornerstone, I just don't see how Jabari fits into that starting lineup unless you start Markkanen at the 5. But why would you start Markkanen at the 5 when you're paying Robin Lopez and just drafted Wendell, I forgot his name, Wendell Jr., Wendell something Jr. My bad, Wendell. I rocks with you because you was wearing the Wakanda gear at the draft. But, you know, it's kind of hard to come up with these names off the top of my dome, you know. I blame 2K for that. Because when 2K first came out, I was playing that shit a lot. Then I realized it was too cheesy. I'm lactose intolerant, coach. I couldn't go. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, this is my first time buying a 2K game in 2 years. And I gotta admit to y'all, the gameplay outside of my career is amazing. But my career, the level of toxicity, I don't know how y'all do it. Like, I be seeing dudes play my career every fucking day. I be like, bro, do you have no other good games? Like I'm being honest, that shit's trash, all right? That shit's trash, all right? just got a whole bunch of wannabe Steph Currys online. Oh, let's play 2-on-2. Set a screen. Oh, that didn't work. Set one more. Oh, I got 10 more seconds. Set another. Like, it's so boring. They got rid of the 4v4 courts, so there's really no space in the neighborhood to play. I mean, well, there's nothing but space in the neighborhood to play. That's what I meant. You know what I'm saying? The game is dying off. I don't care what no one says. That game is dying off fast. But in terms of the offline segments or the franchise mode, I like that shit. But that's neither here nor there. Yeah, I already talked about Melo for the most part on Houston. I want to wait till I don't want to get into that fight until I discuss more Lakers, but I'm trying to hold that back for a split second. Another thing that I wanted to discuss, Kawhi Leonard on the Toronto Raptors. Man, that team looks serious, y'all. Have y'all been watching them motherfuckers play? Boy, earlier today, I saw Kawhi Leonard get a no-look steal. I ain't never seen a nigga get a no-look steal. Look, man. Look. That's the second best player in the world right there. I ain't trying to hear no different. Now, he might not have the most points in the world, but his impact on the game is LeBron-esque. LeBron-esque. You know what? LeBron on the Lakers, I'm gonna be honest though. He not looking like the best player in the world no more, B. LeBron, man, I gotta keep it a buck with you, bruh. Now, I know you have tendencies to take the first month off a little bit and work your way in and yada, 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 but Anthony Davis is balling. And he ain't got no good team. The Blazers, my favorite team, they balling. They team is alright, but they ain't really got much over there. You know, Kawhi, yeah, you can say, oh, he basically has the same team that was the best record in the East, but without DeRozan. Yeah, and you could also say, but look at it this way. The Spurs, they were the same team without Kawhi, and they won 50 games last season. That same team with DeRozan, they're struggling. Meanwhile, Toronto, a team with a player who hasn't played in a year, they look like world beaters right now. They look like world beaters. And mind you, what's homeboy name? The starting point guard? Kyle Lowry don't even want to be there. He's still butthurt about his boy being shipped off. And he balling out. So, man, we need to give them some credit where it's due. And don't even get me started on this Jimmy Butler shit. Oh my God. Let me go ahead and expose something if y'all didn't know this already. The reason why Jimmy Butler is so full of himself is because he's Michael Jordan's son out of wedlock. Yeah, I said it. He's Michael Jordan's son out of wedlock. That's why he's so full of himself. That's why he thinks he's entitled to all of these things. It's because he knows who his dad is. You know, I grew up with kids like this, coaches' sons. You know, the type of guys who were allowed to play quarterback for my team, like football team back in the day, just because their dad was the coach. You know, I remember kids like this like it was yesterday. You know, kids like this are some of the most snobby pieces of shit. Yeah, I said it. They're snobby. Now, I'm not saying Jimmy Butler is soft, but at the end of the day, the dude is snobby, all right? And I feel bad for Karl Anthony Towns, but I've been telling y'all this for a while now. It seems like people are starting to catch up to my speed. Haven't I been telling y'all for the longest? They call him Cat because he has no dog in him. I've been saying that shit for a year and a half. Now all of a sudden it's catching on. Now people see that he a little soft. I've been saying this. There's rumors going around that Jimmy Butler smashed his girlfriend. I don't know if that's true, and I don't even want to lend any credence to that. But when you got Jimmy Butler out here flirting with D Wade's wife on Instagram, it's like, nigga, chill. But see, only a dude who's Michael Jordan's son would behave like this. And you notice Jimmy always rocking Jordan gear. You notice on the Bulls, he rocked number 24. Why? Jordan's number was retired. Then all of a sudden, he come to the T-Wolves and he rocking 23. Come on, man. This is simple mathematics. Quick maths. You know what I'm saying? This is simple. He is Michael Jordan's son, and that's why he's full of himself. All right? Now, he'll never be as good as his dad, but it's funny. All of Michael Jordan's actual biological sons that he claims in real life, those niggas is trash. It makes me think those ain't really his kids on some Michael Jackson type shit. But yeah, so that's why he's so full of himself. And then, all of a sudden, a report comes out, and I don't know who reported this first. Probably Adrian Wojnarowski, who is like Thanos in his own right. Salute to that guy, because he's a beast at what he does. I hope to be as great at journalism as he is one day. I really do look up to that man. So I don't know if you guys are aware of something called a Stepien rule, but I'm gonna get into that in a second. Essentially, Daryl Morey, general manager of the Houston Rockets, has offered the Minnesota Timberwolves 4 first-round picks for Jimmy Butler. Yeah, I said it one more time. Let me say it again. 4 first-round picks for Jimmy Butler. Now, there is a new rule in the NBA that's recently been put into place over the past few years called the Stepien rule. Now, the Stepien rule essentially dictates that no NBA team can trade first-round picks in consecutive years, meaning that the picks that the Houston Rockets offer the Timberwolves will have to be, let's say, 4 picks over a 7-year period, right? 1, 3, 5, and 7, basically, okay? To just speed it up real fast and get you to understand that. They actually have this rule also on 2K, and I actually like this rule because it keeps teams from becoming Brooklyn Nets, well, where their entire team is just trash for 4 years straight and they can't do nothing about it. But isn't it interesting how they always create these rules after they allow some white person to benefit from it the most, some city filled with white people to benefit from it the most? Boston Celtics benefited from this. They didn't initiate this rule to negate that shit. They waited until they got stacked to hell and back and then said, all right, no one else can do this. You know what this reminds me a lot of? How the cap room suspiciously shot up for one off season just so KD could go to the Warriors, and then it goes right back down to the floor so no one else can stack up like Golden State. See, this is what I'm talking about. Little shit like this lets me know that to an extent, it is done by design. Now, I'm not saying it's 100% rigged, but for you to come up with a rule like the Stepien rule after someone has already pretty much exploited this before it existed shows that you don't want anyone challenging Boston for a while in the East. I mean, that's just facts. Well, anyway, let's break down this trade. So, 4 first-round picks, and I'm assuming they would have to package someone up to make the cap match because the Rockets probably don't have cap space. I mean, they're paying Clint Capella somewhere around 18 a year. You're paying James Harden around 30 a year, about to be 40 a year. Chris Paul is on a supermax as well. Melo's getting the minimum, but there's not much money to go around. That's why they have to trade for Jimmy and then sign him to a max deal. But see, I know a lot of people that are saying, why would the T-Wolves take this deal? This is the best possible deal for the Timberwolves. But see, if I'm the owner of the T-Wolves, I say yes. But the problem is, the general manager, that's his guy. Tom Thibodeau, that's his guy. Jimmy Butler is his guy. All the way back from Chicago, that was his guy. Matter of fact, I'd argue he has more of a connection with Jimmy Butler than Derrick Rose. And by the way, Derrick Rose has been balling this season like he's got a fucking sensu bean. I don't know what he did. Did he go to Germany, my nigga? He did something illegal. I don't know what he doing, but kudos to you, D-Rose. It's good to see you back hooping, bro. It's good to see you back hooping. I may have been hating on you here and there, but that's because I'm hard on people from where I'm from. I expect the best out of people from where I'm from because of what we made it out of. Now, anyway, to segue back to Jimmy Butler, though, this trade is ingenious for Minnesota. Let me explain. Their young core are both under the age of 23, Andrew Wiggins and Karl Anthony Towns. They're not going to be able to trade Andrew Wiggins anywhere because no one's taking that contract, okay? They tweaked giving him that much money. They tweaked. That motherfucker's stealing money on some Chandler Parsons shit, but at least he can play and at least he's healthy. So he's not really stealing money. And frankly, I think people are writing off this kid a little too quickly. I actually have more faith in Andrew Wiggins than I do in Karl Anthony Towns. That's a hot take because I'm telling y'all, the cat has no dog in him. No dog in him. There's reports about Jimmy Butler talking shit at the practice and y'all need me, y'all need me. I'm like, man, if this nigga is trying to get traded, man, this is a unique way to go about it. But I get why the Houston Rockets are making this play. They can clearly see that their team isn't as good as they used to be. They need a defender and they need a player that ain't scared. On top of that, they need someone that can also shoot a bit. Jimmy gives them that, all right? And he's a Texas born and bred boy. So he might have it in him to stay and take that and actually re-sign back up on a great team. So I see it from a lot of different ways why this makes perfect sense for them. But see, here, let me play devil's advocate and let me explain why this is dumb for Houston. Chris Paul is 34. He could retire in a couple of years. All right? By the time Chris Paul's retired, all those picks, you're going to wish you had them. On top of that, if James Harden fails, he might want to go somewhere else to get a ring. So he could abandon you, and then you're just like the Brooklyn Nets, with no Paul Pierce, no Darren Williams, no Kevin Garnett, no Joe Johnson, and now you got to rebuild and you got no first-round picks. On top of that, there's no guarantee Jimmy Butler re-signs even if you do trade for him. So most likely, they're going to have to make some under-the-table agreement that if we trade for you, you have to re-sign, which I expect because they did the same thing when they traded on the sign-and trade for Chris Paul. But yeah, I actually like the way it fits, though. I mean, if a starting lineup of Jimmy Butler, Carmelo Anthony, Clint Capella, Chris Paul, and James Harden, I think that does sound like a really good lineup. I honestly think if they get Jimmy, they should bring Melo off the bench now. Because the ball ain't going to be able to move around to all of y'all, man. And you need someone off the bench outside of Eric Gordon. But see, now I'm hearing that they could be trading Eric Gordon. That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing Eric Gordon's on the trading block. And that would be a huge mistake for Houston. Do not get rid of Eric Gordon. No, no, no. I think he is the best shooter on your team. I think he's better than James Harden. I mean, he's a three-point champion. But let me get back to Minnesota's side of things. Your core is very young. If I'm them, I take this deal because, look, even though the first pick won't be very good, the 3 after that will be good. Why? Because they'll be the 3 years from now, 5 years from now, 7 years from now. 7 years from now, James Harden gonna be 35. 7 years from now, Chris Paul gonna be retired. 7 years from now, Melo gonna be retired. 7 years from now, Jimmy Butler gonna be 36. So 7 years from now, look, that one pick 7 years from now is worth trading away Jimmy Butler just to get the headache away, in my opinion. But if you mean to tell me I get 3 other ones on top of that one that could be good, well, I'm talking about the 2 after the first. So you got 3 possible picks that'll be really good, but you have 1 that's guaranteed to be great. You gotta pull the trigger on this deal if I'm Minnesota. And my thing is, you keep rebuilding until you get a starting 5 you can trust. Wiggins can play with Towns. We know this. I think Wiggins is more of a 2 than a 3 myself, because I think he just doesn't have enough size to be a legitimate 3. This day and age, you kind of want your 3 to be at least 230 pounds. This day and age. Because you want him to also play small ball 4. Wiggins can't play no small ball 4. If I'm Minnesota, I try to build around Wiggins at the 2. Go look for a point guard that you can build around, because obviously Rubio wasn't the one. Obviously Jeff Teague isn't the one. Derrick Rose, he's having a resurgence, but I think Derrick Rose should stay coming off the bench. I think if D Rose comes off the bench, gives you 20 minutes a game, he can give you a great burst for 20 minutes a game and stay healthy that way. But you gotta let him know that that's what he's here for. He's here to be a microwave. I think Derrick Rose could be one of the best microwaves in the NBA if he just plays this way. But easier said than done, because we know his body breaks down. But yes, I think in a heartbeat you take this trade. But the problem is, let me reiterate this one more time, Tom Thibodeau is the problem. He is gonna be the guy that holds this deal back, because he knows he'll lose his job if the Timberwolves don't make the playoffs. And how can they possibly make the playoffs without Jimmy Butler? But my thing though is, Tibbs, you should want to rebuild this, because if you truly believe in Karl Anthony Towns, you should want to do everything in your power to make him happy. That's how I feel, okay? That's how I truly feel. But something tells me Tibbs don't truly believe in him. Something tells me that organization don't truly believe in Cat. Because why else would they talk Cat into signing a deal saying, we'll trade Jimmy, then not trade him, and it's been 4 games into the season already, and he's still got to play with this nigga? I would feel like these motherfuckers pulled one over on me. Next time my contract's up, I'm saying fuck y'all, based off that alone. And that's what they need to be real careful about. And that's another reason why you need to trade for these 4 picks, because Karl Anthony Towns could leave you based off of how badly you handled this situation. He might hold a grudge against y'all for a while. And honestly, me just being honest with y'all, if I'm Minnesota, I fire Thibodeau, I trade Karl Anthony Towns, and I just swallow the Wiggins contract. I don't think Karl Anthony Towns is the one. Honestly, you know what deal I would make if I'm Minnesota? And this is why y'all rock with me, because you know I think outside the box. If I'm the Minnesota Timberwolves, I'm trading Karl Anthony Towns right now for DeAndre Ayton, because Towns wanted to go to Phoenix anyway to play with his boy Devin Booker. So give him what he wants. After you get rid of Jimmy, of course, get them 4 picks, right? Then trade Karl Anthony Towns to Ayton straight up. Then you get all that money from Karl Anthony Towns' new contract. You get all that money back. And now all you got to do is pay Wiggins for the next few years. Then maybe, now that Wiggins is by far the best player on your team, maybe he has a T-Max season on the Magic. Maybe he averages 30 a game. Maybe he becomes something and reaches his potential now because there's no one else who's taking the final shot. There's no one else who's handling the damn ball, okay? Like, yeah, you're going to be terrible for a season, but you'll have 4 picks and DeAndre Ayton, a 19-year-old, 7'1" big man to build around? I mean, I think that's the way to go. And honestly, I think DeAndre Ayton is the type of guy Tibbs would prefer over Karl Anthony Towns. Because Ayton has a legit post-anchor game. Karl Anthony Towns, he's a little too dainty, man. He want to be at the three-point line. That's what pisses me off about Embiid a lot. He settles for threes when he gets tired. It's like, bro, your shot not gonna fall if you tired because you need your legs. But see, a lot of these bigs, they shoot set shots. So you try to kind of cut corners when they're tired. Man, it's not gonna work that way. So, honestly, if I'm Minnesota, like I'm saying, I would trade Karl Anthony Towns right now for DeAndre Ayton, and that's my hot take. I'm definitely trading Jimmy Butler in a heartbeat as well, and I think that's where they need to go with this. Did y'all hear about how Adam Banks, Kevin Durant for all the new listeners, his nickname is Adam Banks. Why? I don't like re-explaining this, but it's an inside joke that only Recency Bias Radio listeners know about. But essentially, Adam Banks is a character from the Mighty Ducks trilogy. And he was Charlie Conway's rival, but he was the guy who at first he didn't want to play on the team. They had to beg him to play. Then he plays, and they're like, oh, he's our second best player. Second year, they join the Olympics. Adam Banks does his thing. But then the third year, they get to high school, and they're all freshmen. And Adam Banks decides to betray all of his friends to play on the varsity team. And what was the varsity's team name? The Warriors. So whenever I mention Adam Banks this season, just know it means KD. This is hopefully the last time I have to explain this. But Adam Banks is out here complaining about not getting Defensive Player of the Year votes. Like, what? Nigga, you don't deserve no Defensive Player of the Year. Are you crazy? Bro, first off, you wasn't even doing this shit on OKC. Talking about, oh, I've always been this way. Y'all just didn't know it yet. Yeah, okay, when they was doing that KD not nice bullshit when you first got in the league, no one believed it. Now all of a sudden, you on a great team and you want everyone to believe, oh, I've always been a goon. Like, okay, bro. Look, I'll put it this way, KD. You weren't doing no Brandon Ingram shit your second, third year in the league. And Brandon Ingram more bony than your ass is. Alright? So that shows me something. Alright? I'm just gonna say that. And you know I hate the Lakers. So I'm being as bipartisan, as fair as possible here. Alright? You know, then you got Kanye. And normally I don't even discuss this nigga. But this nigga talking about LeBron should have stayed in Cleveland. Like, nigga, you ain't been to Chicago in years. All of a sudden, and see, I want to point this out because I do think this isn't a coincidence. Any of y'all find it very suspicious that Kanye comes back to Chicago immediately after Obama's reign as president is over and Donald Trump is president? And also keep in mind that Kanye didn't fuck with Chicago until all of a sudden the beef between him and Drake, which he intended to be between Pusha and Drake because he looks at Drake as his biggest threat in the hip-hop music scene. Because, really think about this for a second. Kanye West came out with an album called 808s and Heartbreaks. I would argue that started the genre that Drake took and ran with. Correct? Correct. He looks at Drake as the guy who is essentially the gatekeeper of that style now. Kanye can't go back to that style because he's happily married. It wouldn't sound right. So he's trying to think of ways to get Drake up out of here. And see, I'm over here debating with niggas on how beta male of a move it was on Pusha T's part. First off, Pusha T. Number one, my nigga, if you gonna diss Drake, diss him. But don't diss him for the same shit niggas can diss yo boss Kanye for. Then it makes you look like a biased idiot. Now you have no pedestal to stand on. And this guy goes on Joe Budden's podcast and niggas is dick riding him. Would Joe Budden have invited Pusha T on that podcast if he never dissed Drake? No. Would anyone care what Pusha T thinks if he doesn't mention Drake's name in his album? No. I I don't know anyone that listens to Pusha T that's willing to put their chest out there and say, I'm a Pusha T super fan. There's none of them niggas that exist. Most of these niggas wait for him to drop some shit, give him some props, then forget about his shit. You feel me? Because all he does is sensationalize selling drugs. Everyone does that. I'd argue Pusha T has contributed more to mumble rap than fucking Drake has. But he wants to talk about who's writing lyrics for who. Well, my nigga, Kanye specifically wanted Drake to write lyrics for him, so Drake must be a good writer, so that kind of negates your entire argument about Drake needing writers, right? Okay, so the whole Quentin Miller part, we can throw that out the window. But to get back to Kanye, Kanye is such a snake, because it's like, bro, first off, you're soft. I got cousins that will swear to me that grew up around this nigga. Like, not like around this nigga, but you know they was in the same generation as this dude. So people know of each other from different schools in the city, you feel me? My cousins will tell me to this day Kanye is fucking gay. That nigga's moist, bro. Like, they have swore by this from the beginning. He's moist. And you know what? I believe it now. I believe it now. I think Kim K and his marriage, I think it was a power move. I don't think she's into him at all. Okay, I think she's into black guys. I don't think she's into him at all. I think he was just the one sucker that would marry that. On top of it, I think Kim K is Kanye West's handler. What do I mean by that? Do some research on something called MK Ultra, ladies and gentlemen. MK Ultra is a form of mind control. I believe Kanye West, after his mom passed away, I believe they did something to that brother, and he's never been the same. Because if you peep game on him, he has moments of tons of energy, then he has moments of lacks of energy. That's a sunken place. He recently took a picture with Kim Kardashian with the Princess of Uganda, and I'm looking at the picture, and the first thing that looked bizarre to me, ladies and gentlemen, is whenever you're with your wife and you're doing a photo op, and you're the man, it's always smart to have your wife in the middle and have the other woman on the other side of your wife. That way it doesn't look like, you know, you low-key trying to holler at another woman. It just don't look right. The power structure of that just don't look right. And you're never gonna put the man in the middle because it implies that he's fucking with both of y'all in some type of way or fashion. So, for whatever reason, they put Kanye on the left, they put the Princess of Uganda in the middle, and they put Kim on the right. But here's the thing. Pay attention to that picture. I want y'all to look up this picture because Kanye is staring blank into space. I'm talking, it's one of the coldest blank stares I've ever seen. I think that brother's under mind control. And I think the only person that can snap him out of it is Kim Kardashian. Now, that's my hot take towards hip-hop and shit. But to get back to the whole Chicago point and to get back to the whole Pusha T point, my nigga, you jump on Joe Budden's podcast because no one gives a fuck what you have to say. You have no platform to discuss this shit because no one wants to listen to you if you had your own podcast. You're just a goofball, all right? And street niggas don't record phone conversations. I don't care what none of y'all niggas say. Oh, Dave, you ain't no street nigga though. How would you know? Because that's something I would do. I would record a phone conversation and I'm not a street nigga. So that's my point. Pusha T is conducting himself in a way of a backpack nigga just to expose Drake. But Drake ain't no street nigga. And here's my thing. Will Pusha go through all of this work to beef with a street nigga? No, because he know it would be real street ramifications behind that shit. And you also got to take into account Pusha T, a nigga that saw his brother in the streets and said, I want to be like you. This nigga, he didn't even have a heart to do it on his own. So let's just call a spade there, all right? When you talk about someone that's trying to be something they ain't, that's Pusha T, bro, 100%. So while I will admit he's a nice lyricist, the nigga has, his business sense is stupid because exposing the whole Drake Adidas deal, what did that do for your bottom line, Pusha? It did nothing. In fact, you cost Adidas so much money because your dumb ass couldn't shut the fuck up. And that's what people not thinking about. Adidas had a plan with Drake and Drake's son Adonis to make hella money. They were gonna get kids' clothes to be selling off the racks for Adidas. Pusha comes in, fighting on Kanye's behalf. He comes in because he's a fucking pussy. Kanye is kind of like Tyrion Lannister. He don't want to do no fighting. And then you got Pusha, who's kind of like Braun from Game of Thrones. He'll do the fighting for him, trial by combat type shit. But my thing is, if you're fighting for a nigga that's a coward, you the last nigga who can point out who's a coward. That's what's really real. And then niggas be like, oh, Drake got a beef with Pusha. He got to come at him. Why would I beef with the follower when I can go right at the head of the snake? the head of the snake is Kanye. If I end his career, what career does Pusha T have? Facts. If I end Pusha T's career, Kanye's still talking shit. You see what I'm saying? It's that simple, bro. It's that simple, all right? So I don't really give a fuck about the details. Oh, well, 40 was the one who exposed it because he was pillow talking with some random slut, and then she got to talking because she wasn't with him no more, and then that's how I found out. Nigga, at the end of the day, bro, I think Kanye told you, but I think 40 may have also told people. And I think you guys are using 40 as the excuse to try to cause more dissension between Drake and his mans. That's what I think. And also, I think Pusha got a lot of blowback from saying that line about 40 and having MS and whatnot, saying that dumb shit about 40 about to die soon. And I think he was trying to make 40 look bad. That way he could provide more clarity as to why his diss was so aimed at 40 as well. So it was a chess move on his part. I won't knock him for that part, but at the same time, in the same light though, my nigga, you're still following a damn coon, making you a damn coon, and you cost Adidas a lot of money, and Adidas is your team, my nigga, so you compromised your team just to end Drake's career, and his career has never been better. In fact, I'd argue after your diss, it put Drake in more of a beast mode mood, and he actually made better songs. That album probably would have been worse if you would have never dissed him. So yo dumb ass is an idiot. Y'all niggas out here making 7-track albums. Drake got a 25-track album and he got 20 good songs on it. Y'all niggas got 7-track albums. Y'all could barely get 6 good songs. Y'all weak as fuck. But anyway, let's get back to Kanye. Okay? And let's get back to the Adidas thing because I keep jumping all over the place. So what happens? So Drake, he figures out that someone at Adidas must have leaked this information to Pusha. Okay, so what does Drake do? He pulls out of the deal and goes to Nike, you know? And it's funny because the beat that's playing in the background, that's the beat when he said, keeping it G. I told her don't wear no 350 around me. You see what I'm saying? So he don't fuck with that Yeezy shit. He don't fuck with that Adidas shit. Drake is worth a lot of money, ladies and gentlemen. He's worth a lot of money. Just having his name on with a sponsorship is worth a lot of money. So now his son Adonis is probably gonna do something with Nike. Nike, I'd argue, is already bigger than Adidas. Adidas is only bigger than Nike in soccer. That's about it. So, and most likely Drake's attire will probably be basketball gear because, you know, he's an ambassador for the Raptors. So I think Adidas really dropped the ball here, letting Pusha T know about that information. Because now, Nike has never been better. Because you got the Colin Kaepernick thing. Now Nike supports Colin Kaepernick, right? Oh, got a whole bunch of people butthurt about that. But see, this all ties into why I think Kanye went back to Chicago. I think Kanye never foresaw all of this recoil to hit him in the face and come back at him. I think he always assumed Drake would be too stupid to realize Kanye's the snake. I think that's why when Drake finally came to his senses and said, nah, man, this is Kanye, man. Fuck these niggas. Woo out the bam. And see, I do believe Drake smashed Kim Kardashian. I definitely believe he smashed. And I think that's what's eating Kanye alive. And I think that's why Kanye wanted to get Drake out of there. Okay? He's a little self-conscious about that shit. You saw the way he dissed Wiz Khalifa on Twitter just because Wiz Khalifa was talking about Khalifa Kush one day and this nigga thought it KK meant Kim Kardashian. It's like, my nigga, like, what is wrong with you? You feel what I'm saying? That nigga be on some drugs, bruh. Like, he be on some drugs. Well, anyway, that's why Kanye moved to Chicago, ladies and gentlemen. He moved to Chicago because he saw the tide turning. Adidas is getting played out. Nike is the new thing in the streets. Well, actually, it's been the thing in the streets, but even more now because they got Kaepernick and Drake now. All right? So you got two huge pillars. One of social media, the other one of hip-hop, both coming to Nike. All right? So you got both of them coming. So now it's like, damn, you cost Adidas millions, possibly billions of dollars in some petty shit just because you're mad your girl was a hoe a few years ago. Okay? Let's just keep it all the way up there. All right? Your butt hurt, your woman was a hoe at one point, so you decided to give some ammunition to your mans because you was too much of a coward to come at Drake yourself, Kanye. That's what it was really about. So you could have Pusha write you the same diss, all right? And you could have made it. And niggas would be like, damn, but niggas would have known someone wrote it for you, Kanye. And you would have been in the same problem as Drake is when he makes a good song. Everyone says, did he write it or not, though? But the thing that Kanye got going for him, niggas know he crazy, so niggas don't even care because they know he's a producer as well. But yeah, so please understand, ladies and gentlemen, him moving to Chicago, that was a strategic move because he saw that he was losing. He was not only losing his fan base because of the coon shit he was doing with Donald Trump, but also because of the Adidas deal that fell through. He cost them a lot of money, okay? And then the Kaepernick thing. I mean, when you're just swallowing everything Trump says, when you're just gargling him, okay? And then you got a brother like Kaepernick who's against everything Trump stands for, and Nike supports him, and you're Adidas. It makes Adidas look like the conservative brand, and it makes Nike look like the progressive liberal brand. That's what it makes it look like, 100%. And there's no disputing this, all right? And that's why he moved to Chicago, because he wanted that home field advantage again. See, that's what Kanye had at the start of his career. He had people from the grassroots side of it that kept his mind straight, his mind on the prize, and that's why his rapping was so clean too. But don't get it twisted, he had writers for him back then, all right? Most of his classic songs was written by Rhyme Fest type shit. You know what I'm saying? Consequence, that type notion. You know what I'm saying? So just understand, Kanye ain't shit. This nigga only moved to Chicago because he felt that fire on his ass. So don't buy the bullshit from that, all right? So now to move on, let's go ahead and discuss this. Oh yeah. I started all of this because Kanye said LeBron should have stayed in Cleveland. That was the whole purpose of me mentioning all this on the tangent. Kanye, you should just close your fucking mouth, all right? You should just close your mouth. And here's why. You didn't stay in Chicago, nigga. You ran to LA. But I find it very ironic, soon as Drake moves to LA too, you know, all of a sudden you want to come back to Chicago. That's very interesting to me. I mean, you know, and please, do not try to convince me that Kim Kardashian wants to live in Chicago. And then I just read an article earlier today that Kanye West plans to move to Naperville. I know where Naperville is. It's around Aurora. It's like northwest Illinois, kinda. All right. That's not really that's an area for people with money, but that's not an area for people with a wealth of money like Kanye. So the fact that he's moving to Naperville, I don't know. I have a feeling a lot of white folks is gonna gentrify and relocate their ass somewhere else now. All right. They probably packing their bags now. Because even though your dumb ass is a coon, they don't want to be associated with any black dude. And see, that's what I want y'all black dudes to understand. Y'all be buck dancing for these white folks, trying to get some fucking nigga trinkets. As my brother Tariq Nasheed would say, y'all trying to get nigga trinkets. Y'all work so hard to get these little symbolized victories, all right? These little minor victories. You guys work so hard to get these minor victories. And really, what are you gonna build from that though? Like Kanye, he's looking like a guy who probably wants to go into a role of politics. Do I think he'll actually run for president? Maybe, maybe not. Do I think he has a chance? Absolutely not. The dude is a total idiot. Did you see him in the White House talking to Trump? And see, now there's people going, man, some of the stuff Kanye was saying was really good, bro. He was talking about prison reform, and he just helped Trump revise his prison reform. If you think Kanye is the reason for that shit, you're an idiot. No one takes him or Kim Kardashian's opinion seriously in politics. You gotta have degrees in the law for people to take you seriously in politics. You gotta go to a Harvard, a Yale, okay? A Dartmouth. You gotta go to one of these schools for people to take you seriously in politics. They are literally parading those two around just to get the black vote. And there's people trying to tell me, oh, just ignore Kanye, just ignore him. My nigga, you not ignoring him while telling me to ignore him. Do you see how hypocritical that sounds? And see, this is why I challenge people to debates, because I want them to clear up, rectify, and sharpen their own takes. I want their takes to be better than what they are on the surface. And that's why I even challenge some of my friends on Facebook. And I know sometimes they be thinking like I'm coming at them hard. Actually, no, I'm just giving you a fair challenge real quick to see if you know what you're really talking about. But at the end of the day, man, it is what it is, my brother. Drake won this. I don't care what no one says. I believe what he said on the shop. He does have a diss in the holster, but he gains nothing from dissing Pusha T again. He gains nothing. And that's the thing. That's why I say what I say on my podcast. This is the exact reason why I don't name drop niggas. It's not because I'm scared of the niggas. It's because I don't want those niggas gaining clout off me. So I 100% understand Drake's position. Because you have to ask yourself this. If Pusha T was in Drake's position in hip-hop, would he be dissing Drake? No. Would he be following Kanye's coon ass? No. Both of these questions are an emphatic no. And that just goes to show that Pusha T's entire position on this is so narrow-minded. It's so narrow-minded. And you gotta remember, Drake used to fuck with Malice, and that's Pusha T's older brother, the one he basically tried to become his whole life. So Drake used to rap with that nigga back in the day in Canada and shit. Do what you do, I do what I do. You know, so I know the history between all of these cats, all right? But my point is, don't diss a nigga if the dude that you're dick riding does the same thing. That fucks up your own credibility, coach. And see, in my podcast, I diss Steph Curry for a lot of stuff, but can you say LeBron does the stuff that I diss Steph Curry for? The only thing you can really say LeBron starts to do now that Steph Curry has been doing is not play defense. LeBron, he says fuck defense now, but he's old though. Steph wasn't playing defense from the age of 26. That nigga was in his prime not playing defense. And I'm gonna get into the Lakers soon. But man, niggas was pissing me off with Golden State. I'm gonna get into Golden State soon too. I'm gonna go into Golden State too. So, the next thing I would like to discuss, ladies and gentlemen, did you hear about how the G League is now reportedly offering $125K per year to one-and-done players to keep them from going to college basketball? I don't think this is to keep them from going to college basketball, though. I think this is to keep them from going to LaVar Ball's basketball league. I think this brother scared these people. So you mean to tell me for years you would never let a kid come straight out of high school into the league? No, too young. We're ruining players. They need time to grow as a man. Blah, blah, blah. All these excuses just to help the NCAA make money off of the slavery. But that's neither here nor there. So that's been their whole perspective for years, right? Oh, no, they gotta go to college and get an education. It's good for them, all right? All this hot shit, all right? LaVar Ball comes around with his kids, takes the world by storm last year. Well documented on my end. I fucks with LaVar the long way. Matter of fact, 2 years ago, he took it by storm. Last year, Lonzo kind of had his ups and downs. LaMelo had his ups and downs. I mean, did you see LaMelo straight up steal off that Lithuanian nigga? I'm like, okay, I bet. Let's get it popping. And LiAngelo wasn't playing them games. LiAngelo was like, hey, I'll beat his ass for you. You keep yourself together. You actually got a shot in the league. But anyway, all right, let me stop. I fucks with the Ball brothers, though. No bullshit, I fucks with them. But anyway, come on, man. The G League is clearly doing this to undercut what LaVar Ball was building on. LaVar Ball was offering players, I think his thing started around $35,000 per year to the average player, something around that. Okay? So he was offering these guys livelihoods before they got to the league. So all of a sudden the G League comes around and they offer somewhere around almost 4 times what LaVar is offering, about 3.2 times what LaVar is offering. And see, my problem with this is, well, really, this is about 3.5 times what LaVar is offering. My problem with this is, you guys would have never done this if LaVar didn't do what he did. Proving that what LaVar is doing is positive. Because I always say this to people, competition is great for who? The consumer. All right? We're the consumer. We're the viewer. We're the fan. So we're the people who pay to see things. You know, I always say, if PlayStation and Xbox, if they're competing at a high level, that's great for all gamers because we're going to get great games out of it, right? Because they all are competing with each other to take first place. That's a great thing. The reason why this generation got shitty is because people allowed PlayStation to get to too far of a lead. Now, I'm still Team Xbox, and that's what I'm always gonna be. Y'all can enjoy that fucking Spider-Man that you beat in 1 week, and you can enjoy that God of War that's trash because it isn't Greek mythology anymore. You can enjoy those 2 exclusive games. I'm not tripping on that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm really not, alright? But I'm getting a little off topic. But my point is, at the end of the day, coach, at the end of the day, they wouldn't have never done this. They would have never offered this type of money if LaVar Ball didn't have his own league. And see, there's recently been some type of a lawsuit towards LaVar Ball. let me do the research on this. That way I can be specific about this. Because I think it involved a kid. Okay, yeah. So there was a kid in the JBA, an ex-player that says LaVar owes him money. Now, I thought the timing of this on August 16th, 2018 was very suspicious because this was the moment where it felt like LaVar just started to disappear, all right? And see, I always get weary when I don't see LaVar Ball around because he's the guy who's always been around. But yeah, so you know, there's another article, January 8th, 2018, manufacturer suing LaVar Ball's Big Baller brand over non-payment. So all of these articles making LaVar Ball look like a guy who's cheap, make him look like a guy who doesn't pay what he owes. It's all to ruin his character even further, okay? Because they know deep down what he's doing is actually great for basketball. They know it's actually great, but they have to, that's what the media does though. If they're not controlling what you're doing, then they try to blackball you like they did Kaepernick in a way. And LaVar Ball, everything he's doing is similar to what I'm doing. We're both bucking the system in different ways. The difference is his kids have talent in order for him to parlay some of the negativity he may bring into positivity. Whereas with me, I don't have no kids like that that'll be in the league like that. I'm relying solely on my own talent to get the job done. And that's why I respect LaVar, man. But yeah, so, you know, there's an article in the New York Post talking about LaVar Ball's customers have gotten their money stolen from them. You know, it's so many articles like this. I'm only sharing this information because I want y'all to see how hard, how much work they go through to run interference on something that's actually good, all right? This is how hard they work to run interference, all right? You know, meanwhile, you got guys out here that are doing nothing good, absolutely nothing good, but they get kudos for it. You see what I'm saying? But yeah, so LaVar Ball, man, keep doing what you're doing, my brother. I hope everything is all right. I hope your wife is doing well. That's probably why we haven't seen him. He's still rehabilitating his wife. I hope she's okay. LaMelo, you gotta stop chin checking people, man. You know what I'm saying? Don't ruin your own draft status. You know, people talking like, oh, LaMelo, he definitely gonna be a Laker. That remains to be seen. I don't know. I think Lonzo got a ball out this year, and we gonna get into that in a second. But I just would like to mention, you NBA 2K19 My Player guys, man, I spoke on a little bit earlier, but y'all got that Stockholm Syndrome, man. It's time to come on over to FIFA, man. Like, y'all need to come over to FIFA. Because y'all want to play an online experience, but y'all playing some shit that's broken, man. Play this FIFA, man. Play this 11v11 and learn something. I'm being dead honest. I mean, 2K, they put so much love into it. They put historic draft classes now in the franchise mode, which I love. But please explain this to me, y'all. How is there an all-time Blazers team with Brandon Roy on it, but then when you go to the 2006 historic draft class in career mode, I mean, not career mode, but in my league or my GM, Brandon Roy is left out the draft class? What kind of shit is that, coach? You feel me? Like, that type of half-stepping and lack of polish is something FIFA just won't do, bro. Now, to be fair, FIFA don't worry about draft classes because you don't get drafted in soccer. You go to academies. You know what I'm saying? It's just a different, man, it's just different, man. I swear, if basketball took some of soccer's philosophies and they applied it to basketball instead of this AAU shit, I think all the players would be better for it. I really do. Because they'd be competing against grown men from the jump. But anyway, next, let's get into Golden State. Because Steph Curry drops 50 last night. Oh, kudos to him in 3 quarters. And everyone's dick riding him again. Like, oh, he's the best shooter ever. Oh. This guy is on the most stacked team in NBA history and doesn't have to play any defense. And we're still acting like it's impressive for him to score points? Are y'all fucking crazy? Like, people be like, Dave, you're way too hard on Stephanie. I'm not too hard on this dude. Y'all say he's the greatest shooter of all time. Why can't we ever see 50 points in 3 quarters in the playoffs, though? Ooh. See, that's when niggas don't want to talk that real shit no more. It's because Steph ain't the same. He don't got the same energy when it's pressure. And see, here's my thing. You're just a shooter. That's not will, that's skill. proving to me that your will ain't strong at all because you can't even get your skill that's supposed to be unmatched by no other human being in the history of the sport. You can't even get that skill to be on point at the most clutch moments. And I'm gonna drive this point home one more time. LeBron James's Cavaliers team last year in the finals was terrible. It was built for Stephanie to win finals MVP, and he still couldn't do it. He tried to steal another one from KD, but everyone knew, look, man, we can't give this to you. We don't give a fuck if you got a triple-double or not. And it's so funny. Steph gets a triple-double, a struggle triple-double. Like one you could tell he was trying to get just to say, hey, I got a triple-double in this series, though. Shouldn't I win it? Like real thirsty, right? People give Steph credit for his triple-doubles. Russell Westbrook gets a triple-double. People say he's stat padding. Well, actually, Russell Westbrook has the athletic body to get triple-doubles easier, and that's why you say he's stat padding, because he makes it look easy. Whereas Steph is so fucking brittle and so fucking scary that he has to get long rebounds based off sagging on people towards the paint, and then all of a sudden he gets 10 in 4 quarters, and niggas go, oh, he has a triple-double. But how hard is it for Steph to get 10 assists on that Warriors team? Is that hard at all? No. Okay, how hard is it to get 10 points on that Warriors team? Is that hard? No. How hard is it to get 10 rebounds on that team? Is that hard? At the pace that they play? No. At the amount of shots that they take? No. So we need to always drive this point home that the accomplishments Steph is making aren't impressive. I think Blake Griffin dropping 50 was more impressive than Steph dropping 50 in 3 quarters. Because Blake was playing against Embiid down there, Saric down there, all right? Steph, I know what you're thinking. Well, Steph was playing against John Wall and Bradley Beal there. Yeah. But he also had KD on his side, Clay on his side, Draymond on his side. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, man, it started this debate on Twitter. And this is before Steph dropped the 50, by the way. On Twitter, this girl started talking about how, oh man, people really think John Wall better than Steph. It must be a new season, LOL. And I said, actually, if you put John Wall on a terrible team, if you put Steph on a terrible team, John Wall's team will have the better record. I mean, so John Wall is the better player. The problem is, all of you casual NBA fans can't tell the difference between someone who is a product of the system they're in and someone who is actually a player who could play the exact same no matter what team they're on. John Wall can play the exact same no matter what team he's on because he's a legit point guard. He's a legit playmaker. Steph Curry needs Clay on his team to guard the guy he can't to allow him to cook every night. That's a special circumstance, okay? Look at John Wall and Bradley Beal. Who is covering for the other one on defense? Neither, because John Wall can play his own man, all right? But when you got Steph, who doesn't have to guard John Wall on the other end, see where I'm getting at? Now you got a tired John Wall guarding Steph, and then you got a fresh Steph never having to guard John Wall, allowing Steph to always win that matchup. And it's not because he's the better individual player, it's because the system dictates he wins that individual matchup. See, people can't break this down like I do. Name any point guard. Dame Lillard. If you swap Dame Lillard for Steph Curry, the Warriors don't miss a beat, and the Trailblazers become a little bit worse. Facts. Because the Trailblazers get softer, all right? Swap John Wall with, not John Wall, Buffalo. Swap Steph Curry with Kyle Lowry. That's the one situation where the Raptors probably get better. But that's because they got Kawhi. So that's someone who can cover for who? Steph on D. See where I'm getting at here? It's got to be a perfect system, a perfect situation. He can't do it on any team. He just can't. He'll break down on any team. And also keep in mind, he plays on the team that the NBA want to win games. So he's going to get every little phantom and one call when no one barely touches him. Okay? He's going to be allowed to showboat and dance around, even though he's a fucking corny ass motherfucker who can't dance. He's allowed to do that. Okay? He is going to be allowed to do whatever. And see, it's crazy. The showboating is rubbing off on Jonas Jerebko. Did anyone notice this? The Warriors hit a game winner. Oh, man. Who were they playing against in that game? I can't remember the team they were playing against, but they were losing the game. This was recently. It was the Utah Jazz, actually. Because I think that's Jonas Jerebko's former team. The Utah Jazz was beating their ass, was up. I think they was up by 1 point with like ticks left on the clock. And Of course, Golden State chokes the first shot, but Jonas Jerebko comes up and he tips the ball in, and this dude runs to the Utah Jazz bench and starts taunting all of them. Now, let me ask y'all this question. He almost incited a fight, and he almost got his ass jumped there. Especially after the energy from that Lakers game. But you notice all those suspensions are really small because they're Lakers players. I'm gonna get to that in a second, but that's why I can't stand the fucking Lakers. They get special treatment. Cowboys don't get special treatment like that, coach. But anyway, let me get back to what I was saying about Jonas Jerebko. He's only been on this team for 2 months, and he already has taken the DNA of showboating from Stephanie and Draymond. I can't believe this shit. Okay? And people defend it like it's that hot shit. Like, bro, no. Like, bro, you're a fucking role player with a tip-in game winner. You ain't even dropped nobody off, my nigga. Yeah, kudos on being Johnny on the spot, being the guy at the place at the right time. But, bro, you ain't do shit. And see, here's the thing. They won the game by a point. But he clearly taunted the whole bench, meaning that should have been a technical foul, which should have tied the game at 124. But because Golden State players get special treatment, Jerebko was allowed to act like Draymond and no one did a thing. That's why I hate Golden State. That's why I hate them. Because when the game is close, the referee is going to do everything in their power to help Golden State. When it's a blowout, the referee is going to let Golden State do all the showboating they want. So basically, you got to blow out Golden State to beat them. Basically. And good luck blowing them out because they have the best talent in NBA history. So that's the thing. You won't even allow us to compete with these guys. You know, see, if this is football, you go, oh man, the great thing about football is at least guys got to go out there and compete. Anyone can win. And that's the thing about soccer that I like. On any given Sunday, any given Saturday, any given Friday, shit, any given Tuesday, if it's Champions League, Wednesday, anybody can get this smoke. It don't matter how talented you are, what class you are. You can get this smoke if you don't show up with your A game. In basketball, and see, I'm not gonna lie to y'all, this is what's starting to make me less of a fan of basketball, more of a fan of soccer. Because I'm starting to see the purity of the game go away. Everyone just wants to pull up from three, whether that be on the video games or be in real life. That's all people want to do. They don't want to work the ball into the paint. They don't want to learn the game. They don't want to learn plays. They've taken the 1-3-1 defense out of 2K for forever now. How the fuck can you take a defense out of 2K? Oh man, it's overpowered. Well, how about you put a patch into the 1-3-1 defense so it isn't overpowered? How you gonna force someone not to be able to use a defense that is still used in real life? That's bullshit. But see, this is further proof that they want people to hit more threes. Because see, the 1-3-1 stopped the three. Because you got one guy on the top of the arc stopping that shot. Okay, so that stops the transition shot. You got the guy right on the free throw line who's there to basically cover for him as if it's a 2-3 anytime the guy is contesting something on the arc. Then you got the other two dudes who are wide, who are supposed to guard the corner three and the kind of like semi-pseudo corner three right over there in like right where the like curve stops. So, and then you got a big man who's always in the paint to get the rebound. It's a very good defense. You know, boxing one used to be a very good defense. But with these rules now, to help Stephanie, you know, people talking about, oh, these rules will really help LeBron. Look, LeBron, he came into the league in an era where these rules didn't apply, okay? So he had to prove himself in a league without these rules. Stephanie never had to prove himself in a league without these rules. Like, let's just call a spade here. Shit, like real talk. He's never had to prove himself. He's never had to lead his team. And that's the sad part. He don't have to play defense. He don't have to be a leader. But he's also allowed to throw his mouthpiece at fans, essentially spitting on them. You know, he's allowed to talk about black on black crime at the fucking ESPYs, and everyone just chalks it up as, oh, let him do it. And see, that's another problem I got with people on Facebook. We gotta stop letting women who are attractive say whatever the fuck they want, and we just allow it to go down unchallenged because they attractive. Nigga, y'all need to gain a backbone. I'm seeing a lot of girls out here who know that they attractive, so they just say whatever the fuck they want, and niggas just like it because they thirsty. Challenge them on that shit. See, I don't even know half these bitches like that. So if I challenge them, they gonna take it personally, because they ain't gonna know where I'm coming from on it. And they know I know more about this than they do, so in fear of getting exposed, they're gonna try to portray me as a sexist person again. See, whenever I debate with a woman, that's where it usually goes, because women don't like defeat, bro. And they really don't like defeat when it's an argument they started. But that's neither here nor there. But yeah, we really gotta stop letting girls get away. And I'm not saying it just because they're a girl, but I'm saying it because they're an attractive girl. Cause see, here's my problem. I get on social media and I see an ugly girl say some shit, no likes behind it. She could be saying something that's 100% correct. No likes behind it. Nobody's giving her any credit for that idea. An attractive girl says the same exact thing, all of a sudden 100 likes on that bitch. And that's the problem. We give too much clout to how someone looks. We need to value how they think. Like, that's what's really real. Because there's a lot of attractive women that don't think at all. And there's a lot of ugly girls that are geniuses, but we will never give them the opportunity to speak that hot shit into the atmosphere because we don't want to look at them. You know? Now that's sexist. I'll agree with that. That part's sexist. But now, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into why you're here. It's time to get into the Lakers talk. You know what I'm saying? It's time to get it popping, all right? Lakers. You know, going into this season, I saw basically 4 huge weaknesses in the LA Lakers. Number 1, no three-point shooting and spacing. Number 2, their small guard play was lackluster. All they got is Rondo. Lonzo isn't a small guard. Number 3, they have no big men outside of JaVale McGee. And number 4, they have a low IQ roster, okay? Mainly because they got a lot of young babies on their team, a lot of teenagers, all right? Now, all of these problems can be fixed with a trade. I mean, the no big men thing, you trade for Anthony Davis, that's fixed. Now all of a sudden, you look good. The small guard play thing, I mean, when you see guys like Fred VanVleet out here hitting game winners and shit, you gotta get a small guard that comes off your bench. You got to, bro. And it can't be one of these bum-ass dudes. Like, what's the name of that white boy that played for the Lakers that somehow keeps a contract, but he's trash? Hold on. What's this boy's name? Hold on, I'm searching him up. This is the first season where I'm gonna use my phone to search up shit live. Okay, maybe he ain't on the team no more. Let me take that back. Maybe he ain't on. That dude is trash. But on the Steve Blake side of the game, that motherfucker trash. But anyway. But yeah, so let's get back to these Lakers, man. You know what I'm saying? Anyone who has sat through this for 2 hours so far, man, you the real MVP. Because now you get to get everything you want, baby. Well, the three-point shooting and spacing problem, the only way they can fix that is if they start Kuzma. I was telling people, everyone keeps talking about Brandon Ingram. He's gonna be LeBron James, Scottie Pippen. I said, y'all are stupid. No disrespect. But Kyle Kuzma is better than Brandon Ingram. He's better. I've seen this guy Kuzma play. His IQ is through the roof. You think Kuzma would have thrown a punch in that scrum? No, because Kuzma knows how important he is to his team. You see what I'm saying? LeBron ain't throwing punches. But see, Rondo and Chris Paul, they got a beef that's long standing for a long time. And I'm going to discuss that fight in a second. All right? But all in all, bro, the three-point shooting and spacing, Kuzma's the best shooter on the damn team. Him and Josh Hart, it seems like those two are the best shooters on the damn team, okay? So if I'm the Lakers, I'm starting LeBron James, Kuzma, JaVale McGee, Josh Hart, and Rajon Rondo. Then I'm letting Lonzo come off the bench with Brandon Ingram, and I'm letting them run, okay? Now, I know why they're not trying to do that. They don't really have a backup center. Now, they got this Williams guy who's giving them pretty decent minutes and all that good stuff, but they don't really have a backup center, and I think that's why they got Kyle Kuzma as their sixth man. But I just don't think Kyle Kuzma is the guy you need to be coming off the... Kyle Kuzma needs to start games, man. I think he's the one guy who could become so good with LeBron because Kyle Kuzma... This is a hot take. Y'all know I'm great for a hot take. Kyle Kuzma is already better than Kevin Love. What? Oh, shit. Did they release it? I'm dead serious. Kyle Kuzma is already better than Kevin Love. Seriously. Seriously. And I'm talking as a fit for LeBron James. He's already better than Kevin Love. He's already better. He's more agile. He can play D. He can shoot. He can dunk. I mean, what can't this guy do? This guy needs to be starting. And see, the thing is, individually, I like a lot of the Lakers players. I just hate the Lakers. That's the funny thing. So I'll never be rooting for y'all niggas. Now, if y'all are playing against Golden State, hey, I hope y'all win that game. You feel it, dig me? But any other team, take this L. And see, y'all opened up the season against my Trailblazers, and I told y'all was gonna get this Blazer beat down. Niggas like, come on, Dave. Yeah, nigga, I told y'all. And see, I'm seeing a lot of niggas that want me to root for the Lakers with them. This is really weird. It's like, you weren't willing to root for the Cavs with me, and you don't have no reason to hate the Cavs, but you want me to root for the team I hate for you? Like, this is bizarre. It's very bizarre. In my opinion, it's very bizarre. All right? But I got people hitting me up like, come on, man. How can you abandon the king in this moment, man? He needs you, man. You know he gonna start off slow. Man, fuck that dumb shit. Fuck that dumb shit. He made the wrong decision. And let's be real, the Lakers fan base is very fickle. Why would I root for LeBron on a team I hate when their own fans are already turning on LeBron after 3 games? And see, don't lend any type of credence. Don't give any credit to LeBron and the Lakers for beating the Phoenix Suns by 20 last night. Don't give them no credit for that dumb shit. They should have beat them. That's a team full of babies like they got. The difference is they got LeBron and babies. The other team has Trevor Ariza and babies. They should win that fucking game. All right? They should win that game. You know, but I'm going to break down the Spurs game. I'm going to break down that Blazers game. I'm going to break down, what was the second? Oh, the Rockets game. I mean, man, I'm not about to defend a guy on your team for you. That's what's really real, bro. Niggas want me to defend a guy on their team for them because they know I'm more well-spoken than they are and they can't defend their own team. That's really what it comes down to. You know what I'm saying? These same niggas ain't loyal enough to defend their own team, but they want me to defend their team for them. It's funny, man. The Kobe dick rider in there won't allow them to do it, all right? So the Lakers, so the Lakers played the Blazers in the first game of the season. Really good game. I knew the Blazers was gonna win it. You could just feel like it was gonna happen. The Blazers did something interesting. They didn't start Mo Harkless or Evan Turner, and I think that was really smart because it gave them a little bit more spacing. They suffer a little bit on the defensive end, but they already suffer on the defensive end because they got 2 guards that are 6'2". So I don't really, you know, who cares, right? Like, score points. Like the Blazers, they're trying to score points. And see, truth be told, I'm not new to being no Blazers fan, y'all. I've always been a Blazers fan. And you know why I hate the Lakers so much? It's because of the Blazers. You can ask my older brother. I was a huge, when Scottie Pippen left the Bulls and went to the Rockets. After he left the Rockets, he went where? The Trailblazers. That's when they had Damon Stoudemire, Bonzi Wells, Scottie Pippen, Stacey Augmon, Jermaine O'Neal, Arvydas Sabonis. You know, these names roll off my tongue because I love this organization. I love it. Now, the city is really racist. I don't fuck with the city like that. But the team is great, okay? The team is great. I love what the team stands for. They have so much bad luck, this franchise. From drafting Greg Oden to drafting a homeboy from the 80s. I forgot his name. I think they drafted him over Michael Jordan, was it? And he broke down, the light-skinned dude. So this, and then you got the Brandon Roy situation, okay? So this organization has a lot of bad luck, but I love this organization because they keep fighting, all right? And they got screwed out of plenty of playoff series because the Lakers, it was rigged with Tim Donaghy for the Lakers to make it to the finals. That's why I hate the Lakers so much. I have always been the guy who's against blatant rigging. I've hated it. You know, I can't be the guy who hates Golden State and then all of a sudden because LeBron's on the Lakers be like, oh, go Lakers. No, that'll never be me. That'll never be the reality of Recency Bias Radio. But to get to the Lakers and Blazers game, it was pretty much a standard game. But the Lakers just didn't have chemistry. Then when you get to the Lakers-Rockets game, they have more chemistry now, but the problem is they're getting frustrated because even though it's a close game against the Rockets, they just can never close the door. And James Harden was having his way with people. And see, I've watched this video clip over and over. James Harden, he has ways of when he drives, he throws elbows. Kind of like LeBron does. I'm not going to be a hypocrite there. But Brandon Ingram was getting tired of getting hit with those elbows. So what does Brandon Ingram do? He pushes the shit out of him. Now, the one mistake Brandon Ingram made in all of this, and I'm actually sad he didn't get more games, this motherfucker stepped to that referee like he was finna steal his ass. I thought he was finna fight the ref like Steph was last year. Hey, for real. Hey, Steph the only nigga I know that wanna squad up with a zebra. But when it's another man in his face, he like, nah, B, I'm cool. You feel me? The only dude Steph ever tried to step to was that Oklahoma City Thunder backup point guard. I forgot that nigga name, and I'm not talking about Cameron Payne. There was some other dude who's now not even in the league anymore. And that was the only dude Steph ever tried to step to. And that's because he knew that nigga was a no-name. But that's a can't go back all-star, my nigga. You shouldn't even try that guy. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah, just calm down on the fake tough guy shit. But anyway, so you got the situation that's breaking off. So you got Ingram stepping to the ref, and he telling him, hey, man, you gonna let this man keep elbowing me in the face? Like, that's bullshit. That's an offensive foul type shit. Now, Harden, you could tell he looking at him like, oh, shit, this motherfucker Ingram, he really with the shits. Nah, he ain't going. So you could tell Harden ain't really want to smoke. So Harden is low-key trying to walk away. Now you got Rondo, who low-key is the instigator, but Chris Paul is an instigator. And because you got two, it's like they say, an immovable object versus what's the theory? An immovable object versus a unstoppable force. I think that's what it's called. So you got these two guards who've always hated each other. You got Rondo, who has already said that Chris Paul's a terrible teammate. You got Chris Paul, who's never won a title, that probably hates the fact that Rondo has one title, because that's the only clout Rondo really has to lay his hat on, is that one title he won with Boston. So you got this situation that breaks off where clearly Rondo spit. He spat, okay? I'm not gonna deny that part. He definitely spat in Chris Paul's ear. And honestly, I agree with Shannon Sharp. Chris Paul should have beat the brakes off that nigga. He shouldn't have poked him. What the fuck? You spit on me, you gonna have problems. Because you gotta set a tone that can't no other nigga do that shit. Alright? The fact that you just poked the man in the face, now people gonna know how to get under your skin. But see, here's my problem. Rondo, why couldn't you wait for the Warriors game to do this? Do this shit to Stephanie, man. Bruh, you know how much y'all knew I was gonna find a way to flip this, right? Bro, you should have did this shit to Stephanie, bruh. Cause I guarantee you, KD wouldn't have thrown no hands. He talk all that hot shit, he ain't throwing hands. Clay ain't throwing hands, he a shooter. Draymond, him and LeBron friends now. Both of them would have played peacekeeper. Alright, they ain't got Zaza no more. So who do niggas really fear on their team? Boogie ain't gonna run out there with that fucked up Achilles, and his Achilles ain't even fucked up, by the way. And that's my biggest problem with you, Boogie. You took that fucking minimum deal and you already dribbling and doing contact drills, proving to all of us you didn't have to go to Golden State in the first place. You chose to go there because you a bitch. I'm not trying to hear nothing else. So enjoy your welfare ring. No one's gonna give you a Supermax deal. I hope you're aware of that. No one's gonna do it. No one's gonna do it. Like really, ask yourself, who in the NBA would be stupid enough to give Boogie Cousins a Supermax deal after pulling that beta male move? He proved he's not a leader. Who is gonna throw that money to Boogie when KD's a free agent at the same time? When Clay's a free agent at the same time? When Kawhi's a free agent at the same time? You see where I'm getting at on this? Who is gonna say we need a center that bad in an era of guards and forwards? We need a big man coming off an Achilles injury that just won a ring but he didn't win it because of him. He won it because he jumped on a team that was gonna win it anyway. You know, no one's gonna throw you a Supermax contract. You think they will because you're gonna be able to say, hey, look at my CV, look at my resume, I got a ring on it now. But people are gonna know every ring ain't equal, bro. That one Cleveland LeBron ring is worth all of Stephanie's rings. And Stephanie will never win Finals MVP. So that's another reason why LeBron's rings is worth so much more. You know what I'm saying? Shit. To this date, my most popular tweet is the one where I said Beyonce came to see me play, nigga, with LeBron walking off and talking that shit to Steph. So I like to look at that tweet here and there. Good times, 2016. I think that was the best year in sports history. I think it was. I think it was just cracking that year. But to get back to this brawl though, so Rondo spits, Chris Paul pokes him, and then Rondo comes through with the left hook, okay? That left hook was clean. That shit was clean. That was some ready for the fight. Yes, I'm ready. Like that was on some Fight Night Round 4 type shit. And man, if you asking for a fight, then I'm ready. You know, he came through like, bow. And see, that's the thing. I think the whole purpose of Rondo spitting was so Chris Paul would touch him so he'd have an excuse to retaliate. So it would always look like Chris Paul was the one who was the aggressor. It was very smart. I mean, if you want the smoke from a nigga, make it look like he's the one who baited you into the fight. Then everyone will take your side initially. And I know Chris Paul had to be embarrassed. Did y'all see Nipsey Hussle stand up? That motherfucker was trying to swing. I was like, damn, coach. You know? So I'll give the Lakers credit. It's definitely a spectacle. It's definitely entertaining. And their home games are definitely lit as fuck. But I will never root for y'all. Fuck y'all. You feel it, dig me? But yeah, so the brawl breaks out. They start swinging on each other. LeBron is trying to corral Chris Paul and pull him away from the scrum. Brandon Ingram comes out of nowhere and shoots in a punch on Chris Paul. Now, people are saying he missed now. I thought he hit the motherfucker square. Maybe he did miss. But the point is, Brandon Ingram comes in, then Carmelo Anthony pulls him away. Him and Eric Gordon pulls him away. And you know what I found very interesting, though? A motherfucker can jump in and swing at your teammate and you don't even answer back at that nigga? That's interesting to me. To me, that tells me that the Rockets team, they chemistry ain't as good as it should be. Because the Lakers' chemistry shouldn't even be that good. I mean, Rondo and Brandon Ingram just met each other, whereas Carmelo and Chris Paul, they've been friends their whole life damn near. Carmelo didn't even, but then maybe Melo thinking, I'm too old for this shit. See, if this was New York Knicks Melo, maybe. But yeah, he a little too old for this shit. And he ain't have JR with him, so you know what I'm saying. Remember that fight with JR and Melo versus Nate Robinson? Hey, Nate was beating people ass low key. Nate wasn't playing, bro. Nate was like, man, let's go. What's poppin'? But yeah, now I would like to discuss LeBron. Because I am seeing a guy who looks much older than he did last season. Now, there's theories going around that LeBron is, he's on some type of a paleo diet right now. Of course, you got the naysayers accusing LeBron of being on steroids and HGH, and he's taking these 2 weeks off because he has to clean his body before testing, mandatory testing. So you got people that look at it that way. I will say this. It does appear that LeBron gets tired much more faster this season. I have looked at his plus and minus statistics of the first 2 games. He was -13 against the Rockets and -4 against the Blazers. That's not very good. And when you take into account he was -13 versus the Rockets, when they didn't lose by many points, they didn't lose by 13 points. You know what I'm saying? That's not a good sign. All right. Now, they did blow out the Phoenix Suns, but that's the Phoenix Suns. And that was virtually a home game as well. I want to point that out. That's one of the few road games that's a home game for them because that's only like 2 hours away. But I got to really discuss what happened in the Spurs game because it came down to LeBron missing 2 free throws at the end of the game. Now, we're going to give LeBron credit on hitting that 3 that sent it into OT in the first place. But those free throws, if he just hits 1 free throw, it at least goes to an overtime. A second overtime. The fact that he missed both of them, that's not a good sign. And see, it's so funny because Stephon Marbury, who's still in China, by the way, this dude needs his own podcast. Stephon Marbury, if you stumble upon this podcast somehow, hey, we need to do business, brother. Because I would love to get your takes and put it on Recency Bias Radio. Because I respect your sports acumen, and you've been through some things that I think people need to respect. You know what I'm saying? And I can tell you're not coming from a hater's position. You're coming from a damn, I expect better from you, LeBron. That's how I feel too. But see, this is what I've been saying to niggas. Soon as some shit hits the fan, bro, them Lakers fans, man, they gonna abandon you, bro. Cause they ain't real fans, bro. They not real fans of LeBron. So they are gonna look for every reason under the sun to abandon that brother, okay? But if he does something and he becomes a success, they're going to look for every reason to take credit for his success too. And that's what Lakers fans are, man. And you got to deal with that. You got to deal with the double standard of a Lakers fan. But that's why I refuse to be one of y'all. You see what I'm saying? And see, LeBron, you got to make those 2 free throws, my dude. And see, it's sad to me because how the fuck is Blake Griffin in 2018 a better clutch free throw shooter than LeBron James? Can someone answer this question? Is this the fucking Twilight Zone? No, I'm dead ass serious here. There is no reason for Blake Griffin to be a better free throw shooter than LeBron James. Have y'all seen his shot? His shot looks much more ugly than LeBron's does. But that shit goes in. That shit's like a straight line dart at the rim, but it goes in. So whoever Blake Griffin's shooting coach is, maybe LeBron needs a fucking shooting coach. I don't know. But this is starting to give some credibility to Skip Bayless's argument over the years that LeBron is scared of the free throw line. Now, I am one that never really subscribed to this theory, okay? But now when you're seeing him on the Lakers, ooh, it's almost like each game is a playoff game on the Lakers, right? And you could just see the pressure, you know, mounting. Not saying LeBron can't handle the pressure, because this man won a title for Cleveland. Nigga, that's the biggest pressure you ever feel in your life. All right, don't get the game twisted. But, man, it's just sad to see LeBron go out like this, because I have a feeling he is going to ruin his legacy on the Lakers. And Hollywood is going to paint a narrative of him being this guy who made such a courageous decision to come to the Lakers, but he was never a better player than Kobe. He was never a better player than Magic. He was never a better player than Shaq, because he never got us a ring. They're going to hold that against him. And unless they get Anthony Davis at this trade deadline, this team ain't making the playoffs. I don't think they're making the playoffs. And if they do make the playoffs, they'll be like an 8 or 7 seed. I mean, it's hard out here. Like real talk. Bro, LeBron, you went to the Western Conference to play with a bunch of kids, man. Bro, you could have went to the Blazers and fucked shit up. Do y'all understand if LeBron James, and please understand, Nike's headquarters is in Portland, and that's why I thought this was possible, okay? And LeBron is the face of Nike, lifetime contract. But if he goes to the Blazers, like, okay, let's just say, you know, for argument's sake, LeBron takes a minimum deal, goes to the Blazers. It's LeBron James, Al-Farouq Aminu, who boomed the fuck out of the Lakers, by the way. We gonna act like he didn't boom the shit out of JaVale McGee that night. We gonna act like that. Niggas done forgot. But Al-Farouq Aminu, motherfucker, he done got better. I ain't never seen him that confident. Now, the outfit he was wearing, that was a little too Wakanda for whatever for me. But motherfucker looked like Winter Soldier coming out of a teepee. I didn't know what the fuck was going on. But anyway. But yeah, LeBron, you could have went to the Trailblazers, bro. You could have went to the Trailblazers. And you could have really done everything you were doing, because you would have still been on the West Coast. Now, I get it. You want to be in LA. Everyone wants to live in California. Everyone wants to do this. But I ain't gonna lie to you, LeBron. Going to the Lakers, man, yeah, from a business standpoint, we're gonna get that Space Jam 2. We got the shop. We got a lot of great content out of you going to the Lakers. But as someone who's a fan of you, that don't give a fuck about that content, if you ain't the one that's eating out here, if you ain't the one that's happy out here. Now, LeBron can play it off like he happy because his family's happy. But last time I checked, LeBron's at his most happy when he's succeeding in the sport that he loves. He not gonna succeed on this team no time soon. He not, you know? And for them to suspend Brandon Ingram for only 4 games after throwing a punch, after trying to step to a referee, after pushing James Harden, this just further proves why I hate the Lakers. They get handled with kid gloves. And see, this is why I was telling y'all for the longest. Remember in season 1, season 2 of my podcast, I always said I hate the Warriors because they're being treated like the new Lakers. Well, now the Lakers are popping again. So now we have 2 teams in the West that get calls no one else can get. And that's very frustrating if you're the opposing team. I was watching that Phoenix Suns game last night, and there were so many calls the Lakers were getting to not allow Phoenix to come back in that game because the NBA does not want the Lakers to be 0-4. I thought they were going to be 0-5. I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't think they was even going to win that game against Phoenix. Because without Brandon Ingram, without Rondo, I thought they wouldn't have enough bodies. And I thought they would just lose, okay? But and the Suns have legit talent on their team, but they don't have no point guard. That's the Suns' problem. And I don't know why y'all let Tyler Ulis go when y'all don't have a point guard. And shout outs to Tyler Eulis. He was at my brother Alex Brown's Pro-Am, by the way, at the Madison Rec. And I hope that's keep going because that shit was popping this year. Definitely popping. My homeboy Armand came through and got his revenge. I see you, Armand. I see you. You know, I was there for that first game when y'all lost. And I was like, man, fuck these niggas. So I wasn't there for the title game, but when I found out that y'all got y'all revenge and beat them, I was like, yes. You know what I'm saying? But that's just a quick little plug for the homies. But but yeah, man, at the end of the day, man, like Tyler Eulis, man, he can truly ball, man. They saying, you know, he gonna be on the Bulls, and so that's very interesting. I hope he is on the Bulls. I think he would ball the fuck out on the Bulls because he's from here, you know, and he knows what it means to be a Chicago Bulls player. But yeah, so Stephon Marbury, he gets into, on YouTube, he has this video where he's breaking down LeBron's free throw mechanics. And he's saying, clearly no one's ever taught LeBron how to shoot free throws. He said, the foot that's on the same side of your shooting arm should always be parallel to your arm. And he said your arm should always be, I forgot the exact terminology he used, but it should be like a crane in a way. It should be like a straight line kinetically from that leg to that arm as you bend and then shoot. He said, and the follow through has to kick in. When LeBron is leaning over the free throw line, by the way, that's a free throw line violation every time LeBron shoots free throws this year, but because he's LeBron James, he doesn't get that called on him. See, this season, the LeBron haters gonna love me because I'm gonna keep it all the way a buck about everything, all right? I'm not defending nobody this year. All right? No. Anyone can get the smoke when they do wrong. All right? Anyone. All right? This is the most unbiased this podcast has ever been, Coach. But to be fair, I was unbiased before. But someone needed to give LeBron credit for the shit y'all didn't value. But anyway. So yeah, so I don't know what's going on with LeBron's free throws. I don't know what's going on, man. I really don't know, man. The jerseys look a little too tight on him. He looked like he gained some weight. I mean, I hope he drops them weight. You're older now, bro. You can't be this swole dude all day no more, man. I think LeBron needs to drop down to like 230 now, man. You're too old, bro. Your legs is gonna give out on you, bro. I'm really worried, man. I'm really worried that this team is gonna run him into the ground. But yeah, so on the real, bro, like when it comes to the Lakers, man, look, I'm not going to be shocked if they don't make the playoffs. Will y'all be shocked if they don't make the playoffs? I guess that's the question I want to ask y'all to put in the comment section below. Do y'all think the Lakers make the playoffs? Are you rooting for the Lakers? Do you like the move that LeBron made going to the Lakers? Do you think this move of LeBron going to the Lakers, do you think it's ruining his brand slowly as a basketball player? Because there's people now that are saying, oh, Kobe would have made those 2 free throws. Every single game this season is going to be under a microscope. The same people that said, oh, it's just regular season, who cares? Now all of a sudden they're valuing regular season more because LeBron's a Laker. So people are changing their takes by the day based off of what happens by the day. So I'm going to try my best to stay on top of it as quickly as I can. But, you know, I'm not impressed at all by this 1-3 start by the Lakers. I'm really not. Josh Hart, I think he has lots of talent. I think he has the type of talent to be a Danny Green type player, a starting shooting guard on a championship team. I think he has that type of talent. Definitely. Brandon Ingram, I think they should trade him. Honestly. I think Brandon Ingram is a perfect guy you trade for Anthony Davis. Why? Because you're trading length for length. Brandon Ingram isn't really a great fit with LeBron because he's not a great three-point shooter. And he needs the ball to be effective. And he plays LeBron's position. And he's the reason why Kuzma isn't starting. I mean, it's so much addition by subtraction if you just trade Ingram and whatever else for Anthony Davis. Now, do I want Anthony Davis to go to the Lakers? No. But would I love to see a team challenge Golden State for once and give them a go? Yes. So I'm kind of torn on this. But all in all, I think this NBA season is very exciting. Mainly because I'm rooting for a new team. I don't feel handcuffed to LeBron no more. When LeBron loses, niggas don't blow up my phone no more to laugh in my face. Now it's almost like those niggas who was blowing up my shit to laugh in my face, they're the ones who are sulking when LeBron plays bad now. It's crazy at the role reversal, man. Now, there's some people who have become Lakers fans that have gone with LeBron to the Lakers, and I'm seeing a lot of Lake Show hashtags and all this stuff. You know how the game is. I'm not going to knock y'all because I rooted for the Heat when LeBron went there. I'm not going to never knock y'all for that. All I ask is that you respect my decision for not supporting LeBron James, the player, anymore. Let me reiterate it one more time. The man, the philanthropist, the role model, I will always support that brother because that brother has done 10 times as much for our community than Michael Jordan has. And Michael Jordan, I argue, has 10 times the amount of money and capital of LeBron James. So that just goes to show LeBron James's character right then and there. So at the end of the day, this season's going to be interesting, man. But I think this 2-hour extravaganza is a great way to set y'all up for success. Listen to this at your leisure. It's going to be lit, all right? And to the YouTube folks, depending on how this video does, I'll put all of my podcast episodes of season 4 on YouTube. But this is like a test. This is like a test, all right? The SoundCloud folks, they going to always get this first, though. So head to my SoundCloud. The link is in the description. If you would like to see some of my season 3, listen to some of my season 3, not rants. I was going to call them rants. My season 3 podcast after this one. If you want to get some more background into my takes on LeBron, because trust me, I would go to war for LeBron against a whole army last year. This year, Lakers fans, y'all better hold my beer. For real. It's over, bro. It's over. But yeah, man, I'm very excited for what this year plans to be, because I mean, there's so many good teams in the league this season. There's so many good teams to watch. If you do not have League Pass, there's always Reddit NBA streams, okay? Remember that I said it here. But yeah, man, y'all have a great day though, man. Y'all stay safe out here in these streets. And y'all have a great November, man. I'm going to be back at y'all really soon. Probably the 1st of December, but don't hold me to that. But I'm going to be back at y'all real soon. It's got to take some, you know me, I like to let the topics stack up. You feel it, dig me, coach? But y'all have a wonderful night, and I'm out. Oh, and one more thing, ladies and gentlemen. I almost forgot to say this. I forgot to talk about Serena Williams and the whole situation, the controversy with her at the US Open. Oh my God. Oh my God. Number one, all right, Serena. What you gotta understand is you decided to marry a white man. You thought that by marrying that white man, you could cross over. You thought that. Now, I'm not gonna knock you for that, because this guy made Reddit, and if it wasn't for Reddit, I wouldn't be watching all these damn games. So I see why you like this motherfucker so much. But I find it very suspicious that this guy doesn't defend you in public. He doesn't say anything to defend you. And have y'all ever paid attention to Serena's body language? She doesn't look happy with this guy. Now, the first few months, she looked really happy. Oh, look at this white guy on my hip. Look at this guy. You know, it was almost like a toy, a new toy in a way, a new car. You know, it was almost like she was trying to flaunt in front of all her exes, like, all y'all passed up on me, and now I'm with this white man. You know, she had a different type of pride about herself because she was with this dude. But see, Serena and her sister Venus have slowly but surely been conned into being against a black man. What do I mean by this? Their father is a huge reason for why they became as dominant as they did in the sport of tennis. So I find it very suspicious that Serena Williams' dad was banned from the exact tennis match, which was a finals match, by the way. I believe it was in New York City too. He's banned from this final, and he's pretty much banned from going to all her games. And I'm like, huh? So you mean to tell me she happens to get with a white dude around the same time that her black father gets banned from going to their games? How you gonna ban someone's parent from going to their game? Like, this is like some shit that they would do to LaVar Ball with Lonzo, right? But Serena Williams' dad in no way, shape, or form is more of a distraction than LaVar Ball. And see, here's the thing. This whole controversy started because Serena wanted help from her coach. I'd argue if her coach would have continued to be a damn dad, you know, she would have already known what he would say in that moment. But she's trying to get some advice from this guy. But see, here's the thing, Serena. why did you get pregnant by this white dude if you still wanted to keep playing? You should have waited until you was ready to retire. Now, I know that's not the popular thing to say. Oh, a woman should be able to do whatever she wants, Dave. A woman should be able to do what she wants. I get that part. I get that part. A woman should be able to do whatever she wants. But if you are an apex predator athlete, if you are one of the greatest athletes in the history of your sport, I think you owe it to yourself to achieve as much as you can in your prime while you still got it. Getting pregnant cuts your prime in half. What's left of it, at least. And that's why no woman has ever won a major title after having a baby. Because of how difficult it is, the stress of it all, the withdrawal of being away from your child. All of that stuff plays a role, all right, biogenetically. Now, what I think that's so interesting is this Osaka girl who ended up beating Serena, and shout outs to that sister because she's clearly a sister. But you notice how as soon as she beat Serena, the media immediately wiped away all traces of her being Jamaican. I believe she's Jamaican. Let me correct myself if I'm wrong. Hold up. Naomi Osaka, I believe she is... No, she's Haitian. Let me take that back. She's Haitian Japanese, ladies and gentlemen. She's Haitian Japanese, okay? But did y'all notice that as soon as she won, all of a sudden Wikipedia wiped away the Haitian part of her? They just wanted to claim her to be a Japanese player because the Japanese, they want to be able to embrace her, but they don't want to embrace the black side of her. And I find it interesting how her Haitian father is also not allowed to attend her games. So isn't this interesting? We got two dominant women in their sport, with powerful, well, not powerful, but strong black men as father figures, and neither one of them are even able to attend the games. That's white supremacy for you, ladies and gentlemen. In a nutshell. That's white supremacy for you. And I gotta call bullshit on Serena Williams. And if you're used to my big brother rants, you know what I'm about to say here. Serena, you know damn well they didn't discriminate against you because you was a woman. That motherfucker, that line judge, he discriminated against you because you were a black woman. And instead of double downing on the black part, you decided to play this feminist Me Too bullshit. And I'd argue that didn't do nothing for you. They didn't do nothing for you. Those Me Too women still was rooting against you. They don't want you to be better than Billie Jean King. Hell no. Hell no. Facts. They don't want you to be better than her, all right? And most of them probably don't think you're better than her. And then the comic strip comes out making her look like an animal of some sort, throwing a temper tantrum and shit. Serena, this is how these people look at you. So just because you sleep with a white dude don't mean they still don't look at you this way. And this is what I be trying to drill home to you Steph Curry fans that say I don't need my role models to be socially conscious. I don't need them to be. See, if you don't hold them to the standard of being it, there's gonna be more people that become millionaires that don't do a damn thing. And it's gonna be because you didn't hold people to task when you should have. We held people to task in the 60s. That's why the players in the 70s knew what was up. That's why players in the 80s knew what was up. Only until Michael Jordan came and he achieved a new level of superstardom did he decide to take a check from the Jewish folks over being for his black folks. And that's what's really real. He decided, you know what, that paycheck worth more to me. All right? And you can say whatever you want about LeBron James, but he has never put a price on his soul and his humanity. Never. And I feel like Serena put a price on it when she got with that white dude. And that's all I'm gonna say, man. I mean, that's my take on that subject. But at the end of the day, Serena, you shot yourself in the damn foot trying to act like, oh, it's because I'm a woman. It was because you were a black woman. And see, that's the funniest thing though, because I feel like Tiger Woods had to learn this the hard way as well. Because Tiger Woods was this guy who kept saying, I'm cobbling Asian, I'm cobbling Asian. He would never say I'm black, right? Now, to a certain degree, I understand about colorism and why people don't want to label themselves as black because that plays into colorism. So I can get that at a surface level. But in terms of Tiger Woods, though, you notice how once he starts cooking, once he starts winning, golf all of a sudden is popping. Let's just be honest with ourselves. Golf is trash if Tiger Woods ain't on that ass, all right? You can hashtag that shit. Golf is trash without Tiger Woods, bruh. Now they're doing some type of special with him and Phil Mickelson where they're gonna go one-on-one and shit. Like, what is this? You see what I'm saying? So now because Tiger Woods won one major, okay, or I don't even know if it was the majors, I think it was a PGA championship or something. Because Tiger is finally back, allegedly, I'd argue he never left. My theory has always been very clear. I don't think he ran no car into no tree. I don't think none of that shit happened. I think the mob came at Tiger. And I think they threatened that brother. That's my theory. That's my theory. I have no proof to back it up. But when you're that talented at what you do, you don't just fall off a cliff immediately. No. There's somebody threatening your livelihood, okay? Someone threatening your life that's telling you to throw shit, all right? It happened all the time in boxing. You know, if you follow comics at all, you know that the Daredevil comic started because his dad refused to throw a fight. And his blind son wanted him to win the fight so bad. And his dad said, fuck this, won the fight. But then motherfuckers came through the alleyway and what? They clapped him, right? So understand in sports, this shit has been happening since the beginning of time, okay? This has been happening since the beginning of time. But the reason why I'm saying this is Serena needs to learn from Tiger Woods, okay? Getting with a white person does not make you accepted by white folks. It doesn't, okay? There's such thing as gutter sex. Just because a white person decides to fuck with you, if they ain't got no black friends, then more likely than not, that motherfucker is a racist, but they just want some black dick or some black pussy. Let's just be all the way real about this. You feel it, dig me? So don't fall for the trap, all right? But Tiger Woods, my brother, I see you still out here slanging that D with them ugly ass white women, bro. I don't know what it is about these run-of-the-mill, average, looking like they work at Old Country buffet ass bitches, but you love these bitches. I don't know. I don't get it, Tiger. I don't get it, coach. All right? But at the end of the day, it's good to see you back on your feet, back on your square, doing your thing. Because I'm going to be honest with you. I actually watched a little bit of golf over the past month. Or maybe it was a month and a half. It wasn't the Ryder Cup shit. It was something else I was watching. I think it was when Tiger won, actually. I mean, that was the last time. I can't remember the last time watching golf. Like, Tiger has to be popping for me to watch that shit. And that's a testament to his greatness. Because if you can make me sit down and watch that boring ass shit just to see you once every, 10 minutes hit a ball? I mean, that's kudos to you and your talent base, but that's all I wanted to say on that note. But anyway, on to new things. So the last thing I would like to discuss before I get up out of here is predictions for the NBA awards and the NFL awards. Let's do NBA first, why don't we? MVP. A lot of people are picking Anthony Davis. A lot of people are picking Greek Freak. I am picking Kawhi Leonard. And I feel bad for Toronto fans. I feel bad more specifically for DeMar DeRozan. Because all they did was swap DeMar DeRozan for Danny Green and Kawhi Leonard. And yet, they didn't have no MVP candidates last year when the Raptors was the best record in the East. That's the funny part. Whereas now, you can clearly see Kawhi makes such a huge difference on that team, on that locker room. And you can clearly also see that man's healthy as shit right now. I mean, doing no-look steals, coach, I ain't never seen this before. But y'all said y'all don't care about defense, so don't give him credit now. Don't value defense now. You know, don't be habitually line stepping. You feel it, dig me? But yes, I think Kawhi Leonard wins MVP. I think people are just they're gonna forget how great of a player he is, and they're gonna be wowed by the stuff that he pulls off because we've been a year removed from it, and I think he wins it hands down. Sixth man of the year, I am picking Fred VanVleet from the same Toronto Raptors team. The guy's game is sensational. Man just hit a game winner the other day. Really good player, man. Really good player. I think he's got six man in a bag as long as he stays healthy. Coach of the year. I think coach of the year could go to the Raptors coach because it's a new head coach, but I think it'll go to the Denver Nuggets head coach. And the reason why I think it's going to go to the Denver Nuggets head coach is because the Denver Nuggets are the one team that'll probably have the biggest leap in wins from the season before. And they play the Lakers tonight. I did not know that. So they're going to probably smack them across the mouth. Yeah, Mike Malone. I think Mike Malone's going to win Coach of the Year this season. I think he's got it in the bag. And I think he's got it in the bag because his team has expectations, but they're not expected to finish as a top 3 seed. If they finish as a top 3 seed, I think he wins Coach of the Year hands down, especially in the Western Conference. I think it's that simple. Most improved player, I'm going with Kyle Kuzma because I stand by the fact that Kyle Kuzma is the true Robin to LeBron's Batman, not no damn Brandon Ingram. And if I'm them, like I said before, I'm trading Brandon Ingram in a heartbeat for Anthony Davis, even though that wouldn't be a fair trade for the Pelicans. GM of the year, I think it goes to Rob Pelinka for landing LeBron James, him and Magic Johnson. I think it's really that simple. It goes to them, their front office. They got LeBron James. They deserve it. They helped change the narrative of this season. And see, that's the NBA's biggest problem, y'all. It's such a predetermined result in terms of what happens at the end. All we can do is try to appreciate regular season games that we've been told our whole life that are meaningless on a surface level. So now, because the Warriors have ruined the competition of the NBA, we have to convince ourselves that these games that don't really matter, matter more because the games that do matter are predetermined. And see, that's the thing, that's the risk with Adam Banks pulling a beta male move, with Boogie Cousins pulling a beta male move after him. That's the risk. That's the number one risk, man. So, all in all, those are my picks for NBA awards. I think I picked everything. Oh, Rookie of the Year, Luka Doncic, mainly because he's the great white hope. They're not going to allow it to go to DeAndre Ayton. Even if Ayton averages 20 and 10, they're going to give it to Luka Doncic because they're going to say, oh, his team is in a playoff race. They should go to him. He's the only rookie in the playoff race. He's the only rookie on a good team, though. What the fuck are you talking about? But that's how they're going to shape the narrative. So look forward to that. I already predicted that. That's how they're going to shape the narrative around Luka Doncic. Oh, he's such a winner. He's a EuroLeague MVP. And then he comes to the Mavericks, a team that was a bottom dweller, and all of a sudden they're in the playoffs, completely overlooking the fact that they just added DeAndre Jordan to the team. You know, they already got Harrison Barnes on a damn near a max deal. You got Wesley Matthews over there. You got Dennis Smith. You got Jalen Brunson. The team is deep, and it's really good. So that's what they're going to do. They're going to make him Rookie of the Year based off that. Now for the NFL awards, ladies and gentlemen, my MVP is going to go to Pat Mahomes because he deserves it. He's adding juice to the NFL. The same way that LeBron going to the Lakers adds some regular season juice to the NBA. He deserves the MVP. And yes, I'm telling y'all right now, LeBron James isn't winning MVP this season. I don't even think they make it a damn playoff, so why would I pick him to win MVP? All right, it's really that simple. But yeah, and of course he's going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. Defensive Rookie of the Year, I believe it's going to go to the Cleveland Browns defensive back Denzel Ward. I believe he's got that locked up at this point. Now it could go to the Chargers free safety. What's homeboy name? He's from Florida State. This boy can ball, man. I just forgot his name though. What's his name? I typed Chargers free. Oh, Derwin James. It could go to Derwin James, but I think Denzel Ward is gonna take that. Now if they separated it between AFC and NFC, and oh, they're both in AFC. Yeah, I think Denzel Ward's got it in the bag at this point. I think they could create an argument for Derwin James because he's going to be in the playoffs where Denzel Ward won't be. But yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Oh, and let me take that back. Pat Mahomes can't win Offensive Rookie of the Year. This is his second season, so it's going to probably go to Baker Mayfield. So yeah, I already did that. Defensive Player of the Year. My pick for Defensive Player of the Year is Tank Lawrence. I'm a homer. I'm going to root for a Cowboy to win that because we have the number 4 defense in the world, and I believe we deserve to have someone as the Defensive Player of the Year, especially after the season Tank Lawrence had last year when he got robbed of it. He deserves it this year. Everyone wants to talk about makeup awards. How about you make that shit up, huh? You know what I'm saying? You know, Roger Goodell, make that shit up, coach. But, GM of the Year, I don't know. I guess GM of the Year in the NFL would have to go to the LA Rams, and the head coach of the year would have to go to Sean McVay of the LA Rams as well, because they're undefeated, man, and they're smacking teams across the mouth. Now, I said this before and I'll say it again. If my Cowboys, when they play against the Rams later in this season, and I know we're gonna play them because we played the Seahawks earlier in the season. Usually the NFL schedule works. You play one team out of your division in your conference, you play every team in that division. That's 4 games. You play one team out of your conference, 4 games, and then you play the teams in your division 7 times. Oh, well, 6 times. So 6, 4, 4, and then you have an extra 2 games that are just out there. So that's usually how every schedule is built. And it's usually based off who finished first, who finished second, who finished third, based off, and that determines who the other 2 teams are and how strong they are. So that was just me providing a little bit of clarity on that. But that's my predictions for the awards. I think I'm gonna be spot on with most of my predictions for both sports. Yeah, so this has been Recency Bias Radio, Season 4, Episode 1. I told y'all it'd be a 2-hour special. This has been a 3-hour extravaganza. You know what I'm saying? So I know y'all are thankfully surprised by this. But depending on how this does on YouTube, I will put Episode 2 on YouTube as well. This is really just me testing the waters a little bit, trying to see if my channel is ready for sports talk or not. To all my SoundCloud listeners, I appreciate you. To all the returning listeners, of course, I appreciate you. To all the newcomers, thank you for coming through. I hope you subscribe and continue to listen and follow me. Please like and, of course, share with all of your friends of sports. And you know these hot takes gonna come all season, baby, so don't leave me now. But I'm gonna get out of your hair. Y'all have a great November. I'm gonna try to come back sometime late November, early December with Episode 2, and we're gonna really discuss more stuff regarding the Lakers, regarding the Rams, regarding the Cowboys, you know, and hopefully in a month's time we'll get more information on whether Amari Cooper, that trade was actually good for the Cowboys or not. I think it was a hit out of the park by Jerry Jones. Because when you look at it, like I said, the next year's draft, no talent at wide receiver. On top of that, the wide receiver free agents next year, they're trash. The best one is like Quincy Enunwa. You feel what I'm saying? So when you talk about talent, and then you talk about youth, along with talent, Amari Cooper was the best possible guy we could have got for our situation. So the haters gonna hate, but I ain't tripping on that. So thank you all for listening. I truly appreciate it, and I'll be back at y'all with Episode 2. I'm out of here. You have just listened to the critically acclaimed Pop the Trunk Podcast Hall of Fame, Recency Bias Radio, with me as your host, Dave Smith, where no one is safe from criticism. If you're interested in further episodes, please subscribe and hit that button on the right side, because more will be in demand. You can now find our podcast episodes on SoundCloud and YouTube, along with our Recency Bias Radio rants. Thanks for listening, and always remember to keep those takes hot and keep that same energy.